So changing misconceptions, falsehoods. Yeah, yeah.
So, the story might not be very common because what if people don't like it? Then authors often change. I have a book, so you've all heard of Cinderella. And there's also a Cinderella twist, which I have at home.
Super.
So they keep on putting twists in on that it doesn't sound boring to people.
You heard it all. Okay. And now, thank you all of you for that. Yeah. Thanks so much. For these stories to change, okay, and it's not just the authors. I like this bit about people listening and changing and change in people. So if you could listen to this story, you become the author of the story, and then you can make the changes you want to make to the story. Yeah. Now, for that to happen, the folk that listens to the story, the people that listen to the story, need to be aware of each other, aware of the problems and the हैं वाह बस एक okay let's exercise. In fact, we did it last year as well, so some of you might remember.
We'll be waiting for, thank you for all of you coming on time. It's a Sunday morning. So possibly we'll wait for another 3 to 4 minutes because news has it that we have 30 children coming right now. So we'll wait for, oh, there they are, lovely.
Okay, I'm so sorry, but we have our young audience here. So can please so sorry. Yes, you can sit in the first row. Yes. You can sit in the first row. Hello.
बैठ के करती हूँ
मैं भी वहीं आ जाऊं हाँ अच्छा लगेगा एक और माइक है एक और माइक get the other mic or you can just select हाँ you want that it will look nice now or you can be that side so it works
And
good morning. Audience, good morning on a Sunday morning. We need more energy. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome back to day 2 of Neev Literature Festival 7.0.
Hello, hi.
कल हम इस मंच पर देखी कहानियां बात की हम बदलते ज़माने के बारे में
একদম ঠিক কি দারুণ সমারোহ অপর্ণা
Yes, Gauri.
what a spectacular gathering
Absolutely, Gauri. Yes. We also spoke about the parallel lives and this day and age in AI. There were many discussions on parenting, sparking a love for science, and which enlightened and broadened our perspectives.
and the most awaited event of the festival, the Neev Book Awards, unfolded with heightened anticipation and excitement, drawing book enthusiasts and authors from far and wide to celebrate excellence in children's literature. And of course, the grand finale. Aparna, do you know what I'm talking about?
Wait. Gauri, are you talking about the beastly tales that we witnessed yesterday?
Of course, that was good acting. Yes, it was the mostly spectacular beastly tales. And again, today we are back. That was yesterday. And today we are back with yet another round of stories and performances. And we start the day with Gosh Tarang. What a spectacular setting. We have so many children.
Gosh Tarang, true to its name, which means circle of stories, has mastered the art of using theatre as powerful tool to introduce children to the world of reading. Through their dynamic performances, they create an immersive experience where stories come alive, sparking the imaginations of young readers and inspiring a lifelong love for books. Last year, Gosh Tarang left our audience spellbound with their enchanting tales, and this year promises even more excitement and wonder. So audience, be prepared to be transported into a world where words dance, characters breathe, and imagination soars.
But before you let your imagination soar, here is an announcement. The entire day's event, which was yesterday, we now have them chronicled and available on YouTube. Just type in Neev Literature Festival 2023. So ladies and gentlemen and Bondhugan, let's put your hands together for Gosh Tarang.
Hello.
Hello. So, hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. People sitting in the back, I would request you to please come forward. Yes. In the meanwhile, I will tell you a bit about Goshtaranga. Goshtaranga is one of the many programs of the organization Quest, which is situated in Palghar. And in rural areas and tribal areas, many children are first generation schoolgoers. So they don't have access to books. And there is very little print material in the surroundings. They rarely see adults around them reading. As a result, many of them fail to acquire sound and permanent literacy. This makes it difficult for them to complete their formal education successfully. And Quest Goshtaranga Fellows perform children's literature for these children in Marathi and conduct library activities based on the storybooks. The whole exercise is based on the pedagogical research. Now, the Goshtaranga program or the fellowship program is a residential program of 10 months. And 3 to 5 young artists are selected every year. And this time there are 6 fellows, 3 of them which are performing here for you, and 3 of them are performing in Pune right now. So, yes. And I'll not take much of your time. So, I'll introduce these artists. Yogeshwar, Harshala, and Vikas.
Hello.
So, all over to you guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you? Very good? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna play a game. You want to play a game? Yes. See, so this is a big fish and this is a... Yes. So whenever I say big fish, you have to do the opposite. So what you'll do? And when I say small fish, what you'll do? Simple game? Easy? Really? Okay then. Big fish. Are Baba, big fish. Okay, small fish. Now you only told small fish. Small fish. Small fish. Okay, big fish. Big fish. Big fish. Small fish. Big fish. Big fish. Big fish. Okay, small fish. You all can also play, okay? You have to play. Big fish. Okay, small fish. Small fish. Small fish. Big. Small. Small. Okay, clap. Next game we are playing. You have to clap whenever I clap, okay? Not before me, not after me. Easy again? Easy? Okay.
tum tanana tum na 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 tum tanana tum na 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 tum tanana tum na 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 tum tanana tum na 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 tum tanana tum na 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 tum tanana tum na 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 na. तो ये कहानी शुरू होती है एक बड़े से गांव के बड़े से ठाकुर साहब के साथ. Are you all generally good with following Hindi? I can, all right? I'll try and explain, but you know, I have very short time and then it'll just get stretched. तो ये कहानी शुरू होती है एक बड़े से गांव के एक बड़े से ठाकुर साहब के साथ. ठाकुर साहब यूं तो आम इंसानों की तरह रोज रात को सोते, सुबह जागते, नहाते धोते, दांत मांजते, हाँ, चाय नाश्ता करते. पर एक बात ऐसी थी जिसे जानने के बाद आप ठाकुर साहब को एक आम इंसान तो नहीं कहेंगे, बल्कि शायद आप ठाकुर साहब को एक अव्वल दर्जे का पागल, बेशरम, बदतमीज, अजीबोगरीब या पापी इंसान भी कह सकते हैं. और वो बात ये थी कि हर रात को सोने के बाद, सुबह जागने के बाद, दांत मांजने के बाद, नहाने धोने के बाद, चाय नाश्ता करने के बाद हमारे ठाकुर साहब अपने घर की छत पे जाते और ठकुराइन को ऊपर बुलाते. ना हुज ठकुराइन? ठाकुर साहब की पत्नी इस ठकुराइन. हाँ, तो ठाकुर की पत्नी को बोलते थे ठकुराइन, चौधरी की पत्नी को, पंडित की पत्नी को. हाँ, so this was then, and even now, even in English, Mr. Sharma's wife is called Mrs. Sharma, Mr. Khan's wife is called Mrs. Khan, Mr. Matthew's wife is called Mrs. Matthew. Let's also look at professions. A female actor is called, a female god is called, a female prince is called, a female doctor is called, a female teacher is called. तो इससे पहले डॉक्टर का डॉक्ट्रेस और टीचर का टीचरेस बन जाए, here is a change that you might want to make note of. Yeah? तो ठाकुर साहब हमारी ठकुराइन को छत पे बुलाते सुबह, ठकुराइन को घर के छत की एक छोर पे खड़ा कर देते और खुद धनुष और बाण लेके छत की दूसरी छोर से, जो कि करीब 200 फुट की दूरी पे था, ठकुराइन के चूड़ी जैसे नथ के बीचों बीच से
हेलो। हम जो अभी कहानी देखने वाले हैं उस कहानी का नाम है, कौन पढ़ सकता है? क्या नाम है? जन्मदिन का चॉकलेट। जन्मदिन का चॉकलेट। ओके, मुझे ये बताएं इस चित्र में क्या क्या दिख रहा है? चॉकलेट। ओके, और लड़की, डॉल, सूरज। ओके, और बस? हाँ, रंग।
रंग
ओके,
दिख रहा है।
अभी मुझे ये बता सकते हैं ये कहानी क्या हो सकती है? हाँ बताओ। बर्थडे की कहानी। ठीक है, किसका बर्थडे? इसका नाम क्या है मालूम है? नहीं, लड़की। तुतुल। क्या नाम है?
तुतुल।
तुतुल। क्या कहानी क्या हो सकती है बताओ?
What will be the story we are performing here? Tutul's birthday.
It will be Tutul's birthday.
Okay.
What?
She want a chocolate on her birthday. Very good.
Okay.
She got. Oh. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, don't describe the picture. We want you to tell us what will happen in the story. You also can tell. Oh.
Okay.
What's
She
your
will
name?
go to the chocolate shop and take the colors away.
Yes.
What?
Toothache. She gonna have a toothache. Yes. Okay, she will get too many chocolates. From backside, anyone?
I think she has the answer.
Yes? Oh, okay. Yes? Yes?
What was the song in?
Okay, it was in Marathi.
I thought so.
Yeah. So, okay. Oh, you saw it last year also?
Okay.
Yes.
So this story is written by Tariq Manzoor. It's a Bangla story. And the illustrator of this story is Tawfiq Ahmad Anwar. और ये कहानी हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट की है नीलेश निमकर ने। शुरू करें कहानी? यस। तो मुझे बताओ आपने कहानियां कौन कौन सी पढ़ी है? कौन कौन सी कहानियां पढ़ी है आपने? You read stories? Just tell me some names. Harry Potter. You? The Adventures of Tintin. What? Famous Five. What? Mallory. Okay. And आपने नाटक देखे? Have you seen plays, theater?
Percy Jackson.
Tell me some names. You forgot? Okay. Okay, so we will begin.
Yes. I'll teach you afterwards.
Okay.
After the one.
La
It's like a packed schedule.
la 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 la. तुतुल ने अपने माँ के पास जाकर कहा, तुतुल
माँ, माँ, आज ना मेरी दोस्त का जन्मदिन है। हमें एक चॉकलेट खरीद कर दो ना माँ। माँ,
बेटा अभी तो हम काम कर रहे हैं।
An interview for that.
Years old, and he has so many of these kind of questions where asking like, why do these things happen this way? Why do these animals look this way? And I think that session will be like so helpful for them to learn about these kind of things. So,
Well, or just like ask themselves, like,
yeah.
can I figure out why that animal might look that way? There's probably a reason. So that would be just that research or that idea in your head that you think, I want to know that. I think that's the important takeaway.
Yeah. Because even when my daughter was, I think, 8, she believed that each creature had its own superpower, and so it's and this is a great, an exciting way to increase the curiosity also to figure out what's different in each of them.
And maybe why did somebody think that, I mean, in a different storytelling, they may have a superpower coming from the way that they present themselves.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, so how has your experience been as a writer? How did you get involved with the love of writing?
For children, we started writing books, but it didn't really have an audience, and so because we were designers anyway, so we were making really pretty books. But until we made books to answer our children's questions, it really didn't have. We didn't have a voice in that, in our children's world or in other children's world. It was really when we answered their questions, the books answered their questions, that we kind of learned, had a voice for that world. Yeah.
So if you had to pick one favorite childhood story, I mean something that your children really enjoyed and made you read it over and over again, which one that would be?
Blue Dragon. Oh, okay. I could never get past the rocks. My youngest child was like, I would beg him. I was like, Jamie, let's do 2 more pages past the rocks, this illustration of rocks. And it was like, please. I had it so memorized, I could do it in my sleep.
But it's also fascinating how these stories shape, our children, right? Because I think they do find something that they can relate to, or something that really holds their attention. So and what you're doing with all of these creatures, I think is just adding on to that.
Hope so.
Yeah, I think the key of stories is so that the children can find something that they relate to, so that they can not only find role models but simple characters that they can draw inspiration from in their real life. So I think that what you're doing is fabulous.
Well, and also we have 3 children, and not every child is the same. Yeah. And so you're putting things out there so that maybe it doesn't resonate with one child, but it resonates with the next, another. And so that's a great thing. It's like, okay, so this isn't exciting you, but this does excite you. let's go down that alley.
And I think that with Neev Lit Fest, right, we are bringing all the, and there's just so much for everyone. It kind of has something for everyone's appetite. And I think that's great. That was something that was missing, at least in India, where, you know, we didn't have a common place where we had a lot of literature for children available in one place.
It seems unique that way in that it's so varied, from like my sessions to storytelling sessions to movement sessions. I mean, it seems unique in that bringing all of that together in one place seems probably not typical. It's certainly not typical in the U.S. necessarily.
Thank you so much, Robin, for spending your Sunday morning with us.
Enjoy the Lit Fest. Thank you.
Yeah.
फिर तुतुल दुकान गई।
Twing, 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 twing. Twing, twing.
हम तुतुल की माँ है। जरा हमें एक चॉकलेट दीजिए।
तुतुल की माँ? हाँ, 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 नहीं, हाँ, नहीं। अच्छा।
हाँ।
पर तुतुल की माँ तो कानों में झुमके पहनती है। आपके झुमके कहाँ है? तुतुल। हाँ।
Married person who was making Rani speak. So only men could be there. No girl could marry her.
Okay, keep that in mind. Okay,
Rani,
you can.
yeah.
Thank you so much once again. तो शहजादी मधुमती दाखिल हुई किले में। किले में पहले से ही छोटी ठाकुराइन दाखिल हुई किले में छोटे ठाकुर बन के, क्योंकि वो कपड़े ठाकुरों के पहने हुई थी और आदमी बनी हुई थी। शहजादी मधुमती पहले से ही अपने सिंहासन पर विराजमान थी और सच में क्या बला की खूबसूरत थी शहजादी मधुमती। 18 क्या 18,000 राजा भी कुर्बान है तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। छोटे ठाकुराइन यानी छोटे ठाकुर ने शहजादी मधुमती को देखा, दोनों की आंखें मिली और कुछ तो हुआ जिसके चलते दोनों की धड़कनें तेज हो गई। और इस तेज धड़कन में इतनी गहराई थी कि शहजादी मधुमती के गले पे लिपटी हुई सुनहरी चुन्नी में जान आ गई। कि इतने में छोटे ठाकुर यानी छोटी ठाकुराइन ने शायराना अंदाज में कहना शुरू कर दिया कि जैसे नमक बिन खाना बेकार है, जैसे आलू बिन समोसा बेकार है, जैसे मछली बिन नदियां बेकार है, जैसे ट्रैफिक जैम्स बिन बेंगलुरु बेकार है, ठीक वैसे ही वाह वाह बिन कहानियां बेकार है। यू नो व्हाट वाह वाह इज? वाह 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 वाह, नो अप्रिसिएशन, नो नॉट। तो क्या कहा छोटी ठाकुराइन यानी छोटे ठाकुर ने कि जैसे नमक बिन खाना बेकार है, जैसे आलू बिन समोसा बेकार है, जैसे मछली बिन नदियां बेकार है, जैसे ट्रैफिक जैम्स बिन बेकार है, ठीक वैसे ही वाह वाह बिन कहानी बेकार है। तो है कोई इस सभा में जो मेरी कहानी सुने और मेरी कहानी पे वाह वाह करे? आप लोग तो वाह वाह कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस सभा में पूरी चुप्पी सधी हुई थी, कोई कुछ नहीं कह रहा। तो एक बार फिर छोटे ठाकुर ने कोशिश की कि जैसे नमक बिन, कहानी बेकार है, वेरी गुड, या कहानी शुड ऑल्सो बी सॉर्ट ऑफ सेवर एंड स्वीट एंड ऑल दैट, बट जैसे नमक बिन, जैसे आलू बिन, जैसे मछली बिन, जैसे ट्रैफिक जैम्स बिन, ठीक वैसे ही वाह वाह बिन। तो है कोई इस सभा में जो मेरी कहानी सुने और इस कहानी पे वाह वाह करे कि तभी शहजादी मधुमती के गले पे लिपटी हुई चुन्नी बोली, मैं सुनूंगी तुम्हारी कहानी, मैं करूंगी तुम्हारी कहानी पे वाह वाह। अब शहजादी मधुमती अपनी चुन्नी को बहुत भला बुरा कहना चाह रही थी, लेकिन अपने ना बोलने के प्रण से बंधी हुई थी कि उसी समय छोटे ठाकुर ने अपनी कहानी शुरू कर दी। एक गुरु थे, गुरु का एक शिष्य था। गुरु ने अपने शिष्य से एक दिन कहा कि वत्स, इस दुनिया में कई अजूबे हैं, जहां जाओ जहां देखो वहां अजूबे मिलेंगे, बस सवाल यह है कि तुम अपनी आंखें और कान खुले रख सकते हो कि नहीं। तो गुरु का इस कथन को परखने के लिए, टू टेस्ट व्हाट द गुरु हैड सेड, शिष्य एक दिन अजूबों की खोज में निकल पड़ा। और मजे की बात यह है कि उसको ज्यादा दूर जाना नहीं पड़ा, वो थोड़ी ही दूर चला कि उसको एक आदमी धनुष लटकाए जमीन पर बैठा देख रहा था, जो कि वो आसमान की तरफ देख रहा था, कुछ ऐसे। उससे पूछने पे उसने बताया कि 6 महीने पहले मैंने अपने धनुष से एक बाण छोड़ा था, ससुरा अभी तक नीचे ही नहीं आया, पता नहीं उसे आसमान निकल गया कि सूरज खा गया। उसका इतना कहना था कि एक बाण बहुत तेजी से जमीन की तरफ नीचे आया और जमीन में 200 फुट छेद करके अंदर घुस गया। धनुर्धारी ने एक दूसरा तीर निकाला और उस छेद की तरफ छोड़ दिया, और जैसे ही यह तीर इस छेद के अंदर गया, एक पानी का बड़ा सा फवारा निकलने लगा। धनुर्धारी ने बताया कि इस गांव में पिछले कई महीनों से बारिश नहीं हुई है, ये पानी का फवारा सब कुछ ठीक कर देगा। मैंने तो अभी ढूंढना शुरू भी नहीं किया था और मुझे अपना पहला अजूबा मिल गया। शिष्य ने धनुर्धारी से कहा, धनुर्धारी, मैं तुम्हारी तरीके के अजूबों में की तलाश में हूं, तुम बुरा ना मानो तो हम दोनों और अजूबों की तलाश में चल सकते हैं। तो धनुर्धारी और शिष्य थोड़ा और आगे बढ़े कि उनको एक आदमी दिखा जो कि दूर देख रहा था और कुछ उछल रहा था, कुछ इस तरीके से। तो वो भूरी वाली काफी तेज भाग रही है, वो सफेद वाली चौथी से 5वीं, अभी तीसरी से दूसरी और आगे होती जा रही है।
With one of our authors who's having an interactive session. It's called Green Waves, and Mutoni is our author. So we just wanted to get a sneak peek. So if you are around, please make sure you reach the venue by 10 o'clock.
Hi, my name is Mutoni. I am coming in from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a storyteller and a writer and also a publisher. The session that I'm having this morning is about a very naughty public bus. In Kenya, we call them matatus. Anyway, this, I don't know if the public bus system here is as naughty as the ones in Kenya, where they don't obey the rules of the road. And so when it drives into the coral reef, it behaves just as badly as it tries to get the fish to carry the fish as passengers. And that's what the story is about, and how the fish take their revenge on him. So he learns an environmental lesson. There'll be lots of sing-along, and we're going to read together. So that's what the session is.
That sounds exciting. I think Navya and I are also going to come to that session. Okay, so we have a place called Kerala, and in Kerala also the buses are pretty notorious and not following rules. But I'm sure they're not as notorious as yours.
Yes, and then later this afternoon I have a session, I think at 4 o'clock, a workshop with teenagers where we're going to explore how to tell traditional stories in new ways.
I think I'm going for that session.
I'm going there too. I have teenagers, although I'm not one.
Yes, and I was very fascinated by the Beastly Tale session yesterday because, yes, it was. And what I particularly loved was exactly that aspect, like the Red Riding Hood story, having this twist of an ending where it turns around and it's the girl that has the power. And, so I love that whole idea of looking at traditional tales with new eyes.
Yeah, I think it brings about a lot of perspective and helps society kind of reflect on these stories that we've been telling everyone and change them so that they can cater to the like our generation, the youth, and the changed environment today. So I think that's a really great, idea that's coming up.
There is another session called Breaking the Bias also, right? Which is breaking stereotypes.
Yeah.
So I think
same time as yours, there's a masterclass like that.
Okay. So we're all excited to be part of your session, and I'm sure everyone else is too. So if you're around and you're on your way, make sure that you're here by 10.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
मेरी हो गई गुल 1 2 3 4 1
2 3 4 बत्ती मेरी हो गई गुल 1 2 3 4 क्या करूँ ये सोचा मुझे नहीं माननी हार दिमाग दौड़ाया मैंने की सारी कोशिशें पर झुमके नहीं थे अलमारी में और नहीं थी मुझे पर झुमके नहीं थे अलमारी में और नहीं थी मुझे आसमान से भी बड़ा था मुश्किलों का भार एक लपक से बूम बैंग मैंने कर दिया वो पार भागम भाग और दौड़ा दौड़ी का आज दिन था
Give my chocolate. Give my chocolate.
ऐसे मिला तुझको चॉकलेट आज जन्मदिन का ऐसे मिला आज जन्मदिन का आज जन्मदिन का आज जन्मदिन का Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the story was directed by Mahesh Khandare. The songs were written and composed by Shiva Pranav Alavani. And the set design was done by Deepak Lorge. The Ghosh Taranga's production manager is Nina Dusle. Vardhan Dada is leading us at this Neev Literature Festival. And Vaibhav Lokur leads this Ghosh Taranga project. Thank you so much. Thank you.
लेकिन वो इस बात से बहुत खुश थी कि किसी भी मर्द में उसे बुलवा पाने की इंटेलिजेंस नहीं थी। शहजादी मधुमती ने छोटी ठकुराइन से कहा, क्यों ना तुम यहीं रुक जाओ, हो ना हो हम में कुछ तो कनेक्शन है, क्यों ना तुम मेरी सलाहकार मेरी दोस्त बन के यहीं रहो। तो छोटी ठकुराइन बोली, यानी कि नेकी और पूछ पूछ शहजादी मधुमती, लेकिन मेरा एक काम कर दीजिए, वो सारे प्रिजनर्स को प्लीज छोड़ दीजिए। तो जाहिर है सारे कैदी रिहा कर दिए गए, ठाकुर साहब को भी रिहा किया गया। ठाकुर साहब ने गांव जाके गाय का चारा खाया। छोटी ठकुराइन जो कि अब वापस मैनेजर की भतीजी बन चुकी थी, उसके पैर का पानी का पीना पड़ा उसे। और मैनेजर की भतीजी को कंधे पे बैठा के गांव के 108 चक्कर भी लगाने पड़े। और बड़ी ठकुराइन और उनका शरीर खुशी से फूले नहीं समा रहे थे। मोहरे लिया तूने ऐसा खेला दाव, खाए हिचकोले मारे मन की नाव, हरी शरारत सब जानू मैं चौधरी, मारे से ले वो न पंगा जी मैं कहन लगी कि मारे हिवड़े में जागी धोकड़ी रे चंदा में थाड़ी, चांदनी मन दामन में बांधी खुशी रे जुम्बा 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 जुम ओ, मारे हिवड़े में जागी धोकड़ी रे चंदा में थाड़ी, चांदनी मन दामन में बांधी खुशी रे जुम्बा 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 जुम। Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep those questions going, okay? Yeah, super. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for such a riveting performance. The manner in which that you've expressed our traditional values combined with gender roles is truly remarkable. And I once again must thank you.
Some books will be walking away with an award and others will not. The primary reason for them to be selected is to embody the most important values of reading and serve as an example to everyone around us as to what a good book truly is, aiming to nurture a love of reading in all of us. Although you can read without loving it, when you start to truly enjoy it, it's when you gain the most in terms of knowledge as well as developing your own character. I believe that there is no long way to start reading as long as we're able to do this. And the NLF provides everyone a great opportunity to start if they haven't already. Personally, some of my favorite books from this year's shortlist were Train to Tanjore by Devika Rangachari from the junior years category and Sweet Shop Wars by Chatura Rao from the emerging readers category. The reason I think both of these books resonated with me so much is because I thought their representation of children and their mindsets, even when conflict arose, was extremely authentic and something to which I connected the most. In conclusion, I want to express my deep gratitude for the incredible journey that the NLF has been this year. It has been an honor to serve as the NLF co-chair and to witness the power of literature in bringing people together. I look forward to many more pages being turned, stories being shared, and connections being made throughout this festival, and hope that everyone can inspire and be inspired by the boundless worlds books offer us. Thank you.
A small announcement to make. At 10:45, we'll have Mohin and the Monster performing instead of the Energizer.
Hi everyone, I am Adya Duddu, grade 4 student from Neev Academy. Today, I am here to share my experience and thoughts about the NLF Reading Challenge. Firstly, about the books. I think that they are quite interesting, funny, emotional, and what children usually face in their lives. These books are age appropriate too. Some of the books also teach life lessons, and there are different perspectives in the book. For example, in the book, The Light in Everything, there were two people expressing their story from their own perspective. These two people were Tom and Zofia. I learnt about the country's history and freedom struggle during independence in the book The Train to Tanjore, the separation of India and Pakistan, and how one wrong decision of trying to step out without elders would lead to disaster in the book Ticket to India. 10 different situations from 10 different communities at the same time in the book look both ways. And last but not least, organized and how there are specific venues for specific different things.
And how have you felt that books have played a role in your childhood?
So for me, books have played a role in my childhood because they helped me be entertained when I was bored.
Okay, which was your favorite session from yesterday?
From yesterday, I think neighborhood depictions was the best because we got to draw our neighborhood and...
Was it a masterclass?
Yeah, it was a masterclass.
I think there's one today as well, right? A drawing on the creatures.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to have fun with that one. Yeah.
Maybe I might go.
So what's your favorite childhood book to read?
My favorite childhood book to read is Harry Potter because it is very entertaining and very mysterious.
How many times have you read it?
3 to 4 times.
Okay. Thank you, Ishan. Have fun.
Reading. What we are reading and not just read for the sake of reading. 3. Try to come up with better method or process to collaborate with my team members. And 4. Try to participate in more challenges like this. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire NLF team for creating this platform for students and reading enthusiasts. Thank you.
Celebrating the magic of words and the wonder of stories, a literature festival is where imagination takes flight and hearts find their voice. Hello young readers, I'm Vivan. I'm here to share some exciting things we have learned during this year's reading challenge, and I'll keep it fun and easy to understand. Imagine reading a book like going on incredible adventures. Authors are like magical tour guides for us who make the journey interesting. They do this by introducing many different characters, each with their own specialties and personalities. These characters become your friends as you read, and you get to see how they feel and what they do through their words, actions, and emotions. Now here's something cool. The places where these adventures happen are just as important. It's like a backdrop of a play. Whether it's a mysterious forest, a bustling city, or a faraway planet, these settings help create the mood and make the story even more exciting. Authors also give the characters problems to solve. These problems are like puzzles in the story, and they help the characters learn and grow. Imagine you're solving a mystery or going on a quest with your friends. That's what characters do in books. They face challenges that make the story interesting and help them become better. Authors create solutions to these problems. It's like a superhero saving the day. And these solutions teach you important lessons. During this year's reading challenge, something truly exciting happened. We got to meet and talk to some of the authors. During these interactions, they shared with us the challenges they face while writing books and how they take inspiration from real life.
Sighing, King Trivikramasena climbed the tree once again and brought down the Vetala. Aren't you tired of this? Just let me go, it protested. When the king didn't speak, the Vetala continued. Let me tell you a story then. In the city of Anga, there once lived a sage with his wife and 3 sons. The sage spent his time performing and yagnas and praying to the gods while his sons learnt the Vedas. The years rolled by, and one day he was performing a difficult yagna. Halfway through the ceremony, he called his sons and said, "My sons, I need a turtle to be able to finish this yagna. Quick, get one from the sea." The sons quickly left for the seaside and hunted around for a turtle. When they found one, the eldest brother said, "Oh, I am not going to touch it. It looks filthy and it's covered in slime." He shuddered as he stepped back from the turtle. "If you don't want to touch it, why should we?" the other two asked. Well, if you don't pick it up, Father's yagna will remain incomplete, he said. Laughing, his brother said, it is as much as your duty as it is ours. Go on, pick up the turtle. Flying into a temper, the eldest son yelled, don't you know how fussy I am about what I eat? How do you expect me to eat touch this disgusting turtle? The second son folded his arms across his chest and said, firmly, I am far fussier than you are. I closely examine everything I drink. The third son scoffed. I am clearly the fussiest, since I am particular about the bed I sleep in. Let the king decide who the fussiest is, declared the eldest son. Arguing loudly, the three sons left the turtle on the beach and went to the court of King Prasenajit. They described their arguments to the king, who thought for a minute and said, all right, I will test each one of you and decide who is the fussiest. He took them all to the dining room for lunch, where the most delicious food had been served. Everyone ate the food with relish, except the eldest son, who refused to eat a bite. He sat in a corner with his nose wrinkled in deep disgust. Why aren't you eating? Asked the king in surprise. This food is delightful and fragrant. Well, your majesty, said the eldest son, while the food does look delicious, I perceive the rotting smell of corpses from the rice. Corpses! Exclaimed the king. Everyone, smell this rice and tell me.
Best part was the quiz itself, when we raced to input the right answer, praying and hoping it would be correct. I still remember the flukes we got right and the sure shot answers that were wrong. It made for fantastic learning. Last but not least, the fabulous and thought-provoking books will always be part of my memories of this reading challenge. Pack's Journey Home by Sarah Pennypacker touched me deeply, as it described the impact of forced migration on animals and children, a topic which we are unpacking in detail in our Grade 5 curriculum. The author contrasts the positive way in which Pax the fox handles his changes to Peter the human's somewhat turbulent transition. This learning tied in so neatly with our field trip to Bailakope to visit the Tibetan migrant settlement. I want to thank Miss Kavita, Miss Kartika, Miss Sneha and the rest of the Neev family for allowing us such a golden opportunity to delve into the wonderful world of books. Thank you.
My name is Shashank from 5C, and when I heard there was an NLF reading challenge, I was thrilled. The NLF reading challenge is a challenge where a bunch of teams from many different schools have to read a series of books in a span of 3 months and then are quizzed on the contents of the books. Whoever wins these quizzes will get the set of books for free. So I joined this because I thought it was a stroke of genius with my friends Aditya and Vihan. And so we began reading. Some of my favorite books were Misfit Madhu, which I could connect to very well because I was a coder myself. The Lost Whale, which I found very interesting due to its connection to biology. And lastly, The Ghost of Malabar, which I just couldn't stop dwelling deeper into. In conclusion, the NLF Reading Challenge was a great idea, not to mention the author interactions that let us meet our favorite authors and see from their point of view. Looking forward to the next NLF Reading Challenge next year.
The NLF Reading Challenge is a challenge where we are supposed to read 30 books in a period of 3 months. During this time, we had to attend a series of author interactions and answer a quiz. Hi, my name is Ishan Jelkhani and I'm from grade 6A. I'm here to talk about my experience in the Reading Challenge. Well, this is the first time I'm competing in the Reading Challenge, the competitive track. Last time I competed in the non-competitive track and I was pretty confused. What should I do? How do this go? But this year, thanks to my mentor, Ms. Deepthi from our school library, I was able to understand how we go about this. This was a really fun adventure for me, as it was my first time doing the competitive track, and I was really able to enjoy this challenge because it challenges my abilities as a reader to see how I can make notes on author interactions, interpret what the author is trying to convey, and what's the hidden meaning inside of it. The author interactions also played a really big role. This is as we were able to ask our favorite authors questions on why did they choose this to be in the book. For example, one of my questions was in the last reel, why did you choose to name the boy Rio? I also enjoyed reading these books as they were all very different from what I usually read. Some of my favorite books from this experience was The Worlds We Leave Behind by A.F. Harrell and Neev from Here. I really enjoyed the book The Worlds We Leave Behind by A.F. Harrell because it was very challenging to read at first because I wasn't able to get the gist of it. But that is exactly what I want. I want it to be challenging for myself. So the next time I reread it, it's much more fun. I also enjoyed New From Here because just like everyone else, we also had to experience lockdown, and it talks about how the family had to move to America because of lockdown and COVID. And one more thing is I really felt a connection because in this book it talks about how the brother of Knox is not able to immediately make friends. And that is what happened to me, and it really can hurt you when you're not being accepted into the community. This is all about books. Now let's talk about team members. So in this challenge, we had to make a group of 3. So it was me, my friend Sana and Shivansh. Now we really had to see how we could work together, to see how we could answer the questions right, and see what we weren't able to read, how we can do it together, and see how we can answer the questions right to get better score. I was able to pick up a few learnings from them. Like, I sometimes forget what books actually are.
And Sabya Taneja, the lightning readers from Fountainhead School from Surat, whose team consisted of Ananya Lapsiwala, Vionia Desai, and Vansh Virani. The book runners from PEP School V2, Bangalore, whose team had Archana Mista, Anika G, and Myra Ashri. And from our very own Neev Academy, the Cookie Squad, that includes Dia Suresh, Leher Meda, and Rishita Ivy Rajkumar. Good luck to all the teams.
They'll tell you. Check. Can you folks hear me, guys? Good morning. Awesome, great. Awesome. Just give me a couple of seconds, we'll start off. Okay, teams on stage. Hi guys, hi folks, can you see the stage? Can you see the screen? Yeah, is it nice and clear, visible? Team 3, are you able to see clearly? Team 4, awesome. Team 1, give me a thumbs up if you can see the screen clearly. Team 2, fantastic. All right, great.
Wishing all the contestants the best in this final Neev Literature Festival Reading Challenge. This year, our quiz master, Sachin Ravi, co-founder of Q-Shala, a platform that helps children become more curious, kind and aware, will be conducting the final quiz of this year's Neev Literature Festival. Can we have a round of applause for the contestants and Mr. Sachin Ravi?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Quizmaster for the day, Sachin Ravi, co-founder Q-Shala.
Hi folks, good morning to each and every one of you. Welcome on this Sunday morning here for the grand finale of the Neev Literature Festival Reading Challenge that we've hosted. We have a lot of lovely questions that the team here at Neev and here us at Q-Shala put together. So we're going to go through the next couple of, 1 hour, 20, 30 minutes or so, running through the lovely questions that we have for the 4 best teams from across the globe that we have who participated in the reading challenge. All right. So let's get a sense of what's happened over the course of the last 2.5 months. We've had 30 books that all these teams here have read cover to cover. And they had 2 months, I had like 24 hours. So they clearly know more than the quizmaster here. I'm just a facilitator, right? And I'm going to speak to the team here at Neev. These guys have really done an incredible job because they are the 4 best teams out of 605 teams, ladies and gentlemen. So round of applause for all of them, right? We've had 10 interactive sessions with authors. We've had 280 teams which then went to the preliminary rounds, 55 teams in the semi-final, and then we have the 4 teams here. So now let's go through the 4 teams here one by one and see who these teams are. So welcoming our finalists, team number 1 on stage is Team Ninjas, ladies and gentlemen. Vivan Babbar, Sabya Saneja, and Nirvik Patodia. Our second team on stage is Lightning Readers from Fountainhead School, Surat, Ananya Lapsiwala, Fiona Desai and Vansh Virani. Our third team on stage is the Book Runners from Pep School V2, Bangalore, Archana Mishra, Myra Ashri and Anika G. And the fourth team is the home team, ladies and gentlemen, Cookie Squad. Neev Academy, Rishita, Ivy Rajkumar, Diya Suresh and Leher Medda. So folks, these are literally the best teams across the world. We've taken a lot of questions. Every single book is represented in some form of a question here. So let's get started with proceedings without any further ado. And for a sense for the teams here on stage and for our audience members here as well who have joined us on this lovely Sunday, we have 4 rounds of quizzing we're going to be doing, folks. So now I'm going to be looking at the 4 teams here. Can you guys see me nice and clear? Awesome. So you guys have any doubts, anything that you want to clarify, I'm available. You can ask me questions and I'll be more than happy to address them for you. For now, you should know that there are 4 rounds of quizzing we're going to be having. Each and every round, we will explain the rules, how it works, etc. as and when we go through the round. Is that okay? Awesome. Let's go to the first round, ladies and gentlemen. The buzzers aren't going to be used for the first 3 rounds. So you can just not think about the buzzers for the first 3 rounds. It only comes at the last round. So we want some drama, some masala for the last rapid fire buzzer round that we have. For now, for the first round, ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 questions we're going to be asking you. And it's a topic round. So the round is known as the choose your topic round. So my colleague is going to come. He's going to come with a bowl of chits. So we want all of you to pick 2 chits at one go. And that will determine what topics you're going to be getting on screen, okay? There's no negative marking, so don't worry about it at all. But that said, there's no passing. So whatever question is allocated to team 1, you will be getting it team 2, 3, and 4 respectively, all right? So there's no negative marking, there's no passing, and there are 10 topics that we have formed questions on. The teams on stage will pick 8. The remaining 2 we will ask our friends and family here in the audience to participate and partake in. How many of you have read the books here, the children here? Can you just raise your hand? So fantastic. How many parents have read the books with the kids as well? I think that's a more important question also to ask. Some of them here, fantastic. All right, folks. So there's a lot of audience questions coming your way as well. So we'd love all of you to participate. Raise your hand. Tell me what you think the answer is, and I'll go ahead and come to you for the answer. All right? Fantastic. So my colleague Akshat here. So I've got my team, Akshat, Durga, Komal. Can you guys raise your hand? Can we have a shout out for my folks, guys? They worked tirelessly with the Neev team through a lot of questions, a lot of rehearsals, etc. So hopefully you guys have as much fun as we've had kind of putting this show together for you. So folks, have you picked your topics? Team 1, you've got 2 chits, don't open them yet. Team 2, you've got 2 chits. Team 3, 2 chits, raise your thumbs up. Team 4? Awesome, fantastic. Okay, so the first round, we're going to go ahead, let's see what's on the next screen. We have an audience question, so to start off with for everybody here, the question is on your screen. And if you know the answer, just raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the first question. In the author interaction session of the NFL Reading Challenge 2023, A.F. Harold said he drew his inspiration from a writer who was very good at giving literal voice to objects for his book, The Song from Somewhere Else, in which the main character, Frank, had long conversations with his stomach. So what is the name of the author who wrote the book, The Mouse and His Child? Now this is for the audience. Anybody, any child here who happens to know it? Okay, I can see, sir. Yes, sir. Why don't you tell us? We'll get a mic to you.
This is the great Randall Jarrell, the American and British author. The Mouse and His Child.
Can you say the name again a little clearly?
Randall Jarrell.
It's not,
no?
I don't think it's him. It's not him. I've had to go through a lot of authors in the last 24 hours. So a lot of names sound a little familiar to me, but that's not the author I can tell you. Good attempt, sir. Great attempt. Anyone else wants to take a stab at this? Yes, ma'am. Russell something. That's 50% correct. His surname? You've got it. Russell Hoban is what we were looking for. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? So Russell Hoban. So folks, the first audience question, this is to give you a sense of the caliber of questions and the caliber of teams that we have, all right? So round of applause for ma'am. And with that, let's get started with the first question. Team 1, why don't you open one of those sheets that you have and tell us what you have in front of you. Trees. Do you say trees? Awesome. Let's go to the question on trees, everybody. Here it is. Okay. On our way back from grocery shopping with Aunt Fanny Mae. So team audiences, you'll have to keep the answers to yourselves. I will come to you specifically and then you can tell me what you think the answer is. Okay, till then you'll have to hold on to your horses. So team 1, on our way back from grocery shopping with Aunt Fanny Mae, young Betty sees the lynched bodies of an African American woman and a man hanging from a tree. Identify this tree with large fragrant flowers found widely in southern United States. So team 1, this is a question exclusively for you. No passing. We will come to the other teams respectively. You can use the mic and tell us what you think the answer is. Use the mic, please, team 1. Shivnadar Ninjas.
I think it's the African jasmine. I think it was mentioned in the book.
You think that this could be the African jasmine and it is mentioned in the book. Unfortunately, not the answer that we were looking for. We were looking for magnolia, ladies and gentlemen. That was the answer to this question, but that's okay. Don't worry. We will get to the next set of questions, okay? Again, there's no negative marking, so feel free to take guesses here. Let's go to the next team here. Team 2, what's the topic that you want to go with here? Communities, okay. Communities, here it is. Let's see what we have for communities. Okay. In addition to students from the Boom Boom Matukarar community, Varnaville also houses students from another nomadic community. Originally hunter-gatherers, they only gained recognition as a scheduled tribe this year. So I want you to tell me, Team 2, Fountainhead, what is the name of this community apart from the Boom Boom Matukarar community that gained recognition as a scheduled tribe this year? So just give me the name of what you think this community is. That's all. There's no negative marking. Take a guess, please. And if it sounds like the answer, we will take a call on that. So go ahead and take a guess. Tell me what you think it is. Keep the discussions going as well, but I would like you to be a little quick once you've taken some time. Yes, go ahead, please.
I think it's the
community of the a group. I think it's a group of.
You have, yeah, can tell me a little more. Go on, tell me.
Like a group of people who are from like they.
I'm so sorry, Team 2. Can you just give me one keyword? Otherwise, I will have to pass you. Do you want to say one last sort of answer? Group of people, something. Otherwise, we will pass. That's okay. Don't worry. We have a lot of questions coming your way. Do you have a final answer that you want to give us? No worries. We can pass this one. Guys, I want you to relax. No worries. We have a lot of questions coming your way. Can we have some applause for Team 2, guys? So this is the Nari Kuravars community that we were looking for. They're a community that used to make beads. So necklace making, bead making, that's how they really came about. So folks, questions could seem a little tough, but that's okay. You will get a hang of things, right? These are, after all, the best teams we have across the country and the globe. So let's go to Team 2 Pep School version 2. These are the book runners that we have here. Folks, which topic would you like to pick? Insects. Okay, let's look at the insects question. So this is from the book checked by Cynthia. So one night when Connor takes Sinbad out for a walk, it hits him that this dog is still quite sick. Taken over by this feeling, he stomps angrily on an insect as hard as he can. Identify this insect that had come out into the bone-dry night to explore, even though it usually likes damp conditions. So please tell me, Team 3.
I think it's tarantula.
10 points to this team. They've got the right answer. Fantastic job. Tarantula is what we were looking for. And the first team on stage has opened their account. Fantastic job. This is Team 3. The book runners have gotten it right. Well done, folks. That is your points that you've opened. And with that, we will go to team number 4. Here it is on your... tell me which topic you'd like, Neev Academy. These are the Cookie Squad folks that we have here. The home team, no less, as well. So Team 4, what would you like? Which topic would you like a question on?
Birds.
Birds. Fantastic. Let's look at the question on birds and see what we have. Okay, this is from Searching for the Songbird. From the low branch of a tree right in front of him, a 2-foot-long white ribbon suddenly appeared. The ribbon was in fact the tail feathers of a white bird with a midnight blue crest. Name this bird Johnny encountered in Neemwala. Audiences, I request you to keep the answers just for yourself for a couple of seconds. We have exclusive questions for you. So Team 4, Neev Academy, what do you think is the bird in question here? What is the name of this bird? I'm looking for a specific answer, team. So tell me, take a couple of seconds, tell me what you think.
I think it might be the paradise songbird or something. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Team 4. That is a little bit of the answer, but I'm looking for something really specific. This is the grand finale. I can see some other teams are like, hey, I actually know the answer as well. So what we were looking for, Team 4, unfortunately, we were looking for the Indian paradise flycatcher. So if you told me two of those 2 words, I was going to give it to you. Again, a round of applause. You made a really great attempt with that question. So this is the Indian paradise flycatcher that we were looking for. Keep the attempts going, folks. There's no negative marking. I want you to make sure you take an attempt for all these questions. Let's go to Team 1 again. This is the second topic you can choose, Shiv Nadar, the ninja team that we have on stage here. So, places. Fantastic. Lovely question that we have for this one. Now, there are 4 beautiful places on your screen here. You see the Grand Central Station. You see the Plaza Hotel. You see the Central Park and the New York Public Library. So, I'll just come to you. Which book are these places connected to? Give me the name of the book, Team Ninjas. What is the name of the book?
Good Thieves.
That is the right answer. We're looking for the Book Thieves and +10 to team number 1. They've opened their account. The Book Thieves by Catherine Rundle is the book that we were looking for. They've opened their account with +10 with that. Well done, Team 1. Team Ninjas from Shiv Nadar all the way from Faridabad. They've traveled down here for the grand finale of the NLF festival. I think I was a little sports heavy. I said NFL in the earlier instance I said it. My apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. With that, let's go to Team 2. What topic will you be having a question on?
Movies.
Lovely, movies, a topic I adore as well. So again, when Connor and his father evacuate to his aunt's house following the fire in the beginning of Checked, they sit down to watch a movie about a young woman who migrates to the US from Ireland in the 1950s. I want you to tell me the name of the movie, Team 2.
Brooklyn.
Fantastic, right answer, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brooklyn, starring Saoirse Ronan, a lovely movie about time in the early part of New York, etc., especially in Brooklyn. And with that, Team 2 also has opened their account. They've got themselves 10 points with this question. Let's go to the last two questions we have for the teams on stage. Team 3, book runners, which topic would you like? Mythology. Okay, let's look at mythology. I hear a lot of exciting ahs in the audience. Here it is. For MCA Day, Carnegie's team makes a model depicting the Great Flood as a power struggle between the Chinese goddess of the sea, Mazu, and the Norse goddess of marriage after whom Friday is named. Name this goddess who also prominently features in the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the role of Thor's mother and Odin's wife. So, Team 3 on the mic, what is the name of this goddess?
Freya.
I will give it to you. We were looking for Frigga, Freya. That's absolutely right. 10 points for Pep School. That is the right answer. So if you watch the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the character goes by Freya, Freya. That is the right answer. So plus 10 to Team 3, Pep School. They've gotten that right. With that, let's go to the last question on stage here for Team 4. Neev Academy, what do you have?
Theatre.
Theatre. Okay, let's look at the question on theatre, everybody. Here it is. And the next two questions, audiences, they're exclusively for you. We'll come to you in just a couple of seconds. Let's look at the question on theatre, team. Okay, this is from the book written by David Armand. During David Armand's first visit to Japan, he watches a theatre form that he describes as a drama filled with tales of battles and beheadings. Identify this theatre form in which women played a role in both the role of both men and women in its initial years. So this is the question again for the Cookie Squad team that we have from Neev Academy. So what is the name of this theatre form from Japan that we were asking you to identify? Exclusively for Cookie Squad. You can think about it and then tell us the answer on the mic. I can see there's a lot of communication between the teams on stage. They're like, hey, I know the answer. Do you know the answer as well? Let's find out. Team 4, what do you think the answer is, folks? And again, there's no negative marking. Feel free to take a guess, please. Other teams, please hold on to your answers. Let's go to Team 4. Quickly, folks. Are you okay? Would you like some water? Here it is. You can give this to her. Yeah, you can give that to her first. Yeah. Would you like to give us an answer, Team 4?
We don't know.
You don't know? That's perfectly fine. It's okay to pass. The answer that we were looking for was kabuki. Let's look at a video about this as well. Here it is. This is from the book The Paper Boat, about the author's first visit to Japan. And kabuki, apparently there was a lot of mixing of different social classes that happened when it first really came about. Eventually, they really moved the women out, and then men started playing the role of men and women, rather unfortunate, but very, very popular during the Edo period that you had, which is the kabuki form of theatre. All right? With that, Team 4, are you okay? Yeah? Take a deep breath. Have fun through the course of the quiz. I'm here to help you. All right, can we have a round of applause for Team 4, folks? Come on, let's give them some cheer. Okay, all right, cool. Let's get the audiences here. Awesome, I can see nice posters and banners as well. That's so lovely. Let's ask our audiences here, which question would you like at the, which topic would you like? Music, okay, let's get a question on music and see what we have here. Okay, so the menu for the retreat of the World Avian Conservation Society at Crimson Sunbird had a Beatles song as its theme. It says you can boast all you want and have a lot of riches, but you won't necessarily impress the singer. All right, so I want you to, let's listen to the audio, folks. So for the parents, okay, let's ask that young gentleman. Yes, why don't you get the take on the mic?
I think Blackbird.
Blackbird is a great guess. This is not Blackbird. You want to pass it to the person on your right? He's right there. You can ask. You had Blackbird as well. Okay. Parents, Beatle aficionados, anyone who likes the Beatles, this is a very specific song that we were looking for. Anyone wants to take a stab at it? Ma'am? Yes, please. Sir, anyone who wants to go for it? Let's ask you, sir. Yes. Strawberry Fields Forever is not this one. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir, please. Yellow Submarine is a good guess as well. Let's ask those children right at the back for the last time.
Is it Nowhere Man?
Throwing Man, is that what you're saying?
Nowhere Man.
Nowhere Man, not Nowhere Man. That is a good one. Last attempt for this young gentleman here.
Octopus's Garden.
Not Octopus's Garden. I'm going to give the answer for this question just in the interest of time. We were looking for a song called And Your Bird Can Sing from the album The Revolver. All right, let's go to the last audience question that we have here, and that is from natural disasters. Let's ask the audience this question, and then we move on to round number 2 very quickly. So ocean warming has been increasing the incidence of cyclones in the Arabian Sea, which did not see as many cyclones as the Bay of Bengal earlier. Name the 2021 cyclone referred to in Versova vortex that hit the western coast of India amidst the pandemic, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. Unfortunately, what is the name of the cyclone? Very much in the real world that this happened. Anyone wants to tell me what the name of it? This apparently, yes, I can see him. Why don't you tell us? Let's take the mic. I'll come to you, ma'am. I'll just ask that young gentleman. Yes. Any answer, you can give us a guess. It's okay. Okay, you can think about it and tell me later. Yes, go ahead.
I think the starting letter was a K.
Starting letter was a K. That's a good first attempt, but not what we were looking for. Good guess, though. Let's ask ma'am.
Is it Takute or
Absolutely right. Takte, Takute, which is actually from the Burmese word for gecko, which is what we look. So Taukte, Takute, as long as it sounds like the answer, we're going to give you points. So points for the audience with that question. And with that, we go on to the scores, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how our teams are faring. Let's look at the scores and see how our teams are here at the end of the first round. With 2 points, 2 answers they've gotten right. Team 3, Book Runners from Pep School V2 is currently on 20 points. Team 1 and Team 2, Ninjas and Lightning Readers, have got 10 points apiece. Team 4 hasn't yet opened the account, but they have a long way to go, and I'm sure they're going to do really well through the course of the rest of the questions. Let's go on to the second round, everybody. Here it is on your screen, and for this one again, this is an audio identification round. So we are going to be playing you 4 questions. We're going to go anti-clockwise with this. So Team 4, this first question is going to come to you. So we're going to be playing a clip of an audio, and I want you to identify what the question is asking. So it's from an author interaction we've had this year at the reading challenge that we've had. Plus 10 again for a right answer, no negative marking, no passing as well. So let's have the first question for our friends in the audience. Just to give you a sense of how these questions are, here is the question on your screen.
Many women in my life who have inspired me, nurtured me, cared for me, who've really seen me at first and foremost. My mother was a person who...
So before the audio could play, we've had a young gentleman give us the answer. This is Renee Watson that we were looking for. Absolutely, yes. It's so lovely to see the parents have as much as an idea about these books as much as children. So for me, the most incredible thing is just the variety of knowledge and the various perspectives these books are bringing is pretty incredible. So Renee Watson was the first audience answer. Well done to that young man in the front for getting that right. Round of applause for him as well for getting that right. And with that, first question from round number 2. Team 4, Cookie Squad, are you ready? Okay, here is your question, everybody. Team 4, I want you to identify this Carnegie Medal winning author who's speaking in this clip. Listen
So I
carefully.
think that it's really important to tackle big themes when you're writing for children, because just because you're young doesn't mean that you don't experience emotions and go through tough times. And it's sort of patronising to say, oh, we should only be writing sort of nice things for children, because one, children can handle the truth of lots of things, and 2, children don't always experience nice things. And books, lots of them should reflect life. And I also think that we all basically, no matter where we come from and what our experiences are, feel happiness, anger, fear, and sadness. Those are like the core things.
You want to give an answer, Team 4? Okay, we can pause the audio. You want to give an answer, Team 4?
Katya Balin.
That is the right answer. Plus 10. Katya Balin is the right answer, and she's, of course, the author of the book. Which is the book? Which is this? This is The Light in Everything is the book, of course. Sorry, I took a little bit of time with that one. So Katya Balin gets 10 points to Neev Academy, and they've opened their account with that as well. And the next question, Book Runners, team number 3, on your screen. Listen to the audio, please. Here it is.
When I originally wrote the first, like the outline for the book, it actually was set in the lagoons of Mexico. But my publishers didn't want me to write the book set in Mexico because they thought...
You want to give the answer? Let's pause the audio, team. Okay, you're sure? You can listen to the full thing if you want.
No, I know this.
Fantastic. Team 3, what do you think the answer is?
Hannah Gold.
Fantastic answer, plus 10. This is the book, The Lost Whale. She wanted to make it a very authentic experience for the reader, so the publisher recommended that instead of having it in Mexico where she hasn't traveled as much, she actually set it in California. And with that, Pep School gets themselves another 10 points with that. And with that, we will go on to the second team on stage, the lightning readers that we have, which is all the way from Fountainhead School in Surat. Here is your question, Team 2, appearing on your screen. Now, listen to the audio.
And in those stories, you get a lot of enchantments, curses, people who are transformed or inspelled in some way.
You want to listen to the full thing? You know. Okay, let's pause the audio. Incredible teams here. They heard 3 seconds, folks. Tell me, Team 2, what?
Francis Hardinge.
And 10 points to Fountainhead School. They've gotten that right. This is, of course, the book Unraveler that we have. They've gotten themselves 10 points with this. And I saw a nice dab that young man did as well on stage. Clearly, he's very happy. Well done. And with that, let's go to the last question of round number 2. Here it is for the ninja team that we have. Shiv Nadar, Faridabad. Here it is. Listen carefully, please. Identify the speaker for me.
So yes, I absolutely was showing you, here's one way a family can close you down, and here's one way.
Don't you want to listen to the full thing? Okay,
So,
let's pause the audio. Team 1.
Sarah Pennypacker.
You've made my life so easy. That's the right answer. Sarah Pennypacker was the answer that we were looking for. And this, of course, is the book that we were looking for, was Pack's Journey Home. And they've gotten themselves 10 points with that. Very, very quick round that just tells you the caliber of these teams. Incredible. 2 to 3 seconds that we've had here. Round of applause for all of them with that one. And we will have an audience question again while my team tabulates the scores. Let's have the audience question for our friends in the audience. So which book is this excerpt from? That's the question.
She was some years younger than they were, down at the bottom of the school, probably still in the infants, while they were up at the top.
Can we ask that young lady right at the back? She's got a...
something or other.
Right? I'm so sorry. I take that back. I'm sincerely sorry about that. That child from the back, I'm sorry. I take that back. That was unintentional.
The book is The Worlds We Leave Behind by A.F. Harris.
That is the right answer. Fantastic. Superbly done. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, young man, sorry about that. And with that, we will go on to the scores, folks. And here it is after 2 rounds of quizzing that we have here. Currently, these are the scores that we have. Very, very close battle. We've got Shiv Nadar with 20 points. Fountainhead also with 20 points. A slender lead with 10 points. We've got Pep School with 30 points. And Neev with 10 points as well. Well done for all these teams here. Again, folks, 2 more rounds of quizzing, right? So everybody read the question on the screen. Think about it. You guys know the answers to these questions. You guys have prepared immensely well. Take a deep breath. Think about it and tell me what you think. And this round is the round that can make a lot of difference, folks. This isn't 10 points per right answer. You can win up to 30 points with 1 right answer in this question. So you can really leapfrog other teams if you really want to win this, all right? So what, folks, we're going to do here is we have an image reveal round here. So we will ask you to identify something. There's going to be 4 parts to these images here. All I need you to do is identify what's being asked. If you get it in the first clue, you get 30 points. But also, please know that if you get it wrong, teams, you will get a negative. Okay? So I want you to be careful, right? Take your time, no rush. You have 60 seconds. If you get it in the second clue, you get a plus 20. But if you get it wrong, you get a minus 10, unfortunately. For the third clue, you get a plus 10 and then a minus 5. And if it's the fourth clue, you get 5 points completely with no negatives. Okay? So again, there's no buzzer per se here. You will get negative if you get it wrong. So take your time within the 60 seconds. And whenever you want to go to the next clue, whichever team I'm asking, please tell me, sir, can we go to the next clue? Is that okay, teams? Works? Awesome. Let's do a question for the audience as well, for them to get, for teams, get a sense of how this is being conducted. 60 seconds on the clock. Here it is. Okay, so let's look at the first one. So audiences, you can tell me, hey, we need the next one. Okay, someone wants to take a stab at the first one itself. Yes. Sorry? Unfortunately, not the right answer. I want you to tell me the name of the characters here. I've got Sir right there. Yes.
Abindranath Suryahouse?
Not the one I'm looking for. Young lady at the front.
The Orphans.
Sorry?
Ogress and the Orphans.
Not that one either. Oh, next clue. Sorry. Can we go to the next clue? Okay. Anybody here? The Lost Whale.
The
is
Lost
this it?
Whale.
That is the right answer. Yes, but what is the name of the characters? What is the name of the characters we were looking for?
Rio and his mom.
Absolutely. This is Rio and his mother Bella that we were looking for. The name of the characters. So folks, look at the question carefully. It might tell you not to name the book per se. It might tell you to name the name of the characters. Look at the question and tell me what you think the answer is. In this case, since it was the audience, I couldn't run through them. But here, folks, you can tell me. Team, can we please go to the next clue? Is that okay with you all? All right. And this is going to go clockwise. Let's go to team 1 here. This is the first question that we have here. Let's get started. Team 1 ninjas, here is your question. 60 seconds on the clock. Let's look at the first one. Who drew this illustration and wrote the book from which this image is taken?
Ishanagar.
Sorry?
Ishanagar.
Ishan Nagar is what you're saying. I'm so sorry, team 1. Let's look at the second one, third and fourth one. That's a minus 15, unfortunately. This is what we were looking for. Hold on, let's not... Okay, we were looking for Cressida Cowell, folks. So, slightly negative start there, a minus 15 to team 1. Guys, it's okay. Take a deep breath, it's fine. So now you've gotten a sense of things. Please look at the entire image and then give me an answer. Is that okay, folks? Works for you guys? All right. So that's unfortunately a minus 15 to team 1. Let's go to the next question on your screen. Now team 2, lightning readers. Here it is, all the way from Fountainhead, Surat. Please take your time. Let's look at the first clue. You have 60 seconds. That's a lot of time. You need more clues? You can tell me. You need to identify the characters, yes.
So, this is from the worlds we leave behind. Hex's father and Hex.
30 points for that team. They've gotten that right. Incredible answer. What an answer. That's 30 points they've gotten themselves with this. This is Hex and his father from the worlds we leave behind, the book that we were looking for. Incredible. So, all's at stake here. That team just got themselves 30 points with this question. So, well done. And I think as a result, they've gotten themselves in the lead as well. So, let's go on to team 3, Pep School V2. Take a deep breath, guys. All right. All for you to win for all the teams here. Let's go to the question on your screen. 60 seconds starts now. So I want you to tell me the name of a country. Where is this picture set? The name of a country. If you want to go to the next clue, you can tell me. Next clue, okay. Let's go to the second clue. Guys in the audience, hold on please. If you want to go to the next clue, team 3, you can tell me. Okay. Do you have an answer? We do know that you have a negative of minus 10 if you do get it wrong, unfortunately. I just need you to tell me the name of the country. Where is this picture set? You want to go to the next clue? You want to give me an answer? Country. I'm looking for just the name of a country. That is the right answer. She was very unsure, but she got it right. We were looking for India. And the book, of course, is Maria's Island by Victoria Hislop that we were looking for. And they've gotten themselves this right, and they get themselves 20 points with that. Well done, guys. Round of applause for Team 3 Pep School V2 from Bengaluru. And the last question of round number... Sorry. Yeah, the 4 more questions, guys. Sorry. This is the 4th question here for team number 4. Cookie Squad from Neev Academy. Here is your question. We have 4 more questions after this. Here it is. Audiences, some silence, please. Just give me the person being depicted. I just need a broad answer. Okay, broad answer. Not a specific name. Audiences, please, I request you to maintain some silence. Just give me how you would refer to this person, not a specific name, it's fine.
I think it's Abhinandan's painting of his mother.
30 points to Neev Academy! They've gotten themselves right with this one. I just needed to hear Abhindranath Tagore's mother. If you did tell me Sudhamani Tagore, that would have gotten you brownie points from me, but you still got the 30 points. That's all I wanted. Round of applause for Neev Academy. They've done a lovely job with that 30 points. right back in contention for the grand finale here with just one 30-point attempt they've gotten. And with that, let's go to the next question. We're going again in a clockwise order. Team Ninja, Shiv Nadar, Faridabad, here is your question. Same drill, one more question for each of your teams. Here it is, and team 1, take your time. You know how this works. Make it up, all right? Here it is. I want you to identify any 2 characters out of the 3. Any 2 out of the 3.
Miss Charu and Madhu.
30 points to Shiv Nadar. Which book is this? Which? Miss Madhu is, of course, the book that we were looking for. So either Madhu, Miss Charu, or Pushpa ma'am, the principal, anyone would have gotten you points. They got that in the first clue, folks. So 30 points for Shiv Nadar, and they've undone the negative that they got in the first round. So well done for them. Round of applause. Very well done. And with that, team number 2, team Lightning Readers from Surat. Here is your question. Take your time. Take a deep breath. Identify the building. I want you to tell me the name of the building, teams. Name of the building. A specific name I'm looking for here, Fountainhead. You can take a couple of more seconds, there's a lot of time. I'm looking for a very specific answer, teams. You want to go to the next clue? That's possible as well. You can. That's okay. Okay, next clue. Team 2, clue 2.
$20 seconds left.
Fountainhead, an answer quickly, please. You have 14 seconds. You can look at the third. Okay.
It's like the glass pyramid. It's the glass pyramid.
I'm so sorry, Fountainhead. I would have looked, even if that was that, I need something a lot more specific. Unfortunately, the answer that we were looking for was actually the Arctic Cathedral in Tromsø in Norway. Which book is this from, teams? Absolutely, Leela and the Fox. You're looking for the Arctic Cathedral. It's okay, team 3. Team 2, it's fine. Don't worry. You have a long way to go. That's unfortunately a negative 10, if I'm not wrong, to negative 10, I think, scoring. I hope you guys are making note of that, my team. Fantastic. Okay. With that, we will go to team 3, Pep School, on your screen right now. Guys, we are more than 50% done with the quiz. We have a lot of buzzer questions, but let's keep this tempo going. Team 3 book runners from Pep School, here is your second question of the image reveal round on your screen now. Which celebrated illustrator, well known for illustrating books such as Matilda and the BFG, drew this image? Yes.
Quentin Blake.
And 30 points to Pep School. Roald Dahl, of course. Roald Dahl, the big friendly giant, etc. This is the luck of the draw. So Quentin Blake gets themselves 30 points is the right answer. And let's go on to the last question of this round. Audiences, just a little more time. We'll of course come to you specifically for questions. I wouldn't want answers coming from you guys for the teams here. Last question of this round, Cookie Squad from Neev Academy. Last question on your screen now. What is the woman in this image cooking? I'm looking for a specific answer. What is the name of the dish that this woman is cooking? Yeah? You can, there's time. Next clue, fantastic. Let's go to the second clue, please. Teams, when you're discussing, keep the answers to yourselves. You don't want other teams listening to it inadvertently. Team 4. Next clue. Nice. Let's go to clue number 3. It's okay to go to the fourth one as well. There's no negative with that one. Let's go to the fourth one. Okay. Fourth clue. Okay. For no negatives and +5, Neev Academy, what is the name of the dish that this woman is cooking?
I think it's fish.
Can you...
I'm not sure.
Sorry?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? I'm sorry. Folks at Neev, we can give that? Okay, we're going to give points for that. That's 5 points. So we were right with fish. We're looking for fish curry. Fish curry, if you told me. There was a discussion here. I knew curry. I had curry with me. Why didn't you take curry from me? I had it given to you. So we're going to give you points for 5 points with that. Okay, so let's go ahead. And we will look at an audience question. And with that, we have back a question again for the friends in the audience here. So here it is again. One more audience reveal, if I'm not wrong. Not an audience reveal. Let's go ahead. Okay, this is a question I really liked. So which way to anywhere starts with the epigraph, the Neverland is the map of the child's mind. Which famous play is this line from, or who wrote it? Either one of those should be okay. I can see her, right, who's raising her hand in the black t-shirt. The black t-shirt, she's raising her hand. They're raising their hand. You can ask them what they think the answer is.
Shakespeare?
Shakespeare. I heard someone say Shakespeare. Not the right answer, unfortunately. I'll come to you, ma'am, in the front. Can we have a mic here? Sorry?
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan is absolutely right. What is the name of the author? Anyone here?
J.M. Barrie.
J.M. Barrie is absolutely right. Let's look at the answer. Peter Pan, or the boy who would not grow up, by J.M. Barrie is what we were looking for. Very, very famous, incredible story that we have. And with that, let's look at the scores, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, appearing on your screen. Let's look at the sense of the scores before the last round. What a change in fortunes for teams here. Team 1 is with 35 points. Don't worry, lot of questions coming your way. Team 1, don't worry at all. Relax, you guys have a long way to go. Team 2 with 40 points, Surat. Team 3, Pep School, has 80 points in this quiz. And Neev Academy with 45 points with this after the end of 3 rounds of quizzing. Okay, now folks, the last round is what you refer to as drama and masala, okay? Because you have the buzzer we're going to use here for this round, okay? So the buzzer we will test here. I've got my friends in the back end who are going to be resetting the buzzers. First thing to mention to all the teams here, folks, I need you to listen carefully to this instruction, okay? Teams, are you with me? Are you listening to me? Yeah. So this is a buzzer which is a circuit breaker buzzer. What does that mean? It simply means that if you're hitting the buzzer and you don't see a light, right? It means that someone has hit the buzzer before you. Okay? So you'll see the buzzer lighting up and I will tell which team has to give the answer. So please don't shout the answer out till I call the team. Can we make that arrangement and agreement, folks? I'll see who's buzzed and I'll come to all the doubts. I'll tell you, I'll explain all of those rules to you. So if I notice a team has hit the buzzer, I will indicate for you, that team to give me the answer. Just because you hit the buzzer doesn't mean you automatically have a chance at answering. Is that clear? It's because these buzzers work in a way, if someone's hit the buzzer, it automatically stops working for the rest. Okay? I'll tell you how that works. Now, do you see 2 buttons on your table? Let's reset the buzzer. Team 1, can you hit 1 first? Do you see it's lit up here for me? I can see it. Let's reset. Fantastic. Let's hit it again. Hit the other one. Is it working? Are you happy? Cool. So now, no, hold on. That's why. Because this team has hit it. You can use both. That's because this team had hit it. Let me just give you an example. Can you hit the buzzer, team 2? One of them? I hit one of them. She's hit it. Sorry. Hold on. I'll come to you. Team 2, can you hit it again, please? Hold on. Team 3, don't hit the buzzer just yet. Team 2, can you hit the buzzer, please? Okay. Now, team 1, why don't you try hitting the buzzer? Slightly, yeah. Is it working? So team 2, teams, do you see? Because team 2 has hit the buzzer, it will not work for you. Are we in agreement? Does that work? And so when you get a little excited, you might shout the answer out. I would like you to avoid that as much as possible, yeah? Only when I say, okay, I want to hear the answer from this team, they will give the answer. Does that work, folks? Okay. Now let's test the buzzers. Let's reset. Let's test the other buzzer for team 2. Please hit the other one. No, hold on, team 3, not yet. Team 2, yes. Okay, both buzzers working. Are you guys happy? All right. Buzzers reset. Team 3. Okay, reset. One more. Both buzzers working. Are you guys happy? All right. Team 4, buzzers reset. Hit 1, please. Okay, reset. Is the other one working? Do you hear that noise as well? Okay, great. So this is how, yes, tell me. Can we test once more? These are the stakes of the grand finale, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's perfectly fair game. Let's, of course, test again, if that gives you some satisfaction. Yeah? Are you guys happy? That's because that team has hit it. Can you please reset? Guys, I don't want this comedy of errors happening, all right? I will tell you which team is to give me the answer, and we'll work with that. Can we make that arrangement and agreement? Awesome, great. Let's go on to the next question that we have. Okay, these are the rules, folks. Again, please note, if you hit the buzzer and give me a wrong answer, what happens? -5, unfortunately. So be careful, right? Be very, very careful. +10 if you get it right, -5 if you get it wrong. And whichever team hits the buzzer first, I will call you You need to give me the specific answer. Everyone can take a stab at this. Do we have an audience question for this one? I think we have an audience question. Oh, yes, we have an audience question yet again. Here it is. And this is not on the buzzer. This is for our friends here in the audience. You can tell me, what is the name of the club Charles Darwin was a part of when he attended the University of Cambridge? Cambridge University is what I was looking for. Okay, let's ask ma'am. She's a guest here. Yes?
Glutton Club.
Glutton Club is absolutely right. Glutton Club is what we were looking for. Yes, team 2 has a doubt. Please ask me. Great question. Great question. So all the questions are going to appear on your screen. Okay? I will read it. But in the instance you hit the buzzer, before I finish reading the question, I will stop. And I will immediately ask you for an answer. Okay? Great point raised by team 2. Listen carefully, folks. If the buzzer is hit, I will want you to give me an answer immediately. Okay? You're indicating to me, the quizmaster, that you know the answer. Does that work? So what I do not want is you hit the buzzer, take your time reading the question, and then tell me the answer. That is not possible in this round. Is that okay? All right, guys. Fingers on your buzzers. Buzzers have been reset. First question of the last round of the grand finale of the reading challenge, ladies and gentlemen. On your screen now. What did Matron make with the ashes of the old library? Wait, okay, team 4 has hit the buzzer. Tell us. Soap is the right answer. Plus 10, plus 10. Plus 10. Well done, folks. They've gotten themselves a plus 10. They've opened their account. So, folks, we clearly saw that team 4 has hit the buzzer and only they could give the answer. We've reset the buzzers. Let's go on to the next slide. We have 7 more questions here. The second question, teams, are you ready? Second question appearing on your screen now. Name the press that published the anti-British leaflets in the train to Tanjore. Okay, team 1 has hit the buzzer. What is the name of the press?
Press. India. No. Quit India Movement Press. Quit India Press.
Absolutely the right answer. We were looking for the Quit India Press. What an answer. What an answer. On the fly from team 1, Shiv Nadar, Faridabad. And they get themselves with, he's also a collective sigh of relief for him for getting that right. He almost had the words but didn't have it as well. So well done. Round of applause for team 1, Shiv Nadar from Faridabad. Okay, buzzers have been reset. Let's go. Guys, take a deep breath. Question number 3, buzzers have been reset, appearing on your screen now. What is the name of that new gang in the pickpocket? Okay, team 2 has gone for it on the buzzer. What is the name of the gang?
The gang name is Neev.
That is not the right answer. This is just one attempt for question, teams. I'm sorry. That is not the answer we were looking for. Let's look at the answer slide. We were looking for Bread Boys. We were looking for Bread Boys, ladies and gentlemen. A healthy instruction. Hitting the buzzer harder doesn't mean that you get a chance. Please be a little delicate with those buzzers. All right? That's unfortunately a -5 to team 2. It's okay, guys. Take a deep breath. You have a long set of questions. 6 more questions. 60 points at stake. A deep breath with all the teams. Okay? Let's go to the 4th question on your screen now. What is the... I want a specific answer for this one, teams. Specific answer. What is the address on the letter that Asha receives? If you want to go for it, you have to hit the buzzer. Hit the buzzer. Okay, team 2 has gone for it. Team 2, what's the answer? Quickly. On the mic, please.
102 Connaught Place, Zandapur.
Wow, what an answer, guys. What an answer. I thought there was going to be some doubt about this. They gave me exactly what I was looking for. 102 Connaught Place from Zandapur was what we were looking for. And they're very happy that they got that right. They've undone the negative. That's okay. Keep it going, guys. Plus 10 to Fountainhead. They've gotten themselves 10 points with that one. Plus 10. Okay, buzzers have been reset. The 5th question. Okay, guys, are you guys ready for the 5th question? What we will do after the end of the 6th question, teams, is we will look at the scores after the 6th question, just to get a sense of where teams are, what kind of drama we might have. We might have tiebreakers required, I don't know, but we'll figure that out later. 5th question appearing on your screen now. Who says these lines? But please make a road that leads towards the village. Okay, team 3 has gone for it on the buzzer. Who said these lines?
Sakumat from Glow Rushes.
Unfortunately, not the right answer. I'm so sorry. That's a -5. You got the book right. Exactly. I'm so sorry, that is a -5. Unfortunately, we were looking for Madurar from Glow Rushes by Roberto Piumini. Guys, that's the amount of challenge that these teams have. So much drama, so much tension, so it's okay. Round of applause for Team 3. That's a -5, but that's okay. You guys have a lot more questions coming your way. We have 3 more questions left, folks. At the end of this, we will look at the scores again so that you know who's where. And of course, I haven't mentioned we have prizes here as well. You have a great set of books coming your way for the winners of this quiz. You have certificates, trophies engraved as well. All of that is at stake here at the grand finale of the reading challenge of the Neev Literature Festival 2023. Okay, 3 more questions here in the grand finale. Teams, say your prayers, stay in the right spot. If there's some superstition, say all of that. Last 3 questions. Question number 6, appearing on your screen now. What does Knox tell his dad as he boards the airport express on his way? Okay, Team 4 has gone for it on the buzzer.
Power of attorney.
That is the right answer! Wow! What an answer. Power of attorney. So Knox says power of attorney because his dad is a lawyer and it is something his dad often says to reassure Knox. This time Knox says it to his dad as he's going to be alone in Hong Kong. So a reversal of assurement from the father to the son, and in this case son to the father. Now guys, lots of scores have happened. Let's take a deep breath. Let's look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, and see how we have the remaining 2 questions. And here it is. Anybody can win this quiz, folks. Okay? Again, it's... Sorry? Okay. Oh, brace yourself. Okay. Guys, you guys are as much as a participant in this quiz. This is the first ever quiz where I've sat where the audience is as much as a member of this. So round of applause to all of you guys. Because I thought there was an answer coming from the audience and I turned in a bit of a rush. Okay? So well done, guys. So this is the scores. Team 1 and 2 with 45 points apiece. Team 4 from Neev Cookie scored with 65 points. And with a 10-point slender lead, we've got Pep School with 75 points. Okay? Folks, 2 more questions that we have. Let's go back to the question set. Take a deep breath. 2 more questions. Okay, the penultimate question. Here is the 7th question appearing on your screen now. From which major city in Pakistan did Maya's journey? Okay, Team 3 has gone for it on the buzzer. Yes.
Karachi.
That is the right answer. Fantastic. Karachi was what we were looking for. Of course, this is from Ticket to India. And with that, we have a sense of the scores. We now know that Team 3 and Team 4 are 75 points apiece. Lot of drama. We will see who... I'm so sorry. I missed that. Okay. Clearly, I'm getting very nervous with all the drama that's happening here. So 85 for Team 3. 65, and it means that I think we have a winner here with this quiz, but that's okay. Focus on this. But before we go to the last question, okay? Usually I do this before the last question. I want to thank all the folks here at Neev, the team that's put this together, and for having us at Q-Shala as a part of this. Can we have a round of applause for the lovely folks at Neev for the literature challenge, for the reading challenge that we have. Very rarely do you come across a competition and ethos of this caliber anywhere in the world. So with that, let's leave the teams on stage to figure out the answer to the last one. Last question appearing on your screen now. What law did Vikram Agnihotri work to amend? Okay, who's going for it? Okay, Team 1 has gone for it.
He had no hands.
What is the name of the law was what I was looking for, unfortunately, Team 1. Not the fact that he had a disability where he didn't have hands, that is absolutely true. But I was looking for a law, unfortunately. And with that, that's a -5 to Team 1. I'm so sorry about that. I'm sincerely sorry. But that's just the luck of the draw with these staged competitions. Let's ask our friends in the audience what they think the answer to this question. Which law or act is this, if anyone's read this book? Clearly a bit of a toughie here. No one? Okay, do you want to ask our friends in the stage? Teams, which law, what is the name of this law or act? I don't know. Vansh? Who's Vansh here? Yes, Vansh. You think you know this? Sorry? I'm so sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say that on the mic?
Amputee.
Amputee, okay, not quite. Okay, so this was a bit of a toughie. So I would request Kavita ma'am to be available for the prize distribution if it's possible. I will of course hand over the mic to you guys. Let's look at the answer slide and see what's happening. This is the Motor Vehicle Act that we were seeking, unfortunately, folks. A bit of a toughie, the last question, of course. This is the grand finale after all. So with that, we have another audience question. The last question of today's quiz that we have. We've finished the grand finale. Can we have teams on stage? Can you all smile, please? And can we have a round of applause for these beautiful teams here? You can use the tiebreaker questions. Okay, got it. Cool. So I don't have one audience question. I have a lot of audience questions coming your way. All right. So let's look at, of course, the scoreboard as well. Here is the first question on your screen for the audience. Here it is. Versova Vortex is a part of the Stories of Rural India story series by Karadi Tales, produced in partnership with the People's Archive of Rural India, which celebrated Magsaysay award-winning journalist created Pari, P-A-R-I. Sir, if you could raise your hand. Yes, sorry, if you could just, the mic coming to you. Utkarsh is bringing the mic to you. Yes.
Is it P. Sainath?
Absolutely the right answer. This was P. Sainath that we were looking for. Interesting piece of trivia that I read when I was researching about this. His grandfather was the president of our country, the erstwhile president V.V. Giri. His grandson happens to be P. Sainath, and that was the answer to this question. We will hold on to the leaderboard. I think we have no tiebreakers as far as I understand. There are no tiebreakers. Okay, let's go to the next set of questions for the audience members, or let me know when we can start. Oh, we can? Oh, we can start. Okay, awesome. So now that we've got everything set, I would like to invite Kavita ma'am to come on stage. Oh, 2 minutes, okay. A little bit of, no problem. We can go with one more question here. Okay, this is another question for our friends in the audience. Teams on stage, you can also tell me if you think you know the answer. Kudur Jatra, a scrapbook created by Abhinandranath Tagore, is inspired by which ancient epic written by sage Valmiki? Fairly obvious, I think. Can you shout out the answer, folks? What is the name of this epic? Ramayan is absolutely right. We're looking for Ramayan. We have a bonanza of more questions coming your way. Here it is. Next question on your screen for the friends in the audience and our teams here on stage. Let's look at this one. Okay. Before Joseph Hooker set sail to the Antarctic, a family friend... Did he say that or? Okay. Just the fact that I'm hearing those words coming from.
Other families in Chikkuru village were also happy. Many villagers had followed Sringeri Srinivas's example, and their hair also was too long and too dirty. No one was happier than Bhimanna. Soon he would be busy cutting people's hair again. But how could one person cut so much hair? Right? Because everybody had grown their hair so long. The villagers held a meeting to discuss the problem. Why not have a hair cutting festival? Asked Nagarna the carpenter. We can invite all the barbers from nearby villages to help. We can have a grand feast too. Everyone thought it was a great idea. Okay, but I will be the barber-in-chief, said Bhimanna firmly. Soon, barbers from many villages came along with their tools and their families, happy to get some business at last. People gathered in every corner to have their long manes cut. Some wanted to look like popular film stars. Some like popular cricketers. Youngsters wanted the latest styles. Snip, snip, snip went the scissors. Ooh, ooh, ah went the relieved villagers to have their hair cut at last. Just then, little Uma came running, looking worried. Appa, maybe COVID-19 is back. There are thousands of new cases everywhere. Our Chikkamma tested positive too. Stop, said Sringeri Srinivas to Bhimanna, who was busy chopping off heaps of his hair. Now what shall we do? Right? Everyone fell silent. Scissors stopped moving. Combs fell to the ground. Relax, came a booming voice from under a cloud of shaving foam. It was Dr. Ashok from the nearby village. Yes, the virus has not gone away, but it is less dangerous. We must be careful, but there is no need to be afraid. What did he say? We must be careful, but there is no need to be afraid. Everyone started to talk at once. There was much confusion all around. Suddenly, Sringeri Srinivas stood up from his chair. His hair was half long and half short. Bunches of his cut hair were all over his clothes. The children started to laugh at the sight. He glared at them with his famous frown. They became quiet as mice. Look at his frown. Ooh. I have an idea. See, Sringeri always has some idea or the other, okay? I have an idea, he announced. Let us all keep one lock of hair, but cut the rest. This lock of hair will remind us that the virus may be down, but it is not out. It will not let us forget that we have to be always alert. What do you think? Everyone started to talk again. The Babas gathered in a...
Go wrong. It's one of those things I think which is happening here. Let's just wait for a couple of seconds. We might have to do the quiz again, yeah? So are you one of the teams? Are you a parent of the teams here? Makes sense. I think I got that. Okay. Let's just see. Okay. Hopefully this works this time around. Let's look at the scores that we have here. And here it is. Winning today's quiz, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the grand finale of the reading challenge, Pep School V2 book runners with 85 points. Coming in second place is Cookie Squad from Neev Academy with 65 points. Coming in third place is Team 2, Fountainhead School. Round of applause, folks. Very well done with 45 points. And Team 1, Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad with 40 points. Folks, it's just a quiz at the end of the day. You've done way more. Winning this is just one milestone, but that's okay. You guys have done a great job coming this far. Guys, can we have applause for all these teams? They've done so well for coming as far as they have. And now we will ask Team 1 is having a conversation with Kavita ma'am on how
Okay, I just want to say it's not about winning and losing.
Absolutely, ma'am.
First of all, you four are the top 4 from 605 teams. And not just from across the country, but there were teams also from the US, UK and Singapore in this. So you guys are fabulous. All of you, right? And oh, you'll get the books. You'll get the books. We'll make sure you get the books. She said, I didn't want to win. I just wanted the books. I love you. Music to our ears. We started this off wanting to make reading cool. And you know what? All of you have done that today. You've made reading cool. Fabulous job. Great job.
All right. Kavita. Yes. Ma'am? So we're going to give out prizes in the order of, which is the certificates that you have, ma'am. Fourth place. Can we invite the fourth place team here, which is the team from Shiv Nadar, Faridabad, Team Ninjas. Guys, come on. Can we have a hip hip hooray for these guys? Come on. What a fantastic team. What an incredible performance, everybody. Incredible showing for coming this far and so close in the grand finale. Just shows how much it means to them. Incredible. I think we need to cheer all of these guys after the prize distribution. Come on, guys. Teams from grades 4, 5 and 6, just incredible, the level of competition, the the excitement and energy. This is a new first for me, ma'am. Wow, so 2 grade 4 children that we have in this team. That is even more incredible. All right, team 1, can you go back to your desk, please? We will call the rest of the teams. Kavita ma'am, we will want to then give prizes. Can we have certificates given to ma'am for... okay, this is the team coming in 3rd. Can I invite team Fountainhead School from Surat? Coming in 3rd place, the bronze winners of today's quiz here at the grand finale of the NLF Reading Challenge 2023. So wonderful. Wonderful. And with that, can we have the team that's come in 2nd, very, very close today, the runners-up of today's grand finale, the home team, ladies and gentlemen, Neev Academy Cookie Squad. What a fight, what a performance. They've done so well for themselves. Runners-up of the grand finale of the Reading Challenge, ladies and gentlemen, Cookie Squad from Neev Academy. So lovely to see this. Love the camaraderie. And with that, folks, we have one more announcement left here. Can we invite the winners of the grand finale? Pep School V2 from Bangalore winning the grand finale of the NLF Reading Challenge 2023. Everybody wins books, but here they get themselves a trophy for winning this quiz and a gold certificate as well. Round of applause for this team, ladies and gentlemen. They've been a consistent performer, done very well through the course of the quiz. Such a high caliber of teams across different grades, no less from 4, 5 and 6. To do as well as they have is incredible. Fantastic. Team 1, you can go back to your desk. Ma'am, would you like to say a few words? Anything that you want to share? You're okay? All right, okay. So that's it from me, folks. My name is Sachin Ravi. I'm one of the co-founders of Q Shala. I've got my lovely team at the back. Can you have a round of applause for Akshat, Durga, Komal and Vaishnavi? They're the ones who do all the work. I'm just the guy in the front who puts up an appearance. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you had a great time at the grand finale. First time here that we've come at Neev. Hopefully we come back again if you liked us. Thank you so much, everybody.
Will you be able to wear it on your ID card? You should record what you're saying.
It's a mic, is it?
Yeah. Not a mic, just to record for the videos.
Oh, for the video purpose. Okay, you're all over here. Okay, I'll take it that side then. Okay. Right. Can you keep this away, please? Thank you so much.
Oh, do you need this?
No, I don't require that because I'll be using a marker.
It gets your pants all dirty. All right. But I'm loving to see that all the grown-ups sitting over here like splashing in puddles. But I have a question for the grown-ups. When was the last time you splashed in a puddle? Raise your hand if it was in the last year. Okay. The last time it rained, which was unfortunately in Bangalore, feels like a year ago. All right. Stand up if you have long black hair. You used to have it. Okay. Wow, that's really long black hair. All right. Sit down if you have short curly hair.
Sabira, it was your birthday? On happy birthday as well. This was a lovely gift for you. Woohoo!
Everybody has somebody in their family who wears a sari. Sit down if your name has a meaning. You don't know your meaning, but you know if it has a meaning? Yeah? It means divine, all right? Your name means beauty and brightness of a flower. Wow, that's a beautiful name. Yours means snow job. Snow job? Dewdrops. Oh, okay. Close enough. Anybody else wants to share the meaning of their name? Okay, his means courage and bravery. There we have somebody at the back. Your name means divine. Yeah, I know that. Can't hear. Gift of God. All right. Strong foundation. Wow, such lovely names. There we have somebody over there. In the corner there. Desire. All right. Now, we come back to things. What did you guys observe? Oh, there's one last name.
God Ganesha.
Ganesha, all right, another name for Lord Ganesha. Now, did you notice your friends, your family members, everybody sitting around you? Did they stand up and sit down at the same time as you? Yes? Everybody stood up and sat down at the same time for the same things? No. Sometimes they stood up. So they played Lagori and you did not. What else? Yeah? You play?
Hobby horse, something that you ride on, right? I need a draw for that. So on a hobby horse, because it looks like basically like a large face on a stick, okay? So can everybody see? Okay, so this is Sringaris Srinivasa's face, like a hobby horse, okay? So this is the basic face structure, okay? He has a nose, right, in the middle somewhere.
Sit here, sit.
Okay, everybody got his nose? Right, shall I move on? Beyond his nose, he has eyebrows, right? Right, simple eyebrows. And he has eyes, windowsills. Thank you. Right? Now we'll put his eyes somewhere in the center. Okay? Are we done? Everybody has his eyes, right? So you'll add a little bit of eyelid on top, just a little. Small eyelids. All right? Right? Now we'll put a little marker on his forehead, just trademark. Done? Now we'll draw his mustache. On one side and his mustache on the other side.
You like it? Raise your hands. Darling, can you sit over there with everybody else? You don't want to sit? Okay. All right. There are lots of hands being raised, but a mix. Correct. So I have been told that there is a difference between the two pandas. That's a red panda and that's a black and white panda. Lena loves lighting lanterns during Lunar New Year. Raise your hand if you like lighting lamps during Diwali. Okay. There we go. Lots and lots of hands. Something in common here as well. Dora the dolphin and Dong the dragon love sharing Dan Dan noodles for dinner. Raise your hand if you like eating noodles. Especially Maggie. All right. I don't know how Chinese that is. That we'll call the Indian cultural twist. Shishi, said Xian to Shishi, even though he didn't win his game of Xiang-Chi. Raise your hand if you don't like losing a game either. Yeah? Are we sore losers? Or are we gracious when we lose? Next question. You're gracious when you lose? That's a good thing. You're actually Rajasthani. Good to know. Okay. Now, Kylie almost reached the kite in the sky with her kung fu kick. Now, raise your hand if you can kick your leg up kung fu style. Wow. Yeah, like that. Lots of hands in the audience that can kick kung fu style. Yeah. Gege plays a game of Go with his grandfather. Raise your hand if you like to play with your grandparents. There we go. Well, he's Chinese, but you're Indian. So do you like to play with your grandparents? Of course. All right. Oh, no. They're always busy. All right. We need to make some time for our grandchildren then. You have two grandparents? Okay. One likes to play with you. Good to know. There we go. Ty tries to make a tiger with a tangram. Raise your hand if you've ever gotten frustrated trying to make something. You don't. What do? Do you give up or you keep trying? Raise your hand if you give up. Raise your hand if you keep trying. All right. Raise your hand if you have never seen a dancer with their face painted like this. If you've never seen a dancer with your like this, keep your hands raised. Now put your hand down if you have seen a dancer with their face painted like this. This is Indian style, correct? So what did you observe? It's a little same with the Indian culture. But is it also a little different? Yes? So did we find things that were same with Indian culture and things that were different with Indian culture? Yes. Yes, darling. Okay. So velociraptors didn't live in India, but they lived in China. A very important fact that you should all know. So the next question is, are we same or different? Different? Same? Both? Same in some ways, different in some ways? Okay. Indians wear saris and they don't. Okay. So, I'm going to come back. Everybody sit down because the kids at the back can't see. What is culture?
Culture is like for different countries or something different about us, but in different.
Okay, so here we have culture is what defines a person. Culture is what makes people different. So, culture is everything. What is it? Show me with your hands. Everything. They do if they're learning a different language. No, this tiger grew up in a household. So he doesn't know how to say grr. He only does meow. Yeah. Okay, so our culture is how we speak. So like the tiger, you might learn Kannada, you might learn English, you might learn Malayalam, Hindi, French, etc. Yes. Or like the tiger, instead of growling, you might meow. Okay, it's all about how we speak. It's what we wear. Like for example, I'm wearing a sari. You're wearing a dress. Somebody else is wearing shorts. Somebody else is wearing a skirt, a frock. Culture is what we wear. It's how we pray, whether we go to a temple or a mosque or a gurudwara. Rituals like celebrating weddings and festivals and Diwali and Christmas and Eid. It's what we listen to, the kind of music you listen to. Holi, yes, playing Holi. It's how we play, whether we're playing Lagori or we're playing chess or badminton. You play badminton, yeah? It's how we eat, whether we eat with our hands, eat with chopsticks, a fork and knife, sitting on the floor at the dining table, on a banana leaf, on a plate. That is culture. It's what we value. Do I want to spend time with my grandparents? Do I want to climb trees? Do I want to go for early morning walks? Right? All of these things are culture. Now, Where does culture come from? How do we get our culture? Yes, we get our culture from everyone that we meet. We get our culture from our family, we get our culture from our friends, we get our culture from where we live, the places that we visit. Everything and everybody that we meet and that we share an experience with influences our culture, right? Have we ever been to China? How many of you have been to China? Very few. But how many of you have eaten noodles? There we go, right? Do you need to go to a place to experience culture? No. You can experience culture through experiences. When you eat different types of food, when you listen to different kinds of music, when you meet different kinds of people, when you wear different kinds of clothes, all of that gives you different experiences of culture. So, the next time you meet someone new, what are we going to do? How are we going to know if they are same or different from us? You ask them their culture? Yeah? What else can we do? Ask them questions. You just need to ask enough questions and you'll find out what you have in common with them and what is different. So thank you all for being here. It's been a pleasure.
Very welcome. Okay. You're welcome. Done?
What's the color of his skin?
Skin is brown. Skin is brown, right?
My mother, should you give
Sense?
and dress?
Yeah, take home. It's in your cinemas. Cool. Yes, you got it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you'll get there. Yeah, welcome.
We'll
Okay.
give off the pencil and the eraser.
Yeah.
Go. Give it on the table. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Can you give me a sign?
Signature? Right, sure, welcome.
Okay. All right. Tell me when to start. It's okay. I'll keep giving them. Come. So here we are with the winners of the NBA quiz contest that happened at Neev Academy today, and we have all winners here. Are we all excited? Yes. Okay, we are excited for what? We are going to take turns and share what was our best experience.
My best experience was all the support that I got from the school, because if they hadn't supported me, I don't know how much of this I would have been able to do without having to feel very nervous.
Fantastic.
At points I would not like to feel
Fantastic. Someone else would like to share? How was your experience with the whole journey?
I liked that everyone, like all my classmates, they supported us and they cheered us all through the way.
I think we had lots of learning while reading, and it was not only about winning. Like, it was about all the experience we got.
Yes.
I got my trophy. I think this might have been one of my favorite challenges that I have attended. So, and I think it was a really creative way to persuade kids to read.
Are you going to go back to your schools and talk about this?
Yes, definitely.
And how are you going to persuade other students to get on to this book challenge next year?
Well, it's very worth it.
The fun's worth it?
It's very worth
Do you think the fun was worth it?
Yeah, and anyways, my brother was getting into reading. He read a 62-page Dr. Seuss book, and I'm proud of him.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, 6-7-year-olds don't read 62 pages.
Fantastic. So one word for what do you feel about this experience after you share?
Like my experience was that I made it through the first 2 rounds, but like in the last round in the finals, like I came fourth, but still I'm very happy that I made it here.
That's the winning line. There you go. The idea is to make reading cool. Have you all succeeded in making reading cool? Do you think reading is cool?
Yeah.
And what more? What more do you think? Reading is cool because?
I think it's cool because you can actually feel the characters with you and you can imagine yourself just going on an adventure with them. So it just gives you, it just gives you a story to see what you can imagine, and basically it's a tool to make you imagine more and more and more. So I love books, that's why, and I think my experience was great because out of 815 people, I guess, I was 605 people.
You were the top 14 selected.
Yeah,
And that
exactly.
itself is a big achievement, right?
Yeah.
All right. So all of you with me.
Can you also tell them that they'll all go back and talk to everybody about it?
Yes, you will all be going back and talking to everyone about this experience and get more and more people to get onto the bandwagon and join us next year. Yes? Are we all going to do that?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. And one more quick question. What do you think childhood is without stories? The theme of NLF this year. What's childhood? Someone who hasn't spoken. What's childhood without stories?
Childhood without stories. I mean, childhood would become just really boring without stories. Like you wouldn't have any like interesting or like spice.
Spice, I love it. Okay. Go ahead.
So childhood without stories is a really boring life where you only know what is happening, you don't know what can happen. You can't imagine anything better that you already have. You just have what you have, and that's really boring.
Thank you. And we will thank you. And we will all now, in the end, just scream out what is childhood without stories, okay? I want to hear some really loud excitement.
Saltless food.
And all of you can join in. What is childhood without
Stories.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can we get one? You need to turn around. All right. All of you. Just one quick picture goes up. Utkarsh, can you please take a picture, darling?
So, please stay silent, okay? Please stay silent, and we'll see a performance. We'll see a kid who worries too much, okay? The performance name is What If by Shel Silverstein and performed by Goshtaranga team members, Yogeshwar and Vikas and Harsha. Thank you.
Last night, while I lay thinking here, some what if scroll inside my ear. They pranced and partied all night long, sang their same old what if song.
What if? What if? What if? What if? What if?
What if I'm dumb in school?
What if? What if?
What if they have closed that swimming pool? What if I get beat up?
What if?
What if there's poison in my cup?
What if? What if?
What if I start to cry?
What if?
What if I get sick and die? What if I flunk that test? What if green hairs grow on my chest? No. What if nobody likes me? What if a bolt of lightning strikes me? What if I don't get taller? What if my head starts getting smaller? Smaller. 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 What if the fish won't bite? What if the wind tears up my kite? What if the bus is late? What if my teeth don't grow in straight? What if I tear my pants? What if I never learn to dance? What if they start a war? What if my parents get divorced? Everything seems well. And then the night time what ifs strike again. What if? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To hear it again?
You can make it too. Just try.
Want to try?
Just try. Just try.
Who want to try? Just make it.
Wow.
Wow. Nice.
Good.
You made it. This is a cute
Anybody?
one. Okay, give her. You can
Try.
try. Yes, we'll give you.
It must be scary. Just try.
See,
Good.
you did. You'll do. Yes,
See?
yes, you can.
Wow.
Wow. Give her. Wow.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. Thank you.
Was the one who stringed Shiva's bow and even perhaps broke it in some, as per some scripts. Sorry, who stringed it and then broke it? Ram. Ram. Okay, so we all need to know this, that Ram was the one who sort of stringed it, and as per some other sort of stories, he also apparently broke it. There's some conflict between certain stories here and there about breaking the bow. Having said that, so Vidyalaya mein aa gaye inspector school. Okay, we just talked about inspector school. विद्यालय में आ गए इंस्पेक्टर स्कूल छठी क्लास में पढ़ रहा विद्यार्थी हरफूल द नेम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट वाज हरफूल विद्यालय में आ गए इंस्पेक्टर स्कूल छठी क्लास में पढ़ रहा विद्यार्थी हरफूल प्रश्न उससे कर बैठे किसने तोड़ा शिव का धनुष बताओ बेटे छात्र सिटपिटा गया बेचारा धीरज छोड़ा हाथ जोड़कर बोला सर मैंने ना तोड़ा ओके ही डिडंट नो द आंसर तो हाथ जोड़कर बोला सर मैंने ना तोड़ा ये उत्तर सुन आ गया सर के सर को ताव इज मीन ही वाज मैड विद रेज ही वाज रियली एंग्री ये उत्तर सुन आ गया सर के सर को ताव फौरन बुलवाए गए हेडमास्टर साहब पढ़ाते हो क्या इनको किसने तोड़ा धनुष नहीं मालूम है जिनको हेडमास्टर भन्नाया फिर तोड़ा किसने झूठ बोलता है जरूर तोड़ा है इसने हेडमास्टर अब क्या, इंस्पेक्टर अब क्या कहें, मन ही मन मुस्कात. इंस्पेक्टर also felt this is a very humorous school, funny school. इंस्पेक्टर अब क्या कहें, मन ही मन मुस्कात. ऑफिस में जाकर हुई मैनेजर से बात. मैनेजर बोला, जी हम चंदा कर लेंगे, नया धनुष उससे भी अच्छा बनवा देंगे. शिक्षा मंत्री तक गए. He went to the education minister. शिक्षा मंत्री तक गए जब उनके जज्बात माननीय गद गद हुए. गद गद इज अ थिंग दैट व्हेन समवन इज वेरी हैप्पी. तो शिक्षा मंत्री तक गए जब उनके जज्बात माननीय गद गद हुए. बहुत खुशी की बात, बहुत खुशी की बात. धन्य हैं ऐसे बच्चे, हेडमास्टर मैनेजर भी हैं कितने सच्चे. कह दो उनसे, कह दो उनसे चंदा कुछ ज्यादा कर लेना, जो बैलेंस बचे हमको भिजवा देना. So that's the first quiz that led to a problem. The second quiz that led to a problem is somewhere we'll get to after a very quick song that I want you all to pick up. Ditan 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 dub dub durra. You're not just watching it, you have to sing, okay? So 1, 2, 3, it's all gibberish. Ditan, 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 ditan. 4 ditans, 2 dubs and 1 durra. Okay? Ditan, 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 dub, dub, durra. कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा. कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. टुगेदर. दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा. कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा, और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का तुर्रा. दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा. कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. हे कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा. This next quiz complication was done by a king, and you might know this story. It's an answer to a question that he knew, but then he later claimed that he did not know. Okay? Let's see whether you get this story quickly. तो बात 700 साल पुरानी. How much is 700? बात 700 साल पुरानी, सुनो ध्यान से प्यारे. हैमलिन नामक एक शहर था वीजर नदी किनारे. Have you heard of the city called Hamelin with a river called Weser? Okay, some of you seem to have heard. So, बात 700 साल पुरानी, सुनो ध्यान से प्यारे. हैमलिन नामक एक शहर था वीजर नदी किनारे. यूं तो शहर बहुत सुंदर था. कौन सा शहर? यूं तो शहर बहुत सुंदर था हैमलिन जिसका नाम, मगर वहां के लोगों का हो गया था चैन हराम. और क्यों हो गया था चैन हराम? पाइपर की वजह से ही चैन हराम हो गया था. चूहा, चूहे, इतने चूहे, गिनती हो गई मुश्किल. जिधर भी देखो, जहां भी देखो, करते दिखते किलबिल. अब कहां कहां थे चूहे? बाहर चूहे, घर में चूहे, दरवाजों और दर में चूहे, खिड़की और आलों में चूहे, थालों और प्यालों में चूहे, ट्रंक में और संदूक में चूहे, फौजी की बंदूक में चूहे, अफसर की गाड़ी में चूहे, अंकल की दाढ़ी में चूहे.
Introduction, and my name is Priya Muthukumar, and this is my 4th time at NLF. So I'm simply super thrilled and overwhelmed to be standing right here, right now in front of all of you, right? So thanks to the entire NLF team, those who have invited me the previous years. I think it's been happening from 2017 and until now. And now moving on from the gratitude to the challenges. Challenge number one. Challenge number one. I need to be better than myself. My previous performances in the past few years. 1. Challenge number 2 is real, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear little friends. Challenge number 2. Please don't give the colors now, sir. This is towards the end. Okay? So we'll keep all these safely. All these are for us. Okay, now we listen to the story. Right? Okay, so challenge number 2 is the time slot, 12 p.m. Time when all of us are hungry, around 12. At least I am hungry, sleepy, right? So I need to keep all of you all awake and you need to keep me awake. Will you keep me awake? Oh, I think I should keep you awake. Will you keep me awake? Yes! I am going to be awake. Will you keep me awake? Yes! So let's see how this is going to go. And the third challenge is, the story is a bedtime story. Can you beat that? 12 p.m., bedtime story. You can yawn, but you can't sleep. Okay? Right. So let's get started. This particular story narration or story performance is actually an adaptation based on the book, which is written by my dear friend, the very talented Anusha Veluswamy, and the illustrations are by the very young and promising illustrator Janan, and the book has been published by the Little Dipper Publishing. Where is Mr. Tukam? Tukam means what? I'll tell you. Sleepy, correct. The story is happening in Tamil Nadu. And which language do they speak in Tamil Nadu? Tamil. And in Tamil for sleep, it is Tukam. Now, for example, if the story is going to happen in Kerala, what would Mr. Tukam be called as? Anyone from Kerala? Anyone who speaks Malayalam? How will you call Mr. Tukam? Orakam, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Orakam. This is okay. We all keep forgetting things. How will we say Mr. Tukam in Kannada? Oh. Mr. Nidde. Yes, okay. Any other languages I'm forgetting? Come on, this is the place. Huh? Marathi, you should only tell me. Marathi and then I'll come to Hindi, okay? Because I don't know Marathi. Okay, you think. Go home and find out. Huh? Sopadu. Mr. Sopadu. Okay, right. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Neev. So we are all clear who Mr. Sleep is, right? Mr. Tukam is, right? I'm going to call Mr. Tukam now. Marathi, tell me. Sopadu. Okay, right. I am going to call Mr. Tukam now. Now there are two conditions. If Mr. Tukam is going to come, you have to sing a song to welcome him. Are you ready to sing a song? Okay. All the children who are sitting over here, keep your hands on that mat or whatever. Yeah. And you can play some beats on it. Those who are sitting over there, children of my age, hands on your laps. Okay, or probably younger than me, maybe. Okay. Wait. The song. Let's match it with the rhythm. The song goes like, Mr. Tukam, Mr. Tukam, where are you? Where are you? Mr. Tukam, Mr. Tukam, where are you? Where are you? We cannot find you. We cannot find you. Come here soon. Come here soon. Can we all sing together also? Sounds easy, right? Okay, come on. Mr. Tukam, Mr. Tukam, where are you? We cannot find you. Louder than that. They can't hear. Come on, louder than that. We cannot find you. We cannot find you. Come here soon. Come here soon. Very good. We are doing a great job. Let's clap for ourselves. Yeah. Once again, together, all of us, let's cheer for our children and let's sing along with them. 1, 2, 3, start. Mr. Tukam, Mr. Tukam, where are you? Where are you? We cannot find you. We cannot find you. Come here soon. Come here soon. So you'll remember the song, right? Clap, 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 clap. Okay, I'm going to call Mr. Tukam. Be ready with the song. And one more thing. Throughout the story, whenever I yawn, you will also yawn with me. Shall we do that? Shall we check? Someone is very excited. You sit properly, you might fall down. Sit, sit. Ah, right. When I yawn, you're going to yawn. All of us. Okay. Let's have a vibe check. Okay? Yawn. You can make all kinds of silly sounds. You can stretch your hands, legs, do whatever you want. Yawn. You actually just yawned. I can see your eyes. Eyes are also watery. Extra challenge for me. Once again, vibe check. Yawn. Very good. Right mood for the story. Bedtime story. Okay, fine. So you keep singing the song. I'll go get Mr. Tukam. And what's the song? Mr. Clap, clap. Continue, continue. Come here soon. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Tukam is about to arrive. Please keep singing. 1, 2, 3, go. Mr. Tukam. Come here soon. Yeah, they're all yawning. Yeah. I am Mr. Tukam, Mr. Sleep. Huh? I am Mr. Tukam, and when I am around, everyone goes to sleep. I am Mr. Tukam, and when I am around, everyone goes to sleep. Yeah. And when you sleep, you are never ever tired. And when you sleep, you're never ever tired. So come join me as we travel to magical, mystical lands. Come join me as we travel to magical, mystical lands. Walking on the rainbow in your dream, swimming in the sky in your dream. Everything is possible with me, Mr. Tuka. Let me go catch some sleep. So whenever I come to your room, you will go to sleep, except for today. Okay? Your mama, papa would have shut down their laptops. The kitchen door would have been closed off. Lights will be off. Your bedtime story will be done. But if Mr. Tukam, which is me, if I don't come, you can't sleep, huh? La na 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 na. Come on, let's sing. I am Mr. Tukam. Na 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 na. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Let's see what's going to happen. So let's go to our story. We know who Mr. Tukam is. Once upon a time, how did I say once upon a time? Oh, how nice. Once upon a time, and not twice upon a time and thrice upon a time, there was a small village in Tamil Nadu. In the village, there was a house. In the house, there was a room. And in the room, there was a bed. And on the bed, there were two sisters, two little girls, who were fast asleep.
Applause. I hope you chose well. I hope by the end of the session you'll be saying, I'm glad I chose this. That's going to be my aim anyway. And also my aim is not to fall off the stage because I keep walking up and down a lot, but let's see. So, yeah. So today I'm going to speak to you about my new book. It's called The Yoga Sutras for Children. Now, I just want to ask, does anyone, if maybe you have come across this book somewhere in a bookstore, or maybe you follow me on Instagram or something, so you might have seen this. But otherwise, before this, did you know there was a text called the Yoga Sutras? How many of you knew there was a text called the Yoga Sutras? Not bad, yeah? There's a little girl also, you knew. How? How did you, I mean, I didn't know actually, so. School yoga teacher, okay, that's good, that's good. So some of you knew about the Yoga Sutras. But did you know who composed them or who authored them? Me, no, I didn't. I'm just retelling it for children, that's all. I didn't compose the original. Yeah, no, Rohini, not you. Anybody else? Yeah, you. Very good. Patanjali, Maharishi Patanjali. Yes, and what else okay, that's fine. Good. Does anyone know what the Yoga Sutras are about? Now Rohini can answer. No, it's okay. Okay. No, na? So, yeah. Tell me. Yeah, sure. How to live the life of a yogi. Okay, that's one definition of it. Yes, that's right. So what is a yogi? What is a yogi? How to live the life of a yogi, you said. What is a yogi? Who is a yogi? What does yoga mean? One who stays calm. So that's a very good definition of a yogi because, yeah, master of meditation. Okay, what does meditation mean though? What does master of meditation mean? Yes, who said that? Yeah, okay. So it's all about controlling your mind. That's what the Yoga Sutras are about. Now, most of us have a notion that yoga means asana. Okay, because I'm sure many moms here, many women here go for yoga classes. It's a new thing. We all get into it for briefly, then fall out of it, then come back to it, then fall out of it. All of that keeps happening. And we sort of imagine that yoga is about twisting your body into various shapes, holding poses, breathing even. Okay, pranayama. But anything more than that? Maybe, but actually it's physical exercise. It's almost equated to physical exercise these days, right? You want a fit, toned body? Do yoga. Okay, but actually, yoga is about the mind. The body is a very small part of the Yoga Sutras. It's all about the mind. So where did this Yoga Sutras come from? Now, in the ancient Indian way, the way you do it, how do you tell people about something they're unfamiliar with? Clearly, this audience, and so was I until I started researching this, is completely unfamiliar with the Yoga Sutras. So how do you introduce the Yoga Sutras? You don't start talking about the Yoga Sutras. You take them from something they are familiar with to something that they're unfamiliar with. It is a path. So for instance, if you wanted to show a friend, suppose you were in a place where there was no light pollution, you were sitting on top of a hill, you could see the Milky Way clearly, and you wanted to point out one of the stars, maybe Orion's belt or something. Okay? So if you just point like that in that direction, nobody's going to know which, where, or when you're in a jungle and you're looking out for wildlife. There, the bird, can you not see it? And such irritation, but it's right there, but I don't see it, but it's there on that branch, I don't see it. So how do you say it if you want to show a big star? Do you see this mango tree right here? Yes. Look between the crook of those two branches at the sky. Do you see that cluster of stars there? Then within that cluster of stars, look left. Do you see that bright red? It's not really a star, it's a planet because it's not twinkling. Do you see that? Now, to the right of it, count 2. That's the star I want you to look at. Okay, that's usually how things are taught in the old Indian way. So going by that, let's go from something familiar to the Yoga Sutras. What is the most familiar ancient Indian text to all of us? The Vedas, okay, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita. Okay, Bhagavad Gita everybody knows about, sort of. You may not know what it says, but you have heard of it. Yes, and you know when that conversation, it's actually a conversation, that's all. For those who don't know, it's a conversation between Krishna and Arjuna. Where does it happen? In the Mahabharata, but actually physically where does it happen? In the battlefield. What's the battlefield called? Kurukshetra. Okay. And what is this conversation? Some 700 shloka lecture that Krishna gives to Arjuna when the war is about to be, the sun is already in the sky, the conches have been blown. And then Krishna suffers a crisis of courage. You know, he has a nervous breakdown right in the middle of the battlefield. And then Krishna is supposed to tries to bring him out of it by lecturing him 700 shlokas. Now, in the Vedic times, when was war supposed to begin? At what time? Morning, but exactly at sunrise. Now the sun, it was 1 minute away from rising when this conversation started. So how did Krishna manage to get in 700 shlokas without the sun rising? That's an eternal question. How? What happened to the sun? He stopped. So Krishna stopped time. Okay, perhaps there are so many theories as to how this happened. So one is Krishna stopped time. Another one is it would look to the others that the sun had not risen, even though it was halfway along the sky. The sun. Okay, that's one theory. But they would have realized as soon as he stopped talking. But they didn't. So that may not hold much water. Then what the other theory is that the sun was so riveted by the wisdom that Krishna was giving Arjuna that it stopped in its tracks. He stopped in his tracks to listen. Okay, whatever happened, that 700 shloka conversation happened. Now where do you think, who wrote the Mahabharata and therefore the Bhagavad Gita? Vyasa. Where did Vyasa get all this knowledge from, and why did he put it in the Gita? Where did the Gita's wisdoms come from originally? Did he read some other text and bring it there, or what? Ganesha wrote the Mahabharata. He only was the scribe. Vedavyasa was dictating. Where did he get it from, all this wisdom? His father? Such respect for parents, yeah. Yeah, from his father. He got all the wisdom from his father, and it's quite possible. It's quite possible. From anywhere. Who said? His teacher, perhaps somebody else. The Vedas, yeah. So he actually got it from much older texts called the Vedas, of which the last final part of the Vedas, which is called Vedanta, the end of the Vedas, or you could also interpret it as Veda Siddhanta, the highest wisdom of the Vedas is contained in the last, most recent layer of the Vedas. So this timing of ancient Indian manuscripts is very, very thorny. Okay, let's not even go there. But at least 3,500 years ago, the Vedas were composed. And
Sisters under the bed. And you know what Akka said? All elder sisters are brave. All the elder sisters, once again, hands up. Yeah, brave elder sisters here, including me. Yeah, and the elder sister said, don't worry. Put your hands down, please. Thank you so much. There are no monsters. Only people who are scared and shout. Monsters are there inside their minds, not under the bed. Come on, let's check. So Akka took the torch and Pattu went, and both of them searched under the bed. You also take your torch, please, in your hand. Okay, ready? With the music, are you ready? Na 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 na. Na 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 under the bed. Na na na. Was Mr. Tukam there? I know. Very good. Exactly. Oh, you really went under there? Okay, please come back. Where is that? Okay, right. Okay. Now there was no Mr. Tukam. There was no monster as well. Pattu yawned slowly, a little loudly this time. Pattu again yawned. And Pattu and Akka went and stood near the window. Mr. Tukam, where are you? Where are you? We cannot find you. We cannot find you. Come here soon. Come here soon. And both of them looked out of the window. The sky was black, purple, deep blue in color. But, can you stand up? They could see a big, beautiful moon. Moon. And they could see some stars. And little girl Pattu said, your hands will pain. Put your hands a little down, okay? And little girl Pattu said, Akka, I think that Mr. Tukam is hiding behind that star. And you know what Akka said? No, 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 no. Mr. Tukam is not hiding. But you know what? All your favorite things that you lose, remember your favorite pencil that you lost? That is there in the star. Remember your favorite toy, the Soppu Saman? That is there in the star. Remember our favorite Tata, grandfather? We lost him, right? Yeah, he is there in that star. The brightest star is the one which has our most favorite thing, said Akka. Mr. Tukam, where are you? Where are you? We cannot find you, we cannot find you. Come here soon, come here soon. Thank you, please sit down. Yeah, and you know what? Akka kept looking at the moon, kept looking at the star, and Akka said, I think, you know what? This Mr. Tukam must be hiding in the washing machine. Yeah, or in the fridge. Or probably he's in the toilet, behind the curtains. What? Huh? What do you think, Pattu? But Akka could not hear Pattu's reply at all. Because Pattu yawned loudly once. And Pattu was fast asleep. Akka looked at Pattu with lots of love. She put the bed cover on her, covered her nicely, the bed sheet, the quilt on her. And she said, good night, Pattu. How do we say good night, Pattu? And Akka looked around and Akka said, hello, Mr. Tukam. I know you are in the room. That's why we are feeling sleepy. And Akka also went to the bed.
Then 1%, 0.7% of it is the Gita. Let's stick it in there somewhere. Okay? Then, where to stick it in? That's also a very, very considered strategic decision. If I put it at the end, people are like, oh, no, fine. I got the story by. No, let's bring it to a cliffhanger. The war is about to start. Everyone is so invested. My hero is Arjuna. I want the Kauravas to win. I love Karna. He deserves better. Pick your champions, pick your sides. And just before the war is about to start, bam, commercial break. This is old-time TV where we couldn't fast forward. You had to see all the ads. Or it's not even a book, right? You can't say, flip these pages. Not interesting. I just want to know, because I'm telling you, you want to know what happened in the war, you sit tight and listen to the whole story, whole Bhagavad Gita thing. Okay, so he put it there. And then the same thing happened with the Puranas. Same wisdom was taken over and over again. Now this is all very well. Okay, put it in a story, etc. Gita, wonderful, beautiful. I love the Gita. I'm sure many people here do. Wonderful. Then this Patanjali came along a little later. He said, okay, boss, all of you saying, be detached, do nishkama karma, do like this, do like that. You're just giving theory. Where is the practical? How are we supposed to do this? How? How is Krishna supposed to... Arjuna had Krishna, he was telling him this full Upadesha there. What about others? And by the way, why did they put it in the middle of a battlefield and not in some beautiful forest glade with the river flowing by? Then it's very easy to practice all this. But put them in a battlefield. Say, no, sorry, for your dharma, I've got to stand up and kill your whole family. That's tough, right? That's tough to follow. So how did Arjuna calm his mind and was able to do this? Because he had his best friend, who also happened to be God, it seems. And he's telling you, then you listen quietly and you'll do. But what about the rest of us? So Patanjali said, okay, I'm going to write the workbook. I will say how exactly you should calm your mind. I will give you exercises. I'll give you worksheets. I'll give you things to do. Do it. And then you will achieve what the Gita is telling you to achieve. So that's how the evolution is, how we come to the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. So if we think that, sort of date the Rig Veda, the oldest Veda, about 3,500 years, and date the writing of the Upanishads 2,500 years, Mahabharata, Itihasa, Ramayana, all that about 2,500 years, then Patanjali comes in between 300 and 700 years later. I'm sorry, we can only give windows like this in ancient Indian texts, because nothing was written, there's no material evidence for anything, right? But by this time, by the time Patanjali started writing the Yoga Sutras, composing them, writing had started in India. Okay, first of all, we had writing, we think it is writing, during the Indus Valley civilization. We haven't deciphered it yet. Maybe pictogram kind of writing, may not be an alphabet, we don't know. After that, in the Vedic period, nothing was written down. We have found nothing. Seems like script disappeared off the face of the Indian earth. And then suddenly it came back around Buddha's time, around Jainism, and then it really came into its own, began to be used a lot when? What happened after Buddha? Who was the greatest king to rule India after Buddha? Ashoka. And where did he put all the writing? On rocks. All throughout his empire, he put the teachings of Buddhism on all these rocks and said, here, read it. So, by the time Patanjali came, definitely writing had begun. And while the Mahabharata is 100,000 shlokas, while the Rig Veda and all are sprawling texts, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad sprawling, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras are only 195 or 196, depending on whom you ask, sutras. And what are sutras? They're not shlokas, not two-line verses, no. They're tiny, tiny aphorisms, like instructions, very small. Only 197 of them. So if you have small handwriting and you write close to each other, you can write the entire thing in Devanagari on one A4 sheet, back to back. That's crazy. Ancient texts, aren't they supposed to be gigantic? Tomes. What is this very pressy writing of only this much? And then you begin to wonder, why would this man, Patanjali, is giving us the most valuable thing, a workbook. Why would he put it in only 196 sutras and so tiny ones? And by the way, you know how Sanskrit is. Whoever knows Sanskrit, you smoosh together some 25 words and make it one word. Okay, and nobody...
So you were the one who showed me the time card, no? How many more minutes do we have? This one is not the one. I'll get you one. Yeah, you can just sit down.
Or something of a, in whatever the opposite of improvement is, I can't get it right now. Reduction, okay. Yeah, what is writing on, if there was an evolutionary scale, at first you're only speaking and oral. Is writing a good thing or a bad thing? It's good. Most of us would say it's good. Oh, of course it's good. Why is it good? It's fun. Okay, fun. For posterity, it'll help you tell people. Why do you need to write to tell people? You can tell people, no? You may forget. Correct. That's why writing is important, we think. What were you saying? So you can't talk to so many people at the same time. You can only talk to a few, especially in times before electricity. What is that Harry Potter spell? Sonorous. There's no sonorous. You can't make your voice into a microphone. So how do you, then you only reach this many people at a time, right? So writing is very good. And then what's the next level, which happened in the 15th century? Printing. Because writing also, somebody has to sit and write the whole thing. If you want 2 copies, you have to make 2 people have to sit and write, or you have to do it twice. And so it doesn't reach many people at all. But printing, my God, it just goes everywhere in an instant. Fantastic. What is the next improvement? Online. Nothing. WhatsApp from here just has to enter your mind and it's already gone to some 25,000 people, especially if it's not the truth. Especially if it's a rumor. 1 second, it's everywhere. Improvement, development, progress. Computer technology. And what was Maharishi Patanjali thinking? And the Greeks, Plato and all. Oh God, why have people started writing? It's finished. Human civilization is finished. Every stage, people thought human civilization is finished. Now we're thinking human civilization is finished. Nothing. It's not finished. It'll go on. But, you know, at that time, they said human civilization is finished. Why would they say that? Because they said, if you write stuff down, once writing comes in, people will stop listening. They'd be so, and we know this from school. I had the teacher talking, and after he went, what did she say? Something, I've got some strange notes, I don't know what she said at all. Instead, if you had put that book down and actually given her or him your full attention, you would have retained a lot more. You would have known to ask questions when you don't understand. Hello, ma'am, I didn't understand. Excuse me, say that again. But when you're writing down, say it again, what's the spelling, ma'am, tell me, like, that's all. Okay, and that's how we lose our faculty of listening. And that's a very important thing. And now what have we done? We have outsourced whole brain to the phone. Can't remember anybody's phone number, can't remember birthdays until Facebook reminds me, I have no idea, oh, it's a birthday today. Okay, this is what has happened. As they predicted, the human brain is much less of its capacity is being used as writing and texting and all this has come in. Anything we want to know. Who acted in that film? We are not willing to give our brain 1 minute to recall it. Well, I'll just Google it. I'll just Google it because you have to show that you're very, that you know stuff. But more importantly, they said the problem is people will read stuff and they will think they know stuff. And actually, true knowledge is when a teacher and a student sit together and have a discussion about it. That's when you totally internalize, okay, that, and oh, I see that. And then you go away and think about it some more. Not like, okay, I learned this by heart, so I know that I know a lot. I've done a PhD, I know such a lot. But actually, have you understood it? There's a big difference between knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom comes from sitting and going over it again and again and again, speaking to other people, brainstorming, sounding board. That is what is required. So our Maharishi P, the cool Maharishi P, decided, aha, I know how to deal with this. I'll make them so short that even people with very little memory power will be able to learn them by heart. That's one. And I will make them so cryptic that no one will be able to figure it out by themselves until they sit with a teacher, until they think about it deeply, until they reflect upon it. Is that brilliance? Yes? So the Maharishi Patanjali's thing may fit on 2 sides of an A4 size sheet. If you see the commentaries on these sutras, this fat tomes, because, okay, what did he mean? What did he mean? And who is the greatest commentator? The one commentary that everybody is following till this date. There have been others with slight variations, but the main, again by Vyasa. So it can't, unlikely to have been the same Vyasa. Okay, and the same thing happens with Patanjali himself. Very, very mysterious figure, very shadowy. We don't know anything about him at all, actually. But in the 11th century, way after the Yoga Sutras were composed, a king of Bhopal called Raja Bhoja. You know of him? Yeah, Raja Bhoja. He was also a sort of a saint king, and he wrote a work, and in that he wrote a commentary on the Yoga Sutras, and in that he included a little prayer to Patanjali at the beginning. That is our source for knowing anything about Patanjali at all. And what did he put in that prayer? He said, anybody who's done yoga classes will probably be reciting this prayer at the beginning. Anyone has any guesses what it is? It starts Yogena Chittasya. No? Not heard of it. You have heard of it? Sing it. Padena? Forgot. Okay, but at least you know of it. So what does it mean? Yogena Chittasya. Through yoga, the mind. Padena Vacham. Through grammar, the tongue. Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacham. Malam Sharirasya. Through Vaidyakena. So through medicine, he who took out the impurities, means he who took out the impurities of the mind through yoga, he who took out the impurities of the language through grammar, and he who took out the impurities of the body through medicine, that Patanjali we bow to. Okay? So we're like, okay, so which Patanjali? So there is one grammar written by a Patanjali. There is a book on medicine written by a Patanjali, and then there is this, but we don't know if it was the same Patanjali because they've been written quite a few hundred years apart. So Patanjali is also a mysterious figure. Anyway, now we have these 196 sutras, and they're all about controlling your mind. So how does it start? How does it start? Very, very short. I just want to read out the first few to you, first 4. Which defines yoga? Because the question is, if you're talking about the Yoga Sutra, what is yoga anyway? And there are so many different definitions of yoga. But here is Patanjali's, okay? It says, so it's a conversation happening between perhaps the reader, the child, the young person, and Patanjali. And so you're saying, hi there, Maharishi P. Now, what's it going to be? Why are you here? What are we learning today? And he says, Atha Yoganushasanam. Means, now we are going to have the lowdown on yoga. Okay? Atha Yoganushasanam. Now for the lowdown on yoga. So the students are like, okay, we're all set. But what exactly is yoga? And he says, Yogas Chitta Vritti Nirodha. You're like, excuse me, what? So he says, yoga is, chitta is what? The mind. Vritti is the churnings and movements of the mind. Nirodha is stoppage, stilling. So yoga is the stilling of the churnings of the mind. Okay, so you say, really? That's it? And why is that important anyway? What does it achieve? So he says, Tada drashtu swarupe vasthanam, means then you see yourself as you truly are. And you say, what do I see myself as otherwise? I see myself as I truly am only when I look in the mirror. And then he says, vritti sarupyam itaratra. Otherwise, you see yourself as the churnings of your mind. Okay, so it's a bit confusing. So he takes another 195 sutras to explain all of this. And you think, what does it mean? So imagine this. You've all seen these screensavers and calendar pictures where there's a beautiful still lake in the Alps or the Himalayas, absolutely still. Have you all seen those kind of pictures? What do you see in that lake? Reflection of everything around it. If it's absolutely still, every leaf, every cloud is reflected in it so accurately that if you actually turned it upside down, you won't be able to know which one is the reflection and which one is reality, that accurately. So he says, Patanjali is basically saying, make your mind like that, as still. Okay, what about a rushing river? Does it?
You, we cannot find you, we cannot find you. Come here soon, come here soon. A big round of applause for them. Woohoo! That was not easy, trust me. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to the parents, thanks to the children, thanks to the entire NLF team. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Take Mr. Tukam with you. It's yours. It's very nice.
To see who we really are. And once the mind is really, really still, if you can make your mind really, really still, you see yourself as you really are. And what are you? What are you? Are you this limited, fearful little human being who has very limited faculties and can't do anything, can't achieve anything, insignificant, irrelevant, blown this way and that by the tides of whatever is happening around you? No, then what are you? Human being, yes. Simple human being. How much can you achieve in your life? How powerful are you as a child? You can say what again? You can just learn and read and that's all. Right? No. Each of us is hugely powerful, limitless, completely relevant, completely insignificant, completely significant. We can achieve anything we put our minds to if we are able to still our mind and see ourselves as we truly are. Otherwise, you're just rushing from event to event, not knowing what you are, full distorted reflection of yourself, thinking, I am only this much, listening to what everybody tells you about you, listening to the stupid stories you tell yourself about you, oh, I am just useless, I can't do anything, I can't, okay? Yeah. So that's what you become when you don't focus, when you don't see yourself as you really are. Okay. So then Maharishi P goes on to tell us, so we'll say, okay, Maharishi, how to stop these thoughts in my head, yeah? They just keep coming and coming and coming. So he says, think of thoughts as waves. In your Chitta lake, which is really calm and, very beautiful, waves rise. These are thoughts. They keep rising and rising. So what can you do? What is the nature of a wave? It rises and then it falls. It rises, falls. Every wave you've ever seen on the seashore, does it just stay there forever like that? So why should you take that wave seriously? It comes and goes. However, if you say, oh my God, that wave has come, I'm going to ride it, I'm going to catch it, I'm going to pummel it down, and you get onto the wave, what will happen? drown. You'll get drowned in the ocean of samsara. You'll never come out. You'll never be able to see. You'll be just flailing, struggling, and say, oh, my life is over. Finished. Over proud of yourself. No, not only over proud and all you leave. Don't even react to the waves that are rising in your mind. Most of the waves are quite pointless, especially things like anger. Oh God, how could you do that to me? Then that anger wave rises, you climb on it, and before you know it, you've gone off somewhere. Think of a railway station, okay? You have a ticket. You have planned today, I'm going to achieve all this, I'm going to study so much, etc. Now, if you're like that, you have a ticket for the day. But you're standing in a railway station with a ticket, you want to go to Bombay, let's say. The Chennai train comes in, do you climb it? Train to Jaipur comes in, do you get into it? Because you say, what? That's nonsense, that's foolish. I'm a sensible person, rational person, I'll wait for my train to come. But how do we not do this with thoughts? Any thought rushes in from anywhere, climb on that, go off somewhere. At the end of the day, my God, I didn't get anything done. How did I get here? Because first of all, you got onto the wrong train. So the act is, the effort is sit down, hold tight, watch this thing come, the train. That's not my train, keep sitting. And the thing is, if it seems to call out to you with its siren song, the train, come in, I'll take you to exciting places, just come and climb on. This is the train you want. But if you resist, that train will leave at the time it's supposed to leave. It won't stay there forever calling you. You just have to resist for those 2.5 minutes of its stop, and you will be fine. And then when your train comes, get on it, finish what you're supposed to do. Okay, so one good exercise to do every day, 5 minutes, morning or evening. Sit down and watch the thought trains come and go. This meditation, no, people tell you, just sit and finish, don't allow any thoughts. Impossible for human beings. Thoughts will come. The point is not to get attached to the thought. Watch it come, watch it go. Watch, it will tell you a lot about yourself. What are the thoughts that populate my mind? It will tell you a lot. So just let them come, let them go. That's already a great achievement. Then, here's what Patanjali tells you, the next exercise. I think that's all we have time for, but this is a wonderful exercise. He says, there are only 5 kinds of thoughts, boys and girls. There are only 5. And he said, what nonsense, Maharishi. Thousands of kinds of thoughts come into my head in 1 second. What are you saying, only 5 kinds of thoughts? He said, okay, let me classify them for you, then you decide. Okay, fine. Okay, what are the 5 kinds? He says, 1 is right knowledge, which is correct information which you need to survive in a body. Yeah, right knowledge. That is called pramana. I'm just throwing these words at you, don't have to remember. Just nice to hear it in the Sanskrit, that's all. Okay, pramana. Then, second, if there is one kind of thought which is right knowledge, what should be another kind of thought? Wrong knowledge. That is called viparyaya. Okay. Then another kind of thought that comes is called, what is the capacity that only human beings have? Wonderful capacity. That imagination. Imagination.
Raise your hands. Hindi a little similar, okay? How many of you know Marathi? Raise your hands. Okay. Many of the audience members know Marathi. Very nice. Put down your hands. Put down your hands. Okay. Now, put down your hand. Yes. Now we are going to perform a poem. Okay. The poem's name is Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. What is the name of the poem? Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Now say it in one line. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Okay. Okay. This is the picture, okay, of that poem. He is that man, okay. He is this Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Now, we are going to describe him, okay, in Marathi, but it will be lyrical and it will be of little music as well. So, no need to worry if you don't know Marathi. You will get the description of this man. What was the name of the man? Gadar nahi, Ghaffar Khan. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. Okay. So this is the poem written by Vinda Karandikar. Okay. A famous Marathi writer, translator, critic, and whatnot. Okay. He has got the most highest literary award in India, Jnanpith Award. He has received it in 2006. Okay. And he is unfortunately he's not with us anymore. But his poems are with us. Okay. And we are going to perform this poem. What was the name of the poem? Abdul Gabdul. Okay. So let's start the performance. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Let's start the performance. Okay. Let's go. बंद करो ये, बंद करो.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Mic. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan.
दिसतो कसा
गोरा पान. हसता हसता पडते टोपी. हाय. हसता हसता पडते टोपी. हाय. चालता चालता जातो झोपी. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. खातो काय मुर्गी नान.
Oh, 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 oh.
तीन कोंबड्या. तेरा रोट्या. लहान नव्हे भल्या मोठ्या.
Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. बोलतो कसा गांडान.
पहिले मांडतो आपला मुद्दा.
हे करा, ते करा. हे करा, ते करा.
बरं.
हे करा, ते करा. 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 हे करा.
मग गमतीने घालतो गुद्दा. Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Gabdul Ghaffar Khan. मध्येच घेतो अवघडतान. Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan. त्याची दाढी फारच छान. पायापर्यंत लोंबते खाली, त्याची मोठी सोय झाली. पायापर्यंत लोंबते खाली, त्याची मोठी सोय झाली. Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Abdul Ghaffar Khan.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so we have time for another minute, another energizer or something like that. Yeah, okay. So, did you enjoy the performance? Yes. So there's a follow-up activity regarding the performance. Okay. So do you want to come on the stage with me? Come. All the children, do you want to come on the stage with me? We'll create a big circle, okay, together. Come join on the stage. Yeah.
To 2 to 3:15, to 2 to 2:15. Now, before we break for lunch, don't go anywhere because we have a performance by Mr. Kapil Pandey, known as Spring Stretches, which highlight the similarities between spring and yoga.
Smaller circle in the smaller circle. छोटे बच्चे आ जाओ. छोटे बच्चे आ जाओ बीच में. You come in the middle. A smaller circle in the middle and bigger circle by big people, big children. Okay. Create a. Yeah, you can join this circle. Smaller circle. Please join the smaller circle. Yes. एक सर्कल यांच्यासोबत बनव तू. हां, तू थांब सर्कल मध्ये थांब. Yes, come and join in the smaller circle. Okay, so what we are going to do, any idea? What? Nothing. Okay, so we are going to sing a song together and dance on the steps, but you have to follow me. So you will all have to listen first and then follow. Are you with? No, in Hindi. Hindi is okay for all of you? Okay. Everyone ready? Yes. Let go of the hands and create some space for yourself to dance. Okay? Yes. Ready? Everyone ready? Okay. This song is of a person who has a big beard. Yeah. बहुत बड़ी दाढ़ी है उसकी. Okay? चलेगा? Okay. Ready? Everyone ready? You can sing with us. Okay? You can all sing with us. Just follow me. Okay? And 1, 2, 3, go. लंबी दाढ़ी वाले बाबा. लंबी दाढ़ी वाले बाबा.
Yeah, I know. Just guess. When you have no idea, you guess. No, yeah. The universe started to form. So you're now getting into 13.8 billion years ago. But not then, but you're close. 13.65 billion years ago. Now, this is all my theory, okay? Don't go reading and checking and coming back to me, तुमने गलत कहा था. To me, 13.65 billion years. Why am I saying that? Because that was the time when the particles started coming together to form stars, absolutely. And do you know why these stars got formed? Why only 13.65 billion or around then and not before and not after? Because of the first time a season happened then. What was that season? No, spring. Now this is again my theory. Why do I say that spring happened at that point of time? Sorry? Flowers blossomed before the stars happened. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, huh? Flowers blossoming and then the no. But yeah, spring is about flowers blossoming. And what else is spring about for you? Read new life, yes. What else? Hope? Growth, absolutely growth. Creation. And why does this creation happen? Why do things get created? Because there are small differences between things and they come together. And when they come together, yoga happens, yeah? That's what we just learned. So 13.65 billion years ago, the floating matter, imagine that, before that was trying to grow in a way that they were slightly different from each other in various aspects. And that difference is what brought them together. So that difference actually got us the first spring, the first basant. Huh? So basant karte hain. I wrote something that is in Hindi, but I will kind of translate wherever necessary. So this is called basant kare. So chaliye basant karte hain. I know this is autumn. Although Delhi में autumn लग रहा है, यहाँ पे तो अभी भी थोड़ा आज बेहतर है. आज वैसे थोड़ा autumnish है, हाँ, right. But अभी autumn की बात नहीं कर रहे. हम बात कर रहे हैं 6 महीने बाद की, spring की, बसंत की, yeah, when the flowers blossom. तुम्हें पता है कुदरत का पहला करिश्मा क्या था? कुदरत is nature and करिश्मा is miracle. Yeah. तुम्हें पता है कुदरत का पहला करिश्मा क्या था? सबसे पहला करिश्मा था सितारों का पैदा होना. हम और तुम भी इन सितारों से ही जने हैं. इन्हीं सुलगते, स्मोल्डरिंग, टिमटिमाते जर्रों से हम भी बने हैं. लेकिन नहीं बन पाते ये सुलगते सितारे अगर वो ना होता जो सबसे अहम था, वो जो सृष्टि यानी यूनिवर्स का सबसे पहला रहम था. तो हम और तुम भी इन्हीं सितारों से जने हैं, इन्हीं सुलगते टिमटिमाते जर्रों से हम भी बने हैं. लेकिन नहीं बन पाते ये सुलगते सितारे अगर वो ना होता जो सबसे अहम था, वो जो सृष्टि का सबसे पहला रहम था. ये कण, दोस पार्टिकल्स, ये कण, ये जर्रे जिनसे खुद सितारे बने हैं, एक जैसे नहीं थे. हर एक कण दूजे से थोड़ा सा अलग था. हर एक जर्रा दूजे से थोड़ा फर्क था. फर्क थे मिजाज, मिजाज इज मूड. फर्क थे मिजाज, कसाफत फर्क थी, कसाफत इज डेंसिटी. फर्क थे मिजाज, कसाफत फर्क थी. फर्क उनके एहसास, एहसास इज फीलिंग. फर्क उनके एहसास, हरारत फर्क थी, हरारत इज टेम्परेचर. तो ये कण, ये जर्रे जिनसे खुद सितारे बने हैं, एक जैसे नहीं थे. हर एक कण दूजे से जरा सा अलग था. हर एक जर्रा दूजे से थोड़ा फर्क था. फर्क थे मिजाज, कसाफत फर्क थी. फर्क उनके एहसास, हरारत फर्क थी. फर्क सी थी गर्मी, फर्क थी शरारत. फर्क सी थी नरमी, फर्क सी बगावत. निहायत ही जरूरी था ये फर्क. निहायत अज़न बहुत बहुत जरूरी था ये फर्क. कणों के सुलगने के लिए, जर्रों के भबकने एज इन टू फ्लेयर अप के लिए, सितारों के दमकने के लिए, हमारे भी जन्ने के लिए, फॉर अस टू बी बोर्न एज वेल. तो चलिए बस अब अंत करें. तो चलिए बस अब अंत करें अपने से फर्क से दूरी बनाना. तो चलिए बस अब अंत करें अपने से फर्क से दूरी बनाना. अलग जो है उससे यूं ही डर जाना. असहमति एज इन डिसएग्रीमेंट को दबाना. विरोधी को झुटलाना. इख्तिलाफत एज इन डिसेंट, इख्तिलाफत को मिटाना. बस अब अंत करें. तो बस अब अंत करें अपने से फर्क से दूरी बनाना. अलग जो है उससे यूं ही डर जाना. असहमति को दबाना, विरोधी को झुटलाना, इख्तिलाफत को मिटाना. बस अब अंत करें. बस अब अंत करें खेमों में बांटना. खेमे इज घेटोज, ग्रुप्स. बस अब अंत करें खेमों में बांटना, खेमों में बट जाना. ये खेमे हम शक्ल बना देंगे. विल स्टार्ट लुकिंग लाइक ईच अदर. ये खेमे हम अक्ल बना देंगे. विल ऑल स्टार्ट थिंकिंग लाइक ईच अदर. तो बस अब अंत करें खेमों में बांटना, खेमों में बट जाना. ये खेमे हम शक्ल बना देंगे. ये खेमे हम अक्ल बना देंगे. एक से मिजाज, एक सी कसाफत होगी, एक से एहसास, एक सी हरारत होगी, एक सी गर्मी, एक सी शरारत होगी, एक सी नरमी, एक सी बगावत होगी। जब हम ही हम होंगे एक ही तंबू में और तुम ही तुम होगे दूजे में, तो फर्क खत्म हो जाएगा, भभकना दमकना बंद हो जाएगा, सितारे ना पैदा हो पाएंगे, हम तुम भी गुम हो जाएंगे। तो बस अब अंत करें। अगर कुछ करना ही है तो बसंत करें, अगर कुछ करना ही है तो बसंत करें, ताकि पेड़ों में आम के बौरे लद जाएं। बसंत में पेड़ों में मैंगो ब्लॉसम्स यू स्टार्ट सीइंग कि वो आने लगते हैं। अगर कुछ करना ही है तो बसंत करें, ताकि पेड़ों में आम के बौरे लद जाएं, टेसुओं पे भंवरे मन, टेसुओं इज द फ्लेम ऑफ द फॉरेस्ट, द डार्क ट्री, ताकि पेड़ों पे आम के बौरे लद जाएं, टेसुओं में भंवरे मंडराएं, पीली सरसों लहलहाएं और किसानों के वाकई में अच्छे दिन आए। जहां इल्मो हिकमतें बेमोहब्बत ना रह जाएं, वी टॉक्ड अबाउट नॉलेज एंड विजडम, इल्मो हिकमत इज नॉलेज एंड विजडम, बेमोहब्बत इज विदाउट लव। तो जहां इल्मो हिकमतें बेमोहब्बत ना रह जाएं, यानी सरस्वती की याद में कामदेव को ना भूल जाएं। स्कूल्स में खास करना, वी टेंड टू डू ऑल दी सरस्वती पूजा, a lot of them do, they please tell them that कामदेव is also very important. हाँ? जहां इल्मो हिकमतें बेमोहब्बत न रह जाएं, यानी सरस्वती की याद में कामदेव को ना भूल जाएं, चलिए भांड बन जाएं। भांड इज अ बफून, अ क्लाउन, अ हार्लिक्विन, अ जेस्टर। चलिए भांड बन जाएं, नाचें नचाएं, गाएं गवाएं, मंदिर में सरसों के फूल चढ़ाएं और एक बार खुद को खुसरो बन के दिखलाएं। हैव यू हर्ड ऑफ खुसरो? चलिए भांड बन जाएं, नाचें नचाएं, गाएं गवाएं, मंदिर में सरसों के फूल चढ़ाएं और एक बार खुद को खुसरो बन के दिखलाएं। आज रंग है चमन में, इख्तिलाते रंगो बू महकाएं। इख्तिलाते रंगो बू इज इंटरमिंगलिंग ऑफ कलर्स एंड फ्रेग्रेंसेस। चलिए नाचें नचाएं, गाएं गवाएं, मंदिर में सरसों के फूल चढ़ाएं और एक बार खुद को खुसरो बन के दिखलाएं। आज रंग है चमन में, इख्तिलाते रंगो बू महकाएं और एक बड़ा सा तंबू बनाएं, और एक बड़ा सा तंबू बनाएं जहां हर एक रंग फर्क हो, जहां हर एक संग फर्क हो, हर एक ढंग फर्क हो, हर एक अंग फर्क हो। तब जो मिजाज जो कसाफत होगी, तब जो एहसास जो हरारत होगी, तब जो गर्मी जो शरारत होगी, तब जो नरमी जो बगावत होगी, अरे क्या दावत होगी, बसंत की नियामत होगी, बसंत की नियामत होगी। And you know what happens when this kind of togetherness happens? This is when we all unite, and the ones who unite are not like each other. They look like different things and different people and different objects, different concepts. What you can end up doing is you can actually end up shaking the world. So before lunch, let's try to shake the world. Let's think of our differences, let's celebrate them. And hum mamma garduma mamma eo, hum mamma garduma, hum mamma garduma mamma eo, hum mamma garduma. You do that? Hum mamma garduma mamma eo, hum mamma garduma. Louder. Hum mamma garduma mamma eo, hum mamma garduma. Hillele. Humma garduma mamma eo, humma garduma. Hillele jakjor duniya, hillele jakjor, hillele jakjor duniya, hillele jakjor, hillele jakjor duniya, hillele jakjor, hillele jakjor duniya. जनता की चले पलटनिया, हिले ले झकझोर दुनिया, जनता की चले पलटनिया, हिले ले झकझोर दुनिया, हिले ले झकझोर दुनिया, हिले ले झकझोर, हिले ले झकझोर दुनिया। हिले ले सियारे, हिले रे अफ्रीकवा। Can you repeat this? I can't do this twice. हिले ले सियारे, हिले रे अफ्रीकवा, हिले रे सियारे। अरे हिंगले बेंगलुरु वासी हिले भारत वासिया अरे हिल्ले रे सिया रे हिल्ले रे अमरीकवा अरे हिल्ले पूरी जगत की जनता हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया हिल्ले ले झकझोर हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया जनता की चले पलटनिया हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया जनता की हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया हिल्ले ले झकझोर हिल्ले ले झकझोर दुनिया हुम्मा गर्दुमा मामा ए ओ हुम्मा गर्दुमा हुम्मा गर्दुमा मामा ए ओ हुम्मा गर्दुमा मामा ए ओ हुम्मा गर्दुमा. By the way, this last song was only to shake the worlds inside you so that you feel a little hungry and have a good lunch. All right. See you at 2.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for sharing such an impactful poem summed up by that wonderful song. There couldn't have possibly been a better ending to the morning session, so thank you very much.
Thank you, audience. You guys have been wonderful. And now we will break for lunch, and our volunteers will guide you
What's
to
your
the
name?
cafeteria.
Please ensure to come back to the Kahani Munch for many more interesting sessions post the lunch break. We have sessions such as Books as Connectors from Linda Sue Park, The Future of Talk by Jane D'Souza, and A Librarian's Dream by Nadine Bailey, Anne Lysam, and Katie Day. Finally, the day will be summed up by poetry by Renee Watson and another performance by Kapil Pandey in Hindi known as May the Folk Be With You. Thank you. 2 o'clock it restarts. Yeah.
some of India's leading publications. Today, in her session, Menaka Raman will be talking about her newest book, How to Reach Mars and Other Impossible Things. In the book, a little girl's dream about envisioning women as scientists comes true thanks to her encounter with a scientist from Israel. Follow along the author's path as she takes you down the road to the making of the book. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks so much for coming for this session. Hello everyone over here. Hi. You all had lunch? Yes? Is anyone feeling a little sleepy after lunch? Yeah, no? The weather's warm and you've had like something really nice to eat and you want to take a little nap. That's why you're sitting next to the fan. That is a very smart thing to do. Well done. Yes, so I write books for children and I have just come out with this book which is called How to Reach Mars and Other Impossible Things. Yeah? How many of you watched Chandrayaan 3 take off and land? How many of you here? Yeah? How did it make you feel watching the launch and then the landing? How did you all feel? You felt very good. Anyone else? Soft landing. Very proud about India. Yeah? Anyone else? Anyone feel nervous when they were watching the landing? What were you nervous about? Okay, yeah, so there was a little worry that, and especially as it was getting closer and closer and closer to the surface of the moon, yeah? I know, and those kind of things can happen, right? I mean, who remembers Chandrayaan 2? Failed, right? So maybe there was a little bit of that leftover nervousness in us. Yeah, it crashed. Was anyone here worried Chandrayaan 3 might crash? I was a little worried. I mean, I was hoping it wouldn't, but I was feeling a little worried as it got closer and closer. But do you know what my favorite part of the whole Chandrayaan landing was? Does anyone know? So there was this one person on TV, and there was a gentleman and a lady who was doing the commentary, right? And the gentleman kept saying, "Lagbag, lagbag." Who remembers that? Does anyone here remember? He kept saying, "Lagbag, lagbag." And I thought it was such a great word. So I think in honor of Chandrayaan 3 and for Aditya, shall we all together say, "Lagbag, lagbag"? Yeah, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Okay, so I think now we can start the session. So this session is called Small and Big Questions. Okay, but before I get into this and the writing of this book and how it happened, a few years ago, before maybe about 2-3 years ago, I published another book called Topi Rockets from Tumba. And that book was about how India, long before, everyone knows what ISRO is, right? Do you all know what ISRO is? Yeah? So long before Indian Space Research Organization, right? So even before we had ISRO, India launched its very first rocket. No, it was a sounding rocket. It didn't have all these cool fancy names. Now we have Chandrayaan, Aditya, Mangalyaan. That was just Pavam. It had no name. They just called it sounding rocket number 1, I guess. But they launched their very first rocket from a place called Tumba. Does anyone know where Tumba is? Anyone here from Kerala? Yes? Anyone has heard of Trivandrum? Yes. So it's the capital. Your father belongs to Trivandrum. Let's give a big round of applause for Trivandrum. Yeah, excellent. So not very far away from Trivandrum is a small fishing village. It is a fishing village called Tumba. And way back in 1963, okay, which is a really long time ago, way back in 1963, has anyone heard of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai? Anyone here? Yes? Well, yes, I suppose we could say that. He is the father of Indian space research. That is what we call him. So Vikram Sarabhai and a team of scientists all set up camp in Tumba. There was a reason. They could only launch this rocket from Tumba. Do you want to put your hand down? We'll have lots of time for questions at the end. Okay? Okay, at the end, yeah, let's promise everyone can get a chance to say and ask questions at the end. So Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and this big group of scientists decided to go and set up in Tumba to launch this rocket. And I wrote a book all about how they made that happen. And while I was researching that book, I had this question, right? Because there was this one page in that book where the artist wanted to draw all these buses and scientists coming out of the buses and wandering around Tumba. And I wanted to know, were there any women scientists in 1963? There, but I didn't know if in 1963 there had been women who worked on this project. So now I had this question, and I tried very hard to find the answers for it. And where do you think I went and looked for answers? Google, okay. What else? All right, one sec. How do I make this play? One sec. Oh, thank you. The arrow, right? The next, this one. Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you so much. That would be much better. Okay. So do you think if I wanted to know were there women scientists in 1963 in Tumba, is that a small question or a big question? It's a big question, right? So, and I was really curious to know. So I looked online. I did ask Google, because that's usually the first thing I do is I'm like, you know, Google knows pretty much everything. Let me ask Google. And then Google didn't know. ChatGPT. You know, when I wrote that book, ChatGPT was not as famous as it is now, unfortunately, but that is a great answer. So I asked Google, then I tried to look it up in
enduring hardships and terror and
launch Mangalyaan, and of course now when we launch Chandrayaan 3, there have been so many women scientists who have joined ISRO and who work at ISRO and have made so many of the amazing space missions that we've launched a possibility. I promise to let you ask something or say something at the end. Is that okay? Yes? Okay. Nowadays, technology is dumber. Okay, I don't know. Is that a question or a statement? It's a statement?
my husband was the first to meet him. My husband is a
Okay, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. All right, so we'll get to everyone's questions, statements, ideas, thoughts, opinions, I promise, at the end of this. Okay, so I think a big part, okay, so I wrote that book a couple of years ago, and then last year I started to research this book, How to Reach Mars and Other Impossible Things. And the thing about writing is, as much as it is about sitting at a table and writing, I think you also have to ask a lot of questions, big and small questions.
So she is one of these typical young Sudanese girls who walks many hours a day to bring water to her family, right? So her story alternates with Salva's throughout the book, and I hope that that alternation kind of covers up the hole that's in the middle and that people don't notice it quite as much. So that is how Nia's story came to be. Now, the book was published in 2010, and what I hoped was that it would be a great example for young people about that cliche of how one person can make a difference. But that is not what happened. What happened stunned me and still stuns me today. What happened was that young people read this book and went to their adults, their educators, their parents, their teachers, and said, what can we do to help Salva and to help Nia. Teacher after teacher have told me that this was child-driven, this was student-driven, that they did not propose this, their students were the ones who asked this question. So Salva's not-for-profit Water for South Sudan contacted me and said, you know, we're getting a lot of letters from schools and from students who want to help. So they began to develop a program through which students could help Salva's organization raise money and build wells, right? And it's called the Iron Giraffe Challenge because the drilling rig that they use looks like an iron giraffe. Right? Okay, so this began, and the organization learned what worked well and what didn't work as well, and so forth. And to date, since about 2013, when it really got started, students have raised almost $5 million for Salva's organization, which is responsible for more than 400 clean water wells in South Sudan, serving about 500,000 people. I still sort of pinch myself because I just never anticipated that this would happen. A water well in South Sudan costs about $15,000 US to drill. So if a school raises $5,000, okay, 1/3 of the amount of that, they get a dedicated well. This is their well, the well that their money helped to build. So the local people come and they make a sign and they give them the GPS coordinates of their well so they know exactly where their well is, and they stamp the name of the school into the cement so that there's a permanent evidence of the school's participation in this event. There's also a friendly competition that happens with schools who raise enough money. Their names are put in a hat once a year, and schools' names are drawn out of the hat. And first prize for the competition is a visit from Salva himself. He comes to their school and he answers their questions, and it is just an incredibly joyous thing. Second prize is a Zoom with me. Maybe not quite as wonderful, but the second place winners have been very gracious and also have been happy to have a Zoom with me. So there are incredibly creative ways that educators have found to raise money. Probably the most popular is the Walk for Water. They have their students go around the track carrying water like Nia has to try to give them a feel for it, and then their communities sponsor them per lap or whatever, and so that's one way that money is raised for donations to the Iron Giraffe Challenge and eventually going to Salva's organization. They are much more creative than that. There are, of course, your bake sales and your wishing wells. They put a wishing well and you throw your change into it and so forth. And one of my personal favorites is tape your teacher to the wall. Every strip of tape raises money. So that's a very creative way that students get involved and really just incredibly enjoy it. Most of the time, I would say, these sorts of fundraising drives and this sort of interest is in schools where students have a great deal of privilege, right? But I have also been surprised at the number of schools located in very under-resourced areas of both the US and the world who want to help. This is mostly areas where, at the very least, people have water. And the idea of not having water, if you'd have, I guess, air, oxygen comes first, but after that, if you don't have water, you can't do anything. So I remember very movingly a school in a section of the United States of New York City called the Bronx, which was a very underprivileged neighborhood with students who felt like the whole world was against them, that they had nothing. And they would see, of course, these images from Hollywood and all of these other images of people with great wealth and great privilege, and they felt like they were the forgotten of the earth. And their teachers did this book with them, and the thought that there were people who didn't even have water spurred these young readers, and they raised money. They, who had almost nothing, were enlightened to the fact that there were people in the world who had even less than they did in a very visceral way. And so they raised money for a well in South Sudan. I guess that's one of the things, because when I do school visits, I am often in schools that can afford an author visit, right? And are schools of great privilege. And I often talk to groups of parents at these schools who want me to talk to their students about the importance of reading and why reading is so important to get a really good education, because when you have a good education,
Okay. Right. So when you're looking online for an answer, you can get an answer, but the first answer you get might not be the right answer, right? Or if you want to check that's the right answer, then you need to look in a couple of other places before you can say yes with certainty, this is the correct answer, this is the right answer. Yes. Huh. So then I think if you're looking at two places, right, you need to, and they're giving you two different answers. One is look a little more deeply. Say, for example, one of the websites is saying something like, in 1825, Donald Trump said. Does that sound? In 1825, Donald Trump said, no? If it says something like William Shakespeare in his TED Talk said, these are all signs that it's not probably very accurate information. Then it's always a good idea to go to a grown-up and ask them, can you tell me some places which are accurate, where you know that the information will be right? Okay? So that's really important. So, okay, so I wrote this book, How to Reach Mars and Other Impossible Things. And I want you to know, I'm not a scientist, okay? The last time I studied science, I studied physics. I was in 12th standard and I struggled through it, okay? But I still had to research about how India and how ISRO launched the mission to Mars, or Mangalyaan, okay? At the end, okay? Promise. At the end, we can ask questions. So, all right. So, what kind of questions do you think I, as a writer, might have asked? What are the kind of questions? If I want to write a story about the Mars mission and about Mangalyaan, what are the kind of stories someone would ask? Two. Give me any one. Is there Netflix on Mars? Okay. Any other kind of questions? Any other kind of questions when you're writing a book on Mars? Which planet should I go to? Yes? Are there aliens on Mars? Okay. All right. Yes. Is Chandrayaan-3 launched, landed, and mission completed? Or is that the question you want to ask?
Excuse me.
Okay, yes.
Can I reach with an auto to Mars?
Can you reach with an auto to Mars? Okay. Any other kinds of questions? Is there data on Mars? We have a question right at the back. Right at the back. We'll take the... Okay. Is there service on the moon? Like
How
mobile
hot it
service?
will be?
How hot will it be on Mars? Okay.
Is it possible to live on Mars?
Is it possible to live on Mars? Okay. Oh, there's a question next to her as well. Okay, okay. If you all shout, no one can hear.
How fast can we go to Mars?
Where is this question coming? Ah, sorry. Yes. All right. Did he ask the question?
One second.
What?
How fast can you go?
One.
How far? I don't want to ask.
Okay.
story. Wolf as animals have always intrigued me because, they are ferocious creatures, but this book is all about their perspective, so it's quite interesting.
And what do you think about the Lit Fest itself?
It's amazing, actually. From, as young as you can get the books from there and then all the way up to young adults. I think it's a fantastic collection of books for all age groups. It's, I would recommend this for every book reader in town.
Thank you so much.
What's your name?
Yuv. My name is Yuv. YUV, yeah.
YUV. Which standard you're in?
9.
Only when we have been recognized by the speaker, and if we can stand, that way our volunteers can get to you with a mic. Just a small request that you stand and raise your hand. Only when we're recognized by the speaker, if we can raise our questions. Thank you.
All right. So these are all great questions about Mars. And I have also wondered a lot if there are aliens, not just on Mars, but intelligent life form anywhere else out there in the universe. But when I started writing this book, so how many of you here have heard of Mangalyaan or the Mars Orbiter mission? It happened about 10, 11 years ago. You've heard of it? Okay, anyone else? All right, few hands going up. So very quickly, I will tell you what it was. Basically, ISRO launched a satellite or a space probe, and it went and orbited around the planet Mars, okay, to collect data, photographs, information, and send it back to Earth, right? So, of course, my first question was, why are we so interested in Mars? What's so great about Mars that, we want to send, and not just ISRO, right? NASA, China, Russia, a lot of countries have sent space probes to Mars. So why do you think we're all... I'm going to...
Because we don't know what is there on Mars.
Okay, because we don't know what's there on Mars.
Mars is also closer to us, so it is easier to gather information from it.
Okay, that's a great answer. Okay, yes. Because Mars is similar to Earth. Okay, so there are so many reasons, right? And yes, maybe we want to go and set up a colony on Mars one day and live on Mars. Okay, yes, we have a question over there.
To find interesting stones on Mars.
To find interesting stones. Okay, yes, to look for interesting Martian rocks. Okay.
Actually,
all right, last question. Oh, yes.
Actually, at Mars, there is lava.
There is lava. Okay, so there's lava rocks on Mars. Last question from there, and then the next one. Why are we so interested in Mars?
Because everyone is very curious what's in it.
What's there, right? Okay, so I think back very, very long ago, there was a famous scientist called Galileo. Has everyone here heard of Galileo? Galileo, yes. And he was the first person to observe Mars through his telescope. It's a little red dot, twinkling light that you can see in the sky. And humans have always been interested in it. Why is it red? Is there intelligent life form on Mars? Can we go live there one day? So, of course, my first question was, why are humans interested in Mars? And then I had to come down to this particular mission, right? What was cool about this mission? What was so interesting about this mission, Mangalyaan, that I should write an entire book about it and get a very talented illustrator called Rajiv Vaib to illustrate it? And why would a publisher want to publish it? So, a lot of interesting facts about this particular mission, all right? India was the only country to successfully put a satellite around the orbit of Mars on our very first go. Lots of other countries have tried and done it, maybe on the second time, third time, but we did it on our first go. And that's something we always like to feel good about, right? Okay, the other really amazing thing was we were way under budget. How many of you have budgets at home for your birthday? Can I have a PS4? No, you can have 10 rupees for your birthday gift. Yes? So there are budgets for everything, right? So even for the Mars Orbiter mission, there was a budget, and it was a really, really small budget. It was not...
Overall, what I've learned is that literature can be, like, it doesn't really have to be just in, it can be many genres and types, and even those who don't like literature or don't like reading, they can still find fun in NLF, like watching the plays and the shows. literature doesn't only have to be about the books.
And what is your favorite book? Any book?
I mostly like the comics, and NLF only introduced me to the comics.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
Kari. Found that very interesting. So I had to ask what was cool about this mission, and then of course who worked on it. And I know sometimes when we look in the media, you will see this one person gets to give interviews, or a handful of people become really famous after something is a success. But working both on this book and on Topi Rockets from Tumba, especially with a mission like this, you realize how many people have to work together across kind of different cities and places to make it a success. And then you want to know how they did it, right? I mean, do you think it's easy to launch something into Martian orbit, Paran? Yeah.
The woman called Kalpana Chawla, she was the first woman to go in the space.
Okay, all right. Yes, so lots of cool things happening in space from different parts of the world, right? So these were my 6 questions. How did they do it? When did it happen? And where did it all go down? So even to write a book, I need to ask myself 6 pretty big questions, all right? And I will look at where I looked for answers. So I'm pretty much like all of you. Yeah, my first, who was the person who said you can read books? So the first thing I did was to look at You Told. I looked for what books were already existing about the Mars Orbiter mission. And I don't know if it's available today in the book mart, but you should look at Minnie Vaid, who's a journalist, wrote this fantastic book called ISRO's Magnificent Women and Their Flying Machines. And I think she's probably till date the only person who's been able to get all the women scientists to sit down and talk to her about.
You go to a library, you pick the book that you already read. So we developed a system. He would get a stack of new books. I would get 2 or 3 books that I'd read before and loved. We would take them home and he would hide them. I had to read a new book before he would pull out one of the old books. And of course, he knew exactly what he was doing, because from those new books, I got more favorites that I then wanted to reread. Right? So there are so many ways to develop a reading culture in your home that are fun, fun for you as a family, right? Okay. I'm just going to check my time, because I always, on every single session I've had, I've gone on too long. Okay. All right. Oh, what's that doing in there? That's my new grandbaby. She's not supposed to be in there. Okay. I want to tell you about my 2 new books that are coming out. And they are very inspired by my participation in the children's book community as a whole. In the past few years, there have been several books that have come out in the United States about Black or African American hair. Okay? It's got a different texture than majority white people's hair, right? And for a long time, that was considered a huge negative. Now, members of the African community are taking back their hair. Okay, they are celebrating it, right? They are not ashamed of it anymore. One of the biggest examples is a book called Hair Love by Matthew Cherry. Yes, published by our own Namrata Tripathi. Namrata, there she is. Yes, so that is one of the many books that started this trend. Okay, and I was like, okay, I can do that too. I can do it for Asian eyes. Asian eyes have been have been teased and degraded, and for years in my childhood, I was the only Asian in my school as a little girl. I suffered greatly from the teasing about my eyes and so forth, and I'm like, so I'm going to do a book like that, and it's called Smiling Eyes, illustrated by Lenny Wen, who is Malaysian Chinese. So you will see a great variety of Asian eyes, that they do not all look alike, right? And she's done just a beautiful job illustrating, including one verse, which is, by the way, and this is for very young children. This is for, up to kindergarten, first grade, okay, very young children. And there is one verse about glasses, I have had to wear glasses since I was very, very small. I don't often see glasses celebrated, right? I love my glasses. First of all, I can't see without them. But second of all, the frames thing, it's so fun. You get to go in and you get to choose a new frame. I have this crazy optician who always pushes me into glasses that I'm like, what? So I wanted a verse about glasses in there. So kids who wear glasses were like, hey, you know, this is okay. This is cool. So that's Smiling Eyes. That will be out in January 2025. So it's a little while yet, but it's not that long. Time goes fast. So January 2025, Smiling Eyes, HarperCollins, Alida. Okay. I am also on the advisory board for the Rabbit Hole, which is going to be a national children's literature museum for the U.S. in Kansas City. It is a gigantor project. It has been many years in the making. The people who started it, of course, had to raise millions of dollars. And one of the ways they did so is they asked their board to contribute. So I wrote a poem called My Book and Me, and it was eventually turned into a book illustrated by the amazing Caldecott winner Chris Roshka. So My Book and Me is about a child who absolutely loves their books and takes them with them wherever they go. And I'm looking forward to the publication of that book, which will be February 2024. Any minute now, right? Okay, I am supposed to now take questions, so I'm very happy to do that. So, is there, okay, mics are coming. So I see someone in this front, on the second row, and we'll start there.
As you mentioned in the start, you said you wrote over 30 books for children specifically. Two questions. One, which one do you think is your best book out of those? Second, which one do you think took the longest?
Oh, okay. Great. I'll take the second question first because it's easiest. When I visited with the young people who have read A Long Walk to Water yesterday, I told them that they were reading draft number 17. Okay, I wrote it once, I rewrote it 16 times before I thought it was good enough for them. Okay? When My Name Was Kyoko, the World War II story. Now, part of that might have been because my parents kept saying, no, that's not what it was like. But I ended up having to write, the one that was published was number 37. So 37 drafts of that book before I got it right. So that probably took the longest. I can't remember exactly, but maybe 3.5 years before I wrote that. Now, which one is my best? Sometimes people ask me that. Okay, I have 2 children. A daughter and a son. I love them both very much. But on some days, my daughter is my favorite because my son is giving me a hard time. He's not listening. He's not cooperating. Other days, my daughter is the one who's not listening very well, and my son is my favorite, right? So this is true of all my books. It really is. I know it's not a satisfying answer, but it's a true one. Yesterday, when I was standing up in front of those grade 6 kids, A Long Walk to Water was my favorite book. Probably the honest answer is the book I'm writing right now. It's not out yet, but I want it to be my best book ever. I don't always succeed, but I try, and I hope it's going to be my best book ever. So it's the one I'm writing right now, which is not even out in the world yet. Thank you for your question. All the adults are shy, see?
Follow those same rules as well. Your story must have a beginning, a middle, an end. You have to have a main character. You have to have something that they want to find out, some struggle or problem that they're having, how will they overcome it, and all of that. So anyway, I finally managed to write a story, and then my work was over. And then it goes to Rajiv, who's the illustrator. And then Rajiv does this amazing magical thing which artists and illustrators can do. They start to imagine what this character looks like. So this is the final Rabia we went with over here. But we started off with a bunch of these kind of sketches. And this is a lot of fun because then me and Rajiv will sit and we'll chat and he'll say, how do you see her? What kind of hair does she have? How tall do you think she is? What kind of uniform does she wear? So we have lots of these conversations and Rajiv keeps doing different character sketches. And then he'll do sketches for each page of the book. And then once we've all kind of in agreement on that, we then go on to, then the story goes into kind of edits and publishing. So now I think that's how I wrote this story, and I think you'll find that every author or illustrator has their own process and their own way of doing things which works kind of best for them. But that's how I wrote this story. So now I want to know, do we have how much time do we have left? We have time. Okay, can we give out some sheets of paper to the kids? Yeah? All right. So we're going to hand out some sheets of paper and sketch pens and stuff like that. And do you all want to think of something you want to write about? And do you want to think of the 6 questions that you will ask if you had to write something about this? Or we can do it as a discussion. How do you want to do it? Huh? You want paper. Okay, so whoever wants paper, you can put your hands up and they will come and give you some paper and sketch pens. All right? And while that is happening, yes, what would you like to share? Oh, you want paper? Okay, so there you go. You can just, yes. Okay, all right. So, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Why don't you get a sheet of paper? Okay, so this is what we're okay, so we had one question, which is why is there an auto on the cover of the book? That's because the space probe they actually sent out into Martian orbit was the size of an auto. That's why. Okay, so once you get your sheets of paper, there is a stage invasion. No, it's okay. I mean, if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. All right. Do you all want to sit down because it'll get? You can go and ask that lady over there. Do you all want to kind of move down and so there's a little space for all of you to do your work? Okay? Okay, if you don't want to, then you can go and sit back with your parents. Okay, so no choosing colors. We're not drawing on. Okay, this is what you're going to do. I want all of you to think, okay, very quickly of something you want to write about. Okay? For me to give you something, or do you want to think of your own thing? Own thing. I will tell you. Okay. Of course you can. Write a story about this. Okay, so we saw the 6 kinds of questions: how, what, where, when, who, why. Were those the 6 questions? I want you to think of what are the 6 questions you would ask if you were going to write about escape. Okay, you want to write about yourself? Okay, if you want to write about yourself, you can. My thing for you is, if you are escaping a one-eyed alien from Jupiter, you are, okay, right? Astronauts, you can write about what you like. Pardon? Okay, write about Mangalyaan. If you can't think of something to write about and you want a prompt, your prompt is you are escaping from a one-eyed alien on Jupiter. What are the 6 questions you will ask to write about this? I'm going to give you 5 minutes. So the 6 questions are who, where, why, when, how, what. So you have to think, what are the 6 questions that you will ask in this situation? Of course, you can draw, you can write, however you would like to creatively express yourselves. you can write the questions and then later think about what is. Okay, there's 5 minutes left. So, what is your question? So you can write about escaping from a one-eyed alien on Saturn. Yes, you can do that. I like that attitude. You can do that. You have to think, what are the 6 questions that you'll ask in this situation if you're going to write about it? Yeah, or if you're going to write a story about it, what are the 6 things you'll want to ask yourself when you're sitting down to write it? Yeah, write about whatever you like. That's also fine. Whatever floats your boat. So we only have like 5 minutes left. If someone is done, you can come and show it to me. Yes? Okay. And if you don't finish now, don't worry. You can take it home and think about it and write at home as well. But don't mistake this for homework. It's not homework. It's just for fun, okay? I'm not going to correct you on it. So you can write whatever you like. Anything also you can write. Of course you can. Yeah?
My terrible 12 minutes. If it was a half an hour, I wouldn't do it. But 12 minutes I can do. And every single one of my books gets written 12 minutes at a time. So I hope it works for some of you in whatever you do. Thank you so much for coming today.
I just had one last question.
Oh, yes.
Linda.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
We're going to let her ask her question. So,
For the last couple of days, I've been tracking so many of the comments that you made, and you started with the author's retreat where you said identity is not universality.
Yes.
And I'm listening to so many of the things that you're saying right now, and the ability to be able to observe your thinking almost. Just the outhouse comment that you made, and the smiling eyes, and just so much of stuff. The ability to observe yourself seems to be something that drives your writing. So how do you weave, any comments for us as educators, for our children on, and we often don't do that. We are often in such a rush, and we are always thinking of what does somebody want to see you write, or what does want to see someone see coming out of you. So the ability to observe yourself and then derive beauty from it and derive ideas from that. Any thoughts? Any
specifically with regard to writing,
and
it's
I
a
think
great.
it's me more than anything else, because I'm constantly trying to see what the other person wants to see coming out of me. So I think it's advice.
Right. So I think with regards to writing, I think sort of becoming self. And I think that led to everything. It led to why I rewrite the way I do. It led to the 12-minute chunking, and I wish back in the day, some of you are as old as I am, you had to memorize poetry, right? And it became a part of you. It became in your cells, in your blood. They don't do that anymore in schools, hardly at all. And so I think that poetry, which is so universal, almost every culture in the world has poetry. I think there's something there. I'm not smart enough to know on a scientific level how that works. But that's what it was for me, is it led to all of these, it had all these other great ramifications. Does that help any? Yeah? Okay. All right. Again, thank you all for coming, and I hope you've had a wonderful festival.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to say bye to everyone. Thank you so much for attending the session, and thank you for all your questions and answers as well. Bye.
बंद कर ना. हो तुम्ही सांगा ना, सुरू करा. हो तुम्ही सांगा ना. इधर 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 इधर. Hello everyone. Hello. Hello everyone. Hi. So we are back again. So can you please come on the stage, all the children?
Yeah, yeah.
Please come on the stage. And you will have to sit behind this line.
So, there are three words: Atama, Abakka, Labrina. Atama, Abakka, Labrina. Okay. So when I say Atama, you have to clap one. You have to do one clap. Okay. So Atama, 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 Atama. Okay. Now when I say Abakka, you have to clap 4 claps like this. Okay. Wait. I'll show you first. Okay. Abakka. Okay. 4 claps. Okay. Abakka. 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 Atama. 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 Abakka. Okay, very nice. Now, when I say the third word, Labrina, you have to clap, 10 times. Yeah, 10 times, okay? Like this. First see and then clap, okay? Labrina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Labrina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Atama. Atama. Abakka. 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 Labrina. Atama. Abakka. Labrina. Atama. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. We'll start with the performance. The performance is Geet Ka Kamal. Okay. It is a folk tale, Bundelkhandi folk tale. And the image you are seeing here, the illustration is done by Jitendra Thakur. Okay. No, it is much different. It is not like Abdul Ghaffar Khan. Okay. Okay. Let's begin with the performance. And give a big round of applause for these guys.
Hello. Hello. So before starting a performance, we will play another game. Okay? So, In Maharashtra, we call this instrument dimidi. Dimidi. आपके यहाँ इसे क्या कहते हैं? या कन्नड़ा में इसे क्या कहते हैं? या प्लीज. Yes, please. बाप रे. तो चलो अब हम एक गेम खेलेंगे. हाँ. हेलो. या. You want to play? So we call this dimidi. You got it? So just pay attention to my hand.
Hello.
When I play dimidi with 4 fingers, you will have to say dha.
Da.
Dha.
Da.
And when I play it with 1 finger, you will have to say dhin.
Din. Din.
Dhin.
Din.
Din.
Okay. So you understand? Just pay attention to my hands.
Dha.
एक साथ कहना है सबको. आप भी यार क्या चुप बैठे हो? सब खाना खा के आए. उधर कूलर चालू है, नींद आ रही है सबको. So just pay attention to my hands.
Da.
सबका एक साथ आना पड़ेगा आवाज. एक साथ. हाँ?
Da. Din.
जोर से.
Din. 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 Din.
पीछे से.
Da. Da.
बजाया ही नहीं अभी तो यार. Pay attention, okay? So now I will play 4 words continuously. Just let me finish and then.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dha din.
Da.
Din.
Da.
Din.
Da.
Din. Dha 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 dha.
Everyone.
Dha 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 dha. Din din. Dha din dha din. Dha din dha din. Dha din dha din.
Just pay attention.
Dha din dha din. Dha din dha din.
So अब हम एक साथ, आपको मेरे साथ ही बोलना होगा. हाँ, हम एक साथ शुरू करेंगे. हाँ,
Da. Din. Da. Din. Da. Din.
क्या बजा रहा हूँ मैं? आप क्या बोल रहे हो यार? इसका ही ध्यान नहीं है. Just pay attention.
Din dha din dha.
Dha.
Din din dha din.
जोर से.
Din dha dha din din dha dha din din dha dha
Faster.
din dha din dia dha.
Da. Din. Da. Da.
Da din din da da din din din.
Da. Din. Din. Da. Da.
Da din din da.
अब हमें क्या करना है? मैं बहुत स्लो स्टार्ट करूंगा और हमें बहुत फास्ट जाना है. देखते हैं कौन कितना फास्ट गा सकता है. हाँ, एक साथ करना है सबको. एक साथ सबकी आवाज आनी चाहिए. पीछे वाले को भी सबकी आवाज आनी चाहिए. शुरू करें. Just pay attention.
Dha din da 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 din
Da. Din. Da. Din.
da din 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 da din
Da. Din. Da. Din. Da. Din. Da. Din. Da. Din. Da.
Come on, faster.
Da. Din. Da. Da.
da.
So नींद उड़ गई सबकी. अभी डांस करें. अभी डांस करना है. आप सबको बहुत थकाने वाले हैं हम लोग। चलो ईसा भी रख देते हैं। वदन
दादा म्यूजिक।
सो अभी हम यहाँ पे नाचने वाले हैं। हमारा गोश रंगा का एक गाना है और सबको नाचना है, कोई चुपचाप नहीं बैठेगा। और हमारे गाने में अगर आपको कोई समझ नहीं आया तो वहाँ पे सिर्फ 3 वर्ड से बुंग बैंग बुंग, वो जब आएंगे आप तब हमारे साथ गाएंगे भी। हाँ, और बुंग बैंग बुंग, जस्ट 3 वर्ड्स। ओके, यस, प्ले। माइक बंद कर।
Can you hear me better now? Okay. All right. So you don't have to collage the animal if you don't feel like it. But if you want to, the paper's all here for you, and scissors and glue. If you want to just draw it, it's up to you. It doesn't matter. But the main thing is figuring out why they look the way they do and letting them tell us why they look the way they do. So this is Steve when he was very, very young. He was a very early reader. And this is both of us when actually we're probably about your age. We're like 7, 8. This is it when we met, so we were in our teens. This is when we moved to New York City, and that's some really bad haircuts that we got. So we were in New York City, and we had a graphic design business, and we were solving problems for other people, whether it was like for fashion advertising or New York Times advertising also, or some book designs. And we had these 2 children. And we had made some books earlier just because we were graphic designers and we really liked books. But they just didn't really have an audience. We were reading every night to our kids. We just took turns every single night. This was one of their favorite books. And actually, it's the youngest child, my Jamie, that was his favorite. Oops. So this is Paige, and we were riding in an airplane. flying in an airplane, and she looked out the window and she asked her dad, why are the cars so small down there? She didn't have any reference for it. She's like, why are they so tiny? So he made this book for her. It's called, Looking Down. So this is a very shortened version. So it starts from outer space. It gets a little closer. And now you can see a river and maybe a town. It's even closer, and you can kind of see maybe it's a suburb. It's maybe a lot of houses put together in a close, like a neighborhood. And then you can see there's two houses up close, even closer. And there's a ladybug and a child looking at the ladybug in a magnifying glass. And then the ladybug up close. So it has no words, but it just goes from outer space all the way down to this ladybug. This is our son, Alec. He's doing a little experiment in the tent. Has your hair ever puffed up like that with static electricity? Sometimes. Yeah. So he wanted to know what was the biggest and the strongest and the fastest. So he was always asking those questions to the point that it would drive you a little crazy. But so Steve thought, I'll just answer his questions. I'll make this book for him. So the African elephant is the biggest land animal. And you can see he had actually put a little scale there where the elephant is actually in scale of a human being. So you can see, like, it's one thing to read the text and see, oh, it weighs this much or it's this tall. But when you actually see it relative to a person, then you know it's really big. This is kind of a young book. So when Steve's parents were cleaning out and they were moving to Colorado with us, well, not in our house, but nearby, they found this drawing that Steve made. The African elephant is the largest. So, it took like 35 years for Steve actually to make the children's book that he made when he was tiny, like when he was 6 years old. It was sort of amazing. He took this whole time to actually make the same book that he made when he was tiny. Okay. Okay. It's okay. This is our studio. There's some of the books that we have in there. And this is another view of our studio. I'm actually sitting at the desk there, and those are all the books on one wall, that wall. We came across this picture. I don't know if you guys ever come across this picture as like one of the... It looks upset. It is upset. It's smushed. Somebody took it out of the ocean. So, it often comes up on the internet as like the 10 ugliest animals kind of thing, which is not really a fair assessment.
It looks like something of
So Steve was very interested in making portraits of animals. So I printed out all these animals and we put them on the wall. And so everybody would walk by it and say what they thought this animal looked like or who that animal looked like. So they gave him the idea of creature features. So 25 animals explain why they look the way they do. So it was like he walked by that wall where we'd put all the pictures up and he thought, well, just interview the animals and they'll tell us, which is exactly what you're going to do. But So this African, I may not read this, but if I can find it, I'll read it. Giraffe. Do you know, I mean, can you guess why it has a blue tongue?
It ate too much cotton candy flavor.
Purple. Maybe more purple. Dear giraffe, why is your tongue purple? I live in Africa where the sun is very bright. My tongue, which I use to pluck leaves and grass, is dark purple so that it won't get sunburned. And I've got a lot of tongue to protect. Dear red-fin parrot, where did you get that funny hat? I'm not wearing a hat. Those are my feathers. When I'm frightened, I fan them out to make me look larger and more intimidating. Dear harpy eagle, why are your feathers sticking out? It's not because I'm scared, like the parrot was frightened. He's not. This harpy eagle's not frightened. He's a very large eagle. I'm one of the largest, fiercest birds in the world. Those feathers help me hear by directing my sound, the sound to my ears. So different use of feathers. Everybody. Dear pufferfish, you've got me worried. Are you going to explode? No, I won't burst. I've inflated my body with water to make it tougher for a big fish to swallow me. It's dear spice bush swallowtail caterpillar. Why are you staring at me? Ha, fooled you. Those aren't my eyes. They're spots on my back. But hungry birds leave me alone because they mistake me for a snake. Okay, yeah. Dear blobfish, what on earth happened to you? Being on dry land instead of in the ocean is my problem. My home deep in the sea, I look just like another fish, but I'm out of the water and gravity is smushing me. Here's what I usually look like. It looks exactly like a normal fish, right? Yeah, when they photographed it, a lot of times when you see the ugliest creatures, the 10 ugliest creatures, he's out of context. He's not in his environment. He's like sitting on some, water deck somewhere, and it's just squished him deep. Yeah, you got to flatten. You're right. So this part of the slides are really about how paper can be used in different ways to make an animal. So this is a very splotchy paper. Oh, I heard that one. Oh, this one. I think, but that worked. So this is an owl, and you can see the paper that was used. He made it spotty. This is a very marbly paper. It's done by like oil and ink put on paper, and so it makes these little marbles kind of look. And here it's used for the lizard's body. And then he's added stripes of white to kind of indicate the stripes on its tail. This is very rough, kind of scaly-looking paper. It could have been used for a snake, but it's actually used for a dinosaur. And do you have any guess what this is? It's slices of bananas. It's bananas that have been sliced and dried together. You think it's a snake? It's the wings on the fly. Now, do you know what this is? What about pizza? What about the paper that would come under pizza? So Steve saved the paper that came, he just really liked the way it looked, and we saved it until he actually used it to make this water bear. A tardigrade? So, tardigrade, water bear. So, do you know that it lives almost everywhere? And it's been to space. Did you know that?
Why does it have 8 legs?
You know, that's a what?
A tardigrade can live in any habitat, so it's a tardigrade.
You guys are so smart.
And it's peach and it has a snout. That is his snout. Tardigrades live on any food or water. Yeah, because it has sugar and water stored in its body.
So, what do you think that mouth looks like?
A snout. So mouth is a snout.
It looks like a machine to me. What do you think it looks like?
A snout.
All right, this is going to be like, we'll see closer and closer how his eye is made. Closer. See all the bits that made that eye? Look how many pieces of paper are making up that eye. That's a lot of pieces of paper that he glued on top of each other to make that eye. And these are all the pieces. These are all the pieces. Let's see what it is. But it's the pieces that Steve cut out to make this creature. So that's the end of my presentation. So do you guys want to get started? Okay.
We're making animals out of paper.
Would you like some tools would you like to, first you need to sort of rate what you think an animal that you would be interviewing. That you want to interview. Huh? Yeah, and we could, this is some paper they can put it on top of.
Do I have to pick one of each color or just one?
Any color is fine.
Whatever they want.
This color?
Vicky? You can do either one you want. What would you like to do? Cut?
What are we exactly doing?
Huh?
What are we doing?
So you think of an animal, and then you decide what animal.
If I want, I have one.
Okay, what to talk to?
I have a question. So how are we supposed to make the animal?
Yes, you interview an animal, you ask an animal why it looks the way it does, and then you can make the animal if you like.
We're going to make the animal and write about it.
So we're going to pass these out to the tables.
Can I have this? We know the big book you have written.
Let's get some paper out, guys, and then we'll have questions at the end. Oh, here. Let's put the papers here. We'll bring the paper to you. We'll bring the paper to you. Oh. You can draw too, for sure. You can draw too, but first.
खोदे खरड़ा 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 रे खरड़ा 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 खोदे
थोड़ी देर बाद जब उन्हें लगा कि सब कुछ ठीक है तो वे सेन में से अंदर घुसने लगे।
हाँ, सर के सररा 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 रे सररा 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 सर के रे।
उस औरत को कैसे पता चला कि हम अंदर घुस रहे हैं? घबरा कर वो इधर उधर देखने लगे।
देखे टगर मगर टगर रे टगर मगर टगर देखे रे।
बाप रे, उसने हमें जरूर देख लिया है। अब तो भागने में ही भलाई है।
इधर चोर दीवार कूद कर भाग रहे थे और उधर औरत ने गाने की आखिरी पंक्ति गाई। कूदे डगर 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 रे डगर 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 कूदे रे।
ये सुनकर तो चोर बेतहाशा भागे। उन्होंने कसम खाई इस घर में कभी चोरी नहीं करेंगे।
डगर 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 कूदे रे। औरत को तो पता भी नहीं चला कि उसके गीत ने क्या कमाल कर दिखाया। वो तो बस अनाज पीसती रही।
जब उसका पति जागा तो सुबह की रोशनी में उसने दीवार में बना छेद देखा। फिर उसे पैरों की निशान दिखाई दिए। उसने पूरा घर ध्यान से देखा। सब कुछ ठीक था, कुछ भी गायब नहीं था। उसने अपने पत्नी से कहा, कल रात तुम क्या कर रही थी?
अनाज पीस रही।
लगता है हमारे यहाँ कुछ बिन बुलाए मेहमान आए थे।
मुझे तो इसके बारे में कुछ पता ही नहीं। मैं तो कल रात भर उस गीत का रियाज कर रही थी जो तुम मेरे लिए लाए थे, है ना?
वाह! लगता है वाकई कमाल का गीत है। उसने चोरों को भगा दिया।
कितनी बढ़िया बात है ना? तुम मेरे लिए सचमुच सबसे अच्छा गीत लाए हो। हाँ,
दोनों ने चाय बनाकर पी और पूरे गांव को बताने चल दिए कि सही समय पर सही गीत गाने से कैसा कमाल हो सकता है।
सुनो गाँव वालों तुम सुनो ध्यान से,
गाओ सारे गाने तुम बड़े प्यार से।
सुनो गाँव वालों तुम सुनो ध्यान से, गाओ सारे गाने तुम बड़े प्यार से। खरड़ सरर टगर मगर डगर का धमाल, खरड़ सरर टगर मगर डगर का धमाल। एक गाने ने आज देखो कर दिया कमाल, एक गाने ने आज देखो कर दिया कमाल। सुनो गीत का कमाल, सुनो गीत का कमाल, गीत का कमाल, एक गीत का कमाल, गीत का कमाल, एक गीत का कमाल।
थैंक यू सो मच।
मुझे ये बताइए इस कहानी में कौन कौन से एनिमल थे? खरगोश, सांप और चूहा। खरगोश, लायन। चलो सब मिलके हम गाना गाते। मेरे पीछे पीछे गाओ। खोदे खरड़ 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 रे, खरड़ 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 खोदे रे। सर के सरर 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 रे, सरर 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 सर के रे। देखे टगर मगर टगर रे, टगर मगर टगर देखे रे। कूदे डगर 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 रे, डगर 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 कूदे रे। वाह।
What do they use now? And language is becoming more visual. We are getting lazier. So when you want to say that you're angry, what do in a text? Angry face, or you put it in bold, or you put it in italics. You don't use words anymore. It's just becoming a visual thing. Language is becoming more visual. There's this factor called age grading, which we are not aware of. I wasn't aware of. The way you speak now was different from the way you spoke when you were young. It will be different from the way you speak when you're 50, 60, 70. At each age, branding hurts. Because if you send someone a mail or a text, they know at once what age you are. So I was very surprised. I have a teen boy who said, only you put smileys. They put skull heads. How is that a smile? But that's the thing. So you see a message and you can tell an age. That's happening in our generation with language. And this is the other question. Do your kids want you to use today's language? They don't, yeah. This is much talked about. Short attention spans we talk about, right? This is all one sentence. And it goes on. This is Faulkner's world record of a 1,200 plus word sentence from his book Absalom, Absalom. Yeah. And nowadays, do you think anyone would read that sentence? Do you think they'd read 1,200 words anyway? So there's a little thing right down there which you can't see at the back. This is a personal anecdote. I was with my son Nikash. We were coming back in a bus. We'd just done our groceries, okay? And so I tell him, look, we've got so many packets. Message your brother Neil, my older boy, and tell him to come down right now. Tell him to leave whatever he's doing. Come down right now. We've got so much stuff. We won't be able to carry it up. And, in about 5 minutes it should take us and all. And while I'm saying all this, he's already done. He's written something. And he said, done. I said, you wrote all that? And he's written this, CMDNRN. Come down right now. And it worked. Yeah. So that's what, and we have to accept it. That's what my entire speech is going to be about. We have to go with the flow. I'm a language purist, I used to be, but you cannot fight it. This session promised to tell you how language and technology will change who we are. This is unfortunately how it is. Have you heard of fubbing? What's fubbing? Yes. The actual thing is phone snubbing. You know, when you're with somebody but you're on your phone. So what has that resulted in? Research has shown that even when we are with somebody and not on our phones, less eye contact. We just don't make eye contact anymore. It's changed us that way. We're very outward facing. So very sadly, we are not, earlier we used to say what we felt like saying. Now we say something that will get us approval. We want to say something that someone else will approve of. One to many, it's become, so if you see in a large WhatsApp group, do you see that in a large group of 100, how many do you think are active in a classmates group? 5? I was going to say 10, but okay, 5, okay? So I like to call it, I said, social media is a bit like alcohol. It brings out what you are inside. So the quieter people are becoming quieter, and it's only the bold and the aggressive who are speaking. That's what language is also becoming. The anonymity of sender, of course, you've heard of, because you don't know who, so it's easier to say things you wouldn't. It's easier to call someone a libtard or a Nazi or something than it is to their face. I know you're going to read the comic strip first, so I'll read it with you. I got approval to work from home. My chatbot will answer all of my emails and text messages. Chatbot answers will be useless. I hope so, otherwise it won't sound like me. So this is so true because NLP, natural language processing, is becoming so brilliant that they can actually replicate us down to the way we speak, what I'm saying. It can be actually replicated because it's a learning model. It's teaching itself. And what is the final outcome of this? What's the ethical concern? We don't know whom we can trust. We don't know whether we're talking to a machine or a person, if it's a person, if it's a real person. If it's a real person, if it's their avatar. Because now you can actually sculpt who you want to be, right? So I was at the Asian Festival in Singapore, Asian Festival, people from around the region, authors and speakers. And they said, okay, so we must get in touch before this session and all. Give me your handle. I said, this is my phone number. No, give me your handle. So everything now is only social media driven. And they want to send me a message which everyone else can see. So that's what I mean by outward driven. Okay, so
Like, oh my God. Why they look the way. Oh my! I'm scaly so that I can protect myself also because I am a reptile. Really nice. That's excellent. That's two different pieces of information. Dear crocodile, why are you so scaly?
I don't think mine's going to finish today. But I'm going to make a snake and I'm going to cut out this and this and I'm going to stick it on the snake. And I'm going to use this for a tree and this for the tongue.
That's perfect.
And I'm going to put the snake on the tree and I'm also going to use this for a few spots. And I crumple the paper to get a texture.
That's smart.
Excuse me, can you have an autograph? I actually crumpled it because I didn't like it and then I found out that it got a nice texture.
Oh. Okay, I'm just going to sign these two and then I'll have to sign after, okay? I'm going to sign after, okay? Not now. This is it. There. Whose pen is this? Apple. Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, you can do that when you get home, right?
Can you sign my snake?
I'm not going to sign right now. I'll sign
Yes,
after.
you can keep this.
That's very sweet of you. But you have to present it first. Robin.
It's not really dark.
Oh. So you would like to share yours? Would you like to share yours? Okay. And you want to share yours? Awesome. I think we have 3 volunteers.
It's 3:40. We have 20 minutes to go. They can come.
And they can still work. So you guys, you can still work. You could add more stuff. You could answer that question. Can you write your animal and why it looks the way it does? Okay.
For a month. A very, very well-known name in neurotechnology, University of Washington, heads the Center of Neurotechnology. He played a video game, okay? He was playing a video game here, and his colleague was in the next room, another computer, and he just, when, you know the shooting games? So when this guy was shooting, and he just thought, okay, fire. The brain signals were taken by the computer, they were sent over to the other guy, translated back, and the other one fired in the other room, brain to brain. Isn't that amazing? I mean, these things excite me so much. But then the last question I'd like to leave you with. If our computers get hacked, if our phones get hacked, what if our brains get hacked someday, if there's brain-to-brain communication? And I've finished on time. So any questions, please buy the book. No, but yeah, if there are, I'll take them. So if there aren't, then we can wrap it up. Somebody was asking me something while I was speaking. Nothing. Is it scary or is it exciting? The future of language, the future. Both, yeah. For him, it's. What about you? Is it scary?
Like you said, the brain only could be hacked. You could do some weird stuff like what do you call, like stealing and all.
Yeah.
So,
And not be traced back to
but
you.
it can also be exciting. I have no clue in which how.
How it's gonna be. Absolutely.
I just want to ask here first.
Yeah. Hi.
Sorry. So you mentioned about your teenage son and all. So did you talk to him while you write this book? Did you face any challenge while communicating with him as he grew or he's growing up? Any tips you want to share as a parent?
About communicating with our youngsters.
Yeah.
My main tip is don't try to use their language. Don't try to use words like, I know we think that we're fitting in with them when we use words like, say, give me a word, cringe. Okay? That belongs to them. Give them that. That's what I feel. So you speak to them with the respect and the dignity of where you are and the way you speak. And even if they are full sentences and if you respond in text to I showed you the CMRN. If I respond in full sentences, that's fine because each generation deserves its own space. Okay. Yep. Mike, please.
As a writer, what do you see as the future of writing? Would they be writing books with CM, DN, RN?
They actually have. There are books which...
I think there's a Romeo and Juliet written in text form.
There could be. There are books written in WhatsApp. There are, of course, your 18 words stories. It's not scary. It is... we have to adapt to the medium. That's what we do. We adapt. When we are writing about new challenges and new things that happen, this is new language protocols and conventions. I don't think it's scary. I think it's just a new challenge. It's something else that I have to write in. So my father would, for example, like many of our parents would say, they never start a sentence with and or but. But I do. And I write it, and I've seen it in award-winning. Yes. Ma'am, you had a question? No. Sorry? Mike.
I was asking you earlier about the brain and multiple languages. Do you have any info to share about that?
No, it is definitely proven, and there's much research to show that multilingualism does help in the brain. It helps in even later in Alzheimer's. And there's some very specific research which is not out there, which was, for example, that the brain never really forgets a language. So in Canada, I think it was the University of Toronto that did a study on children who were adopted. They were taken from original Chinese families and they were adopted out very young, when they were 1 or 2, into families which did not speak Chinese. So they grew up, and when they were asked if they remembered their old language, they said no. But when they went through MRIs, when they were listening to the language, the areas lit up. Yeah. So it doesn't really forget. So multilingualism is definitely has. It's not contested.
One wish that I have is that there should be a common script and we can read in the original books of other languages. If I want to read something in Malayalam which I don't know.
Well, it's not too far away. I showed you, right? I showed you those pictures. Yeah. So translations aren't
soon.
very soon.
Not translations, transliteration. I don't know what you call it. Let us say Malayalam in Devanagari. A Malayalam story in original in Devanagari.
I think that would still need humans. I'm hoping, yeah.
Yeah.
To translate, yeah.
Do
To
the
transliterate, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
But, yeah. Yes, one more, please. One quick mic.
You've done a lot of research on evolution of languages, and a lot of languages are dying. So, if a language is dying, is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, it's tragic, according to me. It's tragic.
So, for example,
With the language goes not just the language, it goes a whole lot of lore, a whole lot of a tradition of storytelling, for example, or what we did. Everything goes when the language goes.
yeah, it does go, but why is it going? It's going because there are no more opportunities available in that language, right? For example, I'm a Sindhi. I barely speak Sindhi myself. My kids are 100% out of it. Why is it happening? It's because if we speak Sindhi, there is absolutely no opportunity available. So the need hasn't come, as you said.
Yes.
So when the need is not there, should I try and save my language, or
would you try to save your traditions?
Yeah, why would I try to spend time trying to save it?
Would you save your traditions? Like any cultural traditions?
Evolution. I would evolve.
You would evolve.
Depending on.
I think there are a lot of people. The majority of people want to save where they came from because it's a question of identity. This is where I came from. If I do not acknowledge my own roots, then how am I different from you, or how am I different? So there's a great need for people to know where they came from, to study where they came from, and to preserve that. So for that reason, and then to pass it on to their children. Sorry? No, yeah.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this
Whether it will happen or not is a different question. It may not. It may die out. 2,000 languages are going to die out very soon, yeah.
Like the village near Shimoga that only speaks Sanskrit.
Yes.
There are two versions of it. One is it's fabulous thing that is happening because it's saving something that's 5,000 years old.
Right.
And everybody is looking up. But if I were there in the village and that's the only language I know, that's my pond. There's no ocean available to me outside because nobody would understand me the moment I step out, right?
So that language, every house, this is the other statistic, has one person in IT. And they're going around the world. So they don't only speak Sanskrit, but they do know.
They have to be multilingual.
Yes.
They have to be.
Yes. You have to be multilingual and to go out into the world. That's absolutely correct. But you don't have to let go of what you have either. You can do both.
Okay, thanks.
I think, yeah, there's one last question can we take and then we can wrap it up.
So, of course, I haven't read the book. And
no, it's not out yet.
It's not out, yes, but I look forward to.
Okay.
So, from what I understand, you'll probably be talking about language evolution and how language comes in. But probably before I read it, was there any point in the story where you probably could have, the biggest dilemma you faced while writing the story? Sometimes you sort of choose a path, you could have taken another one. So, probably it'll make it more exciting for me to read it. So, was there a point in the story and what was that topic about languages that you felt could have probably taken the story in a different direction? Is there any such...
That's a really interesting question.
Yeah, lot of things we saw today.
Yes. So the story is for children. So I owe it when I write stories for children to make them exciting. Because I'm not a believer in dumping information. I believe that you give them a non-fiction book which is not interesting, which is not a page turner, they're going to put it on the shelf and never use it. As parents, we're thrilled that we got them knowledge, but they're not going to read it. So I owe them, I'm indebted to my readers, young readers, to make it exciting. What was my challenge? Very honestly, that I was so fascinated by this entire topic and how we speak, how our brains develop, and how different languages have words that cannot be translated, that I didn't know what to put into the book and what to leave out. So that my biggest challenge was choosing things that were relevant for youngsters. Otherwise, it would have been a 4-volume book had I had my way. Yeah. Should we wrap up? I think we're out of time. Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Ms. Jane D'Souza for speaking to us about the future of language. It was a really interesting talk. Your ideas about how language is becoming more visual and the way teens are preferring to communicate, it gave us all something to think about, I think. And I hope the audience enjoyed the session and has had something to take away from it. Ms. Jane will be doing book signings at the marketplace if any of you want to go and get books signed. And we'll begin the next session at 4, so please come back for that.
That looks like that. Uncontrollable. But yeah, okay, uncontrollable. And it's by Varsha Session. And she's a really organized person. So she's not just a writer of children's books, but also of lists, emails, and notes to herself. And her childhood dream was to drive a road roller, which she did once, gaining great respect for those who park these machines without knocking walls down. She has written numerous books for children and has been shortlisted for the Neev Book Award, Scholastic Asian Book Award twice, and Singapore Book Award. And she conducts online book clubs and writing programs for ages 7 to 14, as well as a writers club for children in a school in Pune, where she lives. A classical dancer with over 25 years of training in Bharatanatyam, she has performed extensively in India and abroad.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you all for being here. It's always lovely to see so many familiar faces, including, well, where is Bijal, whose copy I stole? So the thing is, I've been writing for a long time, and I know that some of you read Sisters at New Dawn because it was part of the NLF Reading Challenge, but today I'm launching a book which is in verse. So I'm going to first ask you, and I'm not going to ask Avni and Advika because they've both been here with me for my writing programs for a long time. How many of you feel that verse needs to rhyme? When you write poetry, does it need to rhyme? Yes? It should rhyme, all right? It doesn't have to rhyme. Is that what you're saying? Do you know an example of poetry that doesn't rhyme? Sorry? Cinquains. Yeah, cinquains don't rhyme. You're right. Cinquains don't rhyme. Haiku doesn't rhyme. I don't know whether some of you attended Linda Supak's masterclass yesterday on Shiju, which I didn't know much about, which also doesn't rhyme. So what do you think a novel in verse would be? Anybody? Now you're free to answer as well. What do you think a novel in verse would be? Would it be something that you're used to reading? Have you ever read a novel in verse? Anybody? No? Have you heard of Inside Out and Back Again by Tanha Lai? It's in verse. Have you heard of Book Uncle and Me by Uma Krishnaswamy? Yes, it's in verse. Have you heard of Catherine Applegate, who's written, for example, Crenshaw and The One and Only Ivan, The One and Only Bob? These are not in verse, but there are other other books that she has written which are in verse. So why do you think people write in verse? Anybody? How many of you like to write poetry? Okay? A little bit. Okay, that's fair enough. How many of you enjoy verse for whatever reason and why? So anybody, why do you like to write verse? Yes? I'll bring it to you.
It sounds very rhythmic.
Okay, it sounds rhythmic. Anybody else? Yes?
It's very challenging to write.
Okay, and that's why you like to write it? That's cool. Yes, it's challenging to write.
I think it's a very different way of thinking from normal story writing. Like you apply your mind in a very different way. The way you think, like you have to include metaphors and symbols, but not always. I don't know how to describe it really. You just use your mind very differently.
Okay, so I agree with most of this. Yes, it is challenging to write. It is different to write. To tell you the truth, when I started writing Uncontrollable, I wrote it in prose. Prose is the opposite of verse. So it's paragraphs, the way we usually write stories, right? So I wrote the whole book in prose. And then it didn't work. So I wrote the whole book again. And then I wrote the whole book again. But this is my process. This is the way in which I typically write. I don't plan, even though it's true that I'm organized. I don't typically plan what I'm going to write. I just write. And then if it doesn't work, I just write it again. So I can see Dhara's Revolution over there. That's another one of my books. So this one, in fact, I started writing and my editor told me the moment that you have some ideas or a synopsis, just send me the synopsis and character ideas and we can see whether we can go ahead with it. And I said, I'm sorry, that's not my process. My process is just, I write. Sometimes I write 5,000, 10,000 words and they don't work. So I just put it aside in a draft and I start again. and I write 5,000, 10,000 words, and I see if it works. And then I go forward. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then the editorial process starts. So uncontrollable is fantasy. So what is fantasy? What do we mean by fantasy? Yes. Okay, the opposite of nonfiction. Anything else?
Something that's mostly imagined.
Okay, something that's mostly imagined. Yes.
Something that's mostly about things like magic and stuff like that.
I think that's important, that it's about magic in some way, because the opposite of nonfiction sometimes is just fiction. So if I write a story about you, which isn't true, it's fiction, but it's not fantasy unless I give you wings or make you ride a unicorn, right? So fantasy is more than just untrue. It's something that tries to play with possibility, like what if something happens, what if? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read a tiny little bit from this book, the first chapter, and when I read it, you will perhaps wonder why I say that it's written in verse, because it almost reads like prose. So this poem or chapter is called In the Wings. My skin tingles. Laughter, a little bubble, rises in my throat. It's not ha-ha laughter. It's the laughter of babies who giggle when they're delighted, chuckle when they're amazed, and gurgle when they're enchanted. The fairy queen, foremost conjurer of the land, has finished her performance. She bows to thunderous applause, roars of appreciation. The fairy queen, my mother, is magnificent. And that's the end of the first chapter. And the reason why I wrote it in verse is because so many of us, how many of you are on social media? How many of you are allowed to be on social media? Are you allowed to be on social media? So the answer is no. So maybe because with parents around, I won't ask you how many of you are on social media. But a lot of us read stuff on social media, right? Whether it is on Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is that you're using, we read things on social media. And these are like tiny little bits. They are little nuggets that we read. We're not used to reading at length. And that's the reason why I think that verse is appealing. So in this story, the main character, her name is Rohini. Rohini, her form begins to shimmer. And when her form begins to shimmer, her mother kind of ushers her home, and Rohini is dazed. She has no idea. She's just a regular 12-year-old, and she doesn't feel anything different. She doesn't know what mom means when she's saying she's shimmering. And slowly, right through the book, Rohini discovers one secret after another about herself, about her mother, about where she came from. And for her, it's a very mixed experience. And the reason why it's a mixed experience is because there are so many secrets that she has to discover, but at the same time, she loves her mother so much. So she's angry with mom for having kept so many secrets, but mom is the only person she knows. Mom is the only person she loves. And it's the story of how Rohini begins to discover herself. And for me, in terms of how I can do a book launch, and for you to understand what verse is for me, we're going to try to write a little verse, all right? So I'm going to give you a handout, and in that handout, there's what we call a mentor text. And in that mentor text, I've given you a little bit from the book, and we're going to see whether we can take that forward and write a pair of poems together, all right? Following a particular form. Yes. Please. No, like, okay. It is there, yeah. So for all of you, I will take questions as well. Sure.
I don't understand. What's the difference between writing in verse and writing normally?
Does anybody else have an answer to that before I answer that? It is a very good question. Yes.
I love the stories.
Does anybody have an answer to what is the difference between writing in verse and what is your name? Sorry? Archana. As Archana said, writing in verse versus writing normally. So what is the difference between writing in verse and writing?
That somebody would have to get out there and be the first. So why shouldn't it be me? I stole my father's sword, practiced in private. I got the butcher's boy to teach me boxing. I got the stable lad to teach me writing. I learned to read maps, start fires, and basic first aid. It took several years, but I was finally ready. Why you? Asked the Badmash Badshah. Why not me? It's always an ordinary person, isn't it, who sets off? Well, I was ordinary. You were also a girl, said the Prime Minister. Girls are not heroes. They will be when you finish hearing what I've done, said the girl. Where was I? Oh, on the day I felt I was ready. I got up before the sun was up, sharpened my father's sword, and I set off. Where did you go? Out into the world to find adventures, a monster to fight, and a maiden to rescue. That's what all heroes do, and I did too. Okay, so today each of you is going to design a heroine, right? What you're going to think about is what kind of adventure she's going to have. Right? And what does an ordinary heroine do to become special? Does she have superpowers? Is she very stubborn? Is she very brave? Does she never give up? Okay, so we're going to think about what makes a heroine if she starts out as an ordinary person. What if every single one of you was to be a heroine or a hero? What would you need? Start writing quickly. Put down a list. Get ready. We're going to build this beautiful heroine. Okay? So first, what do you think you need to be a heroine? And secondly, what would you like to stand up for? Because one of the things that heroes and heroines do is they stand up for wonderful things. They fight on the side of justice. Sometimes they fight monsters that are real. Sometimes they fight monsters who are other people. So what is your heroine going to stand up for? Yes, sweetheart. Of course it's okay. It's fabulous if it's a realistic story. While you're writing, does anyone want to share? We're going to start with the mamas and papas, okay? Mamas and papas, what will your heroine stand up for? Let's hear. What special powers are we giving your heroine? Ordinary powers or superpowers or what?
She fights bots, and so she's got powers in cybersecurity.
Oh, wow. She finds, wow, okay, excellent. Cybersecurity powers. She's going to save us from the bad guys on the internet. Yes.
She's there for the needy, being empathetic.
Lovely. Very nice. She's there for the needy. Okay, Papa, you're representing all papas. So come on, big burden on your shoulder here.
Never show your weakness.
Okay.
And be brave and put on the armor and show the power.
Oh, putting on armor and showing power. Okay, who's going to tell me? Yes, tell me, sweetheart. Oh, mwah! I love her already. I love her already. Okay, who else is going to share? Who feels like telling me what the heroine is all about? Yes, sweetheart. She's ordinary. Absolutely right. Ordinary girls can be all of these things. Yes, sweetheart. She can read minds. Ooh, that's nice. That is what she's going to use it for. Whose mind is she going to read? Okay, anybody else sharing? What your heroine is going to do or be? Yes, tell me. I like it. Oh, she has the power to be invisible and she stands up for people who are being bullied. Oh, good one. Yep. Anybody else has a good one to share?
So my heroine stands up for those who are disabled and women's justice.
Alright, wow, disabled and women's justice. We got some great heroines happening here. Excellent. Your heroines are standing up for fabulous stuff. I'm so glad. Okay, give your heroine a name. It's naming time. Names are very important. When your mama and papa gave you a name, they thought about it. They gave it to you for a special reason. So come on, think about it and give your heroine a very special name. Give your heroine a name. What's her name?
Yes.
Her name is Flash. Okay, her name is Flash. Right. Yes. Oh, lovely. My God, I'm going to have to steal that idea. It's so good. Huh. Lovely. Her name is Durgavati. So we've got Indian culture happening there. I love it. His name, say, what's your name? Quickly, tell everyone. Your name of your heroine. It's not a girl. You're doing a hero. Okay. Yeah, somebody over here. Somebody over here was put up the hand and I missed it. Yes, tell me. What's her name?
My name is
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Okay, nice. Mamas, papas, what's the name of your heroine? Yes.
My heroine's name is my name, which is Anya.
I love it. That's the way to go. Yep. You know, there's a saying, be the heroine of your own life. You must be the heroine of your own life. Okay. Are you ready to start drawing? Is everyone ready to start drawing? But before that, there's one more step. Okay, a hero or a heroine is only as good as the bad guy or bad girl that they face. Okay? So who does your heroine or hero stand up against? You want to think about that for 1 minute? It can be a group of people. It can be a corporation. It can be an entire country. It can be all kinds of things. It can be a space alien.
Poachers.
I love it. Poachers, yes. Save the wildlife, save the world. Okay, ready? Okay. So meanwhile, our heroine, which we've heard about here, has gone out on an adventure. She's done everything she promised to, and she's come back. And she comes back and tells the Badmash Bacha, I've done it. Defeat monster, check. Rescue princess, check. Female hero, check. And now I need my song. The one that says it was me who did it all. The Badmash Bacha was very impressed. He clapped saying, well done, bravo. The Prime Minister tugged at his sleeve and said, terrible, absolutely awful. Why, said the Badmash Bacha? What about the work, said the Prime Minister. Huh, said the Badmash Bacha, what work? Don't you like your trousers ironed and your shelves dusted and the floor swept and dinner on the table? Of course, said Badmash Bacha. Well, that's women's work. They can't go around defeating monsters and ignoring their real work. But she just has, said the Badmash Bacha. The Prime Minister said, yes, and that's why we have to stop her. We can't let this get about. What if all the women want to stop doing women's work and go out and defeat monsters? What if they do? Asked the Badmash Bacha. The Prime Minister gave him a very severe look. The biggest difference between men's work and women's work, sire, is that the women do it for free. Said the Badmash Bacha. Said the Badmash Bacha. Oh, I see, said the Badmash Bacha. What if we ended up paying women for everything they do? There wouldn't be a paisa in the treasury. What do we do now, said the Badmash Bacha. Reward her, said the Prime Minister, and send her far, far away, preferably to fight a monster that will be the end of her. And that's what they do. They reward and they send her off. Go and fight another monster. But what she does is, She fights the monster and she comes back. And they send her off to fight another monster and she fights the monster and she comes back. And they send her off to fight another monster and she fights the monster and she comes back. So all through the book, she keeps popping back into the story, telling you which monster she has killed or fought with or made friends with. Okay, so that's what's happening to our heroine. We are now going to draw your heroines. Okay, are you ready to draw? Draw nice and big, okay? So what I normally do when I draw is I take a pencil and I put down a nice big head and I put down a nice body and then I go from there, okay? So you have in front of you, these are my favorite things because look at that color and you can go in and go swish, 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 swish. It looks beautiful, okay? These are called chalk pastels. Do you guys have any? We'll give you some. Okay. They will have? Okay, come on. Guys, grab, enjoy. Huh? You can use whatever you want. Okay. Draw us some heroines. Mine's going to have a big smile. Is yours going to have a big smile? Sure. Oh, let's spread past some erasers down. Yes. Sure.
Thank you. Then we go into the diversity in children's books. Reports, I think it's 3 or 4 years now, where she got the UK publishers to submit books that reflected ethnic diversity in some way. And it would be books for primary age, really, up to about 11, 12-year-olds. So not YA books. And she made this spreadsheet where we had to really forensically analyse each of the books that were submitted. And the results are really very interesting. I won't go into details about those, but do have a look at the reports. But what has happened is publishers have started to take notice, and there is much more discussion about this in the UK children's book scene, and there has been an improvement in reflecting realities. I just heard the other day that another organisation, which is, I'm going to have their name now, Inclusive Minds, have been asked to work on something similar around disability. So that's something to watch out for as well. So I've taken disability to mean showing all our communities in various ways, and that's something, that I've been concerned about. And I do feel that for a few false starts where things improved a bit and then went backwards, there does seem to be improvement. I hope it continues. Yeah. Okay, no, I'm just going to prompt answer. Okay, go back one slide, Nadine, or 2 slides.
Yes.
Okay, and I think is that reflecting realities. Can you go back to the CLP, the first one? Okay, I meant to put a little link there to say that Reflecting Realities report, but if you go to the CLP site, and we're going to give you at the end the QR code, and you get these slides, and you just click on the images and you'll go there, so you can go to it. And then I'm going to prompt Anne, because we were talking earlier with Dalbir about this thing of measuring success. Yeah. And so now go to the Reading for Pleasure. Because, Anne, you were talking about one measure of your success is, because you're working with teachers, that is how get the teachers reading. So do you want to just comment on this initiative?
Yes. So this isn't a CLP initiative, but we've been, I say we, I don't actually work there now, but we're very involved with. So certainly there's been more, there are lots of literacy organisations in the UK, and they've all got slightly different focuses. But one of the things that's been talked about a lot is the importance of children, and adults, of everybody actually, reading for pleasure, and that this actually increases life chances, and you can take that in a very broad way. But the Open University and have developed this Reading for Pleasure project, and again, it's a website you can access, and it's and they've been encouraging groups. Teacher reader groups. So I was saying earlier about teachers need to read more, and I certainly do. I think it is very hard because of the kind of record keeping they're expected to do, but they do need to read. And this has been really a good initiative in getting teachers to read more and share their reading with other teachers. So we had one of these groups at CLPE. And it was led by me and one of the teaching staff, and we got teachers to come sign up to it, come along regularly to the CLP library every, I think it was once a fortnight, something like that, for about 10 or 12 sessions, we just covered different aspects of reading, but also got people to talk about their own reading. And we did it for a couple of years, and then we were in the middle of we were working with one group
when the pandemic started, and it was very interesting what happened really, because we continued the group on Zoom, and it kind of made us closer. It was I mean, I felt quite emotional thinking about it really. So me and the teacher involved, we didn't know if people would sort of rock up online as well, and so I was sitting there at my desk at home, and then they all started appearing, and we talked a lot more deeply in some ways about what we were reading, recommended books to each other, and obviously my teacher colleague and I, we suggested things, but we got suggestions in return as well. So that whole agenda about reading for pleasure that's being talked about a lot. I don't know if it is in other countries. I'd be really interested to know. Yeah. So that's a link to this. Yeah, creating communities of readers. That's it. It's led by somebody who works for the Open University called Teresa Kremin, and certainly, I mean, it's worth looking up her book. She's written with other teachers quite a few books around creating communities of readers. So if you don't already know those, it's worth looking at those as well. Yeah.
Now let's go to my the other slide, my third slide. Measuring success. I kind of three ways I would just comment on. So I do have every middle school class comes to our library once a fortnight. And so they come in, and basically every time a class leaves, I have my little folder of the list of names, I run a report on the catalog, and I count up how many books in that class on that day from that class went out. And so I say the number of students out of 24, was it 18 students or was it 2? It'll be more than 2, depending on, and then how many books were borrowed. So I get this sense as a class is coming in, I can look and say, like some classes, on those year 7s, could be, 24 kids, I will have 18 borrowers and 45 books will go out. Okay, then there could be a year 9 class, and maybe it's only 5 students, and maybe it's only 5 books. Again, this is how one sees that. But the other way, a visible way that I know that books are going out. So I have these boxes over here, this read alike. So if you like, so these are lists in the catalog. If you like Coraline, which is going to be like, some scary horror. Or if you like, Keeper of the Lost Cities, which I call a portal fantasy. You're in the real world and you get pulled into another world. And so we have these boxes and we fill them up. The staff know to just, you can go to the QR code, there's a big list. But when a class leaves, I walk by that shelf and I can just see, oh, I really need to if you like Murder Most Unladylike, that box is almost empty. So that's the way that I'm visually seeing which genres are going out, just not only the numbers of books. And the other thing we have in the catalog, and again, this is all linked, so you can go pull up these lists. So at the end of the year, when we ask them the survey, what was, which books of the core collection have you read? Which ones did you like? We also have this very general question. What was the best book you read in year 7 or year 8 or year 9? And again, it doesn't have to be a book from the library. And then when those results come in, I'm buying the books that I don't have that they like. And then we have a list in the catalog. And it's cumulative. So for every year, this list is really, really long. So I can also say to a year 7, well, you don't know what to read. Go to the catalog, click on this, where's up there? Year 7 recommendations. Year 7 recommends, and I'll say, over the past few years, this is what other year 7s at the end of the year have said was the best book they read. So, there we go. Very good.
Just quickly, how do you handle book abandonment? Because there's so much children are issuing, they have so much to read. How do you handle if children abandon books or don't read books?
No, there's nothing wrong with abandoning books. You just haven't found the right book yet. Go to the next one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I encourage it. I mean, life's too short. I mean, particularly if you're young.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is what we want librarians to hear more, parents to hear more, that it's okay to abandon books. And your final thing.
Just manga. Back. Okay, just a note on graphic novels. I think we've said this a million times. Graphic novels, manga, picture books. It's a big part of our collection. I think we bought about 500 graphic novels and manga in the last year, and we probably doubled our collection. This used to be an old magazine stand, and so I've got all the manga series in this old magazine stand, so they can just open the door and find all of it. These little boxes, every country has some acrylic company that can make you boxes, and we have these, they standard for our shelves, and then we have them in 3 or 4 sizes for bigger and smaller boxes. So the kids can just rifle through the collections, find the ones in the right series. So this is in our manga graphic novel section, but we have in all our sections, all our series are like that. They're front-facing, takes up less space. We put them on the core collections list. So out of the 25 books, there will always be 1 or 2 graphic novels, at least 1 picture book. I haven't put a manga on yet, but that will come. Showing students and teachers how to read them. And also, with our grade 7 language department, they had to analyze a story in the past, and they used to do a fiction book, and the first year post-pandemic, they said, this is going to be a tough ask of our class, and we rejigged that whole unit that they had to analyze a picture book instead. So they could choose, it could be wordless, it could be a word picture book. I have a huge, sophisticated picture book collection in the middle high school library, and they got quite a lot out of that, both as teachers. So we looked at Molly Bang's Picture This, about how art is made, and so that of course appealed to our more graphically, artistically minded students, how the angles, the viewpoints, and then they looked at the text and how you can convey so much, count the words, how many words have they got and they told the story. So
last question, any advice, recommendation that you would like to give to our community over here, to our parents, teachers, children?
I suppose the main one is read to your children, and obviously listen to what they're interested in reading. If they're maybe not things you didn't want them to read. Lots of people don't like graphic novels, and I think it's a lack of understanding about them sometimes, and they're not sort of just easy reads. They're actually quite complex in many ways. So I think, but just read aloud and tell stories as well where you can. Important thing for my family has been attending a storytelling festival every 2 years. And it is not a festival specifically for children. In fact, on the contrary, and we've all listened together to really good storytellers telling stories, and we also like to tell stories ourselves. And I think we all do that all the time, in fact. So read aloud and tell stories, and then keep yourself informed as much as you can about what children's books are around. It's not always easy because there's a lack of reviewing now, but just there's different ways of finding out about new books and old books as well, actually. Yeah.
Okay. So those of you who have been listening to me for the last 6 years, you'll all know about my ADHD son who never read, didn't want to read. We read to him. We had to read all his IB texts to him, me in English, my husband in Dutch. And I just wanted to say what Renee said. Sometimes you're sowing, and sometimes you're weeding and watering, and sometimes you're harvesting. And my son's now in his 2nd year of university, and he regularly sends me lists of books he wants me to buy for him, and they're not wimpy kid. They are serious. The last one he asked was for Jung's analysis of dreams, and so sometimes you can harvest, and it's wonderful.
Just put it on the last slide, just so that the cure. I would just agree. The read to your kids, and I think this, like coming to festivals like this, and read a book with your kid. Do like a family book club, or just when you see a book your kid is reading, to read it as well, and then say, "What do you think of chapter 3? The plot took quite a twist." That's it.
Katie talks about every person having a reading story. I think so every library can build a story by having the right books, the right people, and the right conditions. And you know, Neev is doing it, and each person in India, every school can build it in a similar manner. So thank you to all of you for your sharing and for sharing your knowledge and your nuggets of thoughts. Thank you so much.
I have a question. Nadine ma'am just now mentioned that she started telling the parents and the kids how to start reading or get them into the reading atmosphere. So I want to know few ideas from her, how actually she started for that.
Say that again. Which one of us said?
Nadine ma'am. Nadine ma'am.
Nadine.
Huh.
I said so. Sorry, I didn't hear your question very well.
My question is, in just few minutes back, you mentioned that you started explaining the parents and the kids how you should start reading for the kids when they are in your lab or when they are into the school library. How it is balanced, and we can make them more into the reading. Like the ideas for that, to convince the parents to read is a very precious thing for the kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've done lots of different things. We run parent sessions at the school. We've run sessions when I was in Singapore, we ran sessions for the nannies who were reading to the students when, you know, you have two working parents and you only have a nanny reading to them. We've modeled read aloud to them, shared our own stories. You know, just have to keep saying the same thing, and then people will maybe get it up. I think Dolika was saying how she was in a mother-daughter book club when she was in Thailand. So there are so many different ways you can involve parents. We've had, during Book Week, we did a dad read aloud. So we had the dad's corner. So the whole week, different fathers were coming in to read aloud. We've had multilingual read alouds where we find out people from our community in different languages, reading in Hindi or reading in Dutch or reading in French to students. And, you know, so there are lots of ways you can engage the community where they feel it's meaningful.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the most valuable tips. I run a library myself, so I have already taken few tips from you and I will going to implement them. Thank you for the session. One question I have is, I have seen kids who grow from 3 to 5 to 5 to 7 and they end up a Diary of Wimpy Kids and they don't go beyond that. How do I help them to pick the next level for them and then, you know, still be engaged with the books?
A kid stuck at Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Okay, it could be that the seed has been planted and it hasn't sprouted yet. I would just allow them the Diary of a Wimpy Kid, but also bring other books home and put them under their nose. And eventually, it's like, you know, putting compost down on the ground. And then Nadine's saying, and then you just read the other books that you bring home. You just read it to them. Not Slaughterhouse-Five.
That's what I read to myself.
When he was stuck on Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Okay. Yeah, try to push the boundaries a little bit, but be patient, I think.
Thank you for a wonderful session. You know, when we think about a librarian's dream and growing readers, I'm also wondering about, and taking on from Dalbir's closing remarks as well, how do we sort of nurture this dream in the many librarians that we have in the many private school libraries in the country? So any thoughts on motivation, I mean, sort of what you have seen work both for intrinsic motivation as well as extrinsic motivation in your cultures to sort of, you know, like have the librarians have this dream of growing readers?
Networks. You need to find out or start a professional network for the librarians in your region and in your state or in the country. So I am, like, in Singapore is kind of easy because it's an island, and there are maybe, I don't know, we have about 35 private international schools, and We have a network, like I'm the president, so we have 4 meetings a year. We meet in a school so people can tour the other libraries. We might invite a speaker, we could invite someone from the National Library along. So we socialize, we have social events, and we have a Google chat group, a listserv. And so people post questions and say, hey, I'm really struggling. What do you guys recommend when someone's stuck on Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Anyway, you can't beat. Librarians love to meet other librarians. And visiting other libraries, wherever you go knock on the door of a school and say, can I see your library? Because we get so many ideas by visiting each other. Oh, Librarians Knowledge Sharing Workshop? Yeah, okay, and there are conferences. So Librarians Knowledge Sharing Workshop is something that happens in Southeast Asia every year. Kartika from Neev just came to my school in February. And we try to keep it to $100 for a 2-day workshop. It's hosted in a school, so it's price reasonable depending on the country. Okay, Singapore was a little expensive on the hotel front. But, and then we do sessions and we all literally share knowledge with each other. And if you could get that going in here in Bangalore or whatever, the benefit it's just invaluable.
Yeah, just to endorse that, really, networking is something I should have said earlier. We talked about it a little bit when we were talking about with the Reading for Pleasure networks. But yeah, I think a lot of the time librarians are kind of on their own in a school, so it's really important that they can meet other librarians. We used to have I think it still exists actually, a thing called a School Librarians Network, and which was an email list before things like WhatsApp's got going, and that was a really important resource, yeah.
And just had to say, this Librarians Knowledge Sharing Workshops, it was in Singapore in February. It will be in Jakarta in January, and registration just opened last week. And there will be a limit, because it's limited by the school. It might be 50 people, it might be 60, maybe 70. But anyway, so if you were interested, Librarians Knowledge Sharing Workshop. Also, there's a Facebook group for, International School Library Connection. Nadine is one of the administrators of that. So Facebook to connect, people ask questions, Twitter, TL chat, social media. Email me, I'll tell you the places.
May I? I want to tap into abandonment a little bit more, because I think, when you abandon a book, there's a sense of failure. And for a lot of kids who are starting a book, and are struggling readers, failure is really, really tough to deal with, both because it's very visible to the teacher. If if it's something that's being taught in the classroom, it's visible that you failed to complete the book. But even as a reader myself, sometimes I find that this is the first year I've started abandoning books. I have always finished a book.
Congratulations. No, sorry. This is a really important thing. We should be countering that attitude that you have to finish every book when it's reading for pleasure. Classroom is different.
So what I, it took me a long time to realize that I could do it. It was okay because I was missing out on so many other books, but there's only so much time in your life to continue to read. So for kids, though, not abandoning too early is also failure. So how do you determine what's the right time, whether it's page count or attempt or number of days or subject matter? When is it, how do they determine for themselves what is the right time to abandon a book?
I would say, when somebody or when a parent drags a child in front of me and says, can you help them find a book? And I look at the kid and I realize this kid does not want to be here. But I say, we're going to walk around. You're going to tell me the last best book you read. I'm going to try to do a little bit. I said, but you have to take home 3 books, at least 3 books. And you are going to, over the weekend, you're going to read 30 pages. I mean, I would look at the child. 30 pages of each book. And you put it down. If the first 30 pages don't grab you, put that one down and go to the next one. And you force them to do this taste testing. And then you come back in on Monday, and I said, and I don't care if on Monday you tell me you didn't like any of these. Okay, back to the drawing board. We're going to walk through the shelves. And when it's like a game, because I say, this is my job. We might go through 100 books, but you're going to go through 100 books reading 30 pages of each. And think that, even that's just reading. And okay, maybe I'd say 15 pages. I don't just say 1 page.
I'd say 2 chapters.
So thank you everyone for your great questions. Thank you to each one of you for your time. And may we have the right people, the right conditions, and the right books to create more magic. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anne, Nazim, Nadine, Bailey, Katie Day, and Dalbir Kaurmadan. Your enlightening conversation, delving into the depths of your experiences as librarians and educators, has moved us. And your wisdom has inspired us towards reading and creating reading communities all around the world. Your dedication for the love of books and a lifelong passion of reading has inspired us and is truly extraordinary. Your voices echo the spirits of libraries and knowledge. And thank you for being the guiding lights in this world of literature.
Right. So everyone, how many of you know the Kahani Manch chant? Nobody? Either all of you are newcomers or you have short-term memory loss. Nevertheless, I'm going to read it out to you. Where dreams take flight and hearts unite, for parents, author, and children, in stories delight, in the wood of tales where imagination soars, a childhood magic thrives with stories galore. It's simply a blank page. At Kahani Manch, we script the joy of every age. This is poetry. We're coming to the actual tagline. Bachpan ki kahani, badi hai sohani. And I'm going to have some interaction between the MC and the audience. I'm going to say Bachpan ki kahani and you all are going to say badi hai sohani. Shout it out. So is everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. Bachpan ki kahani. Fantastic. Bachpan ki kahani. Bachpan ki kahani. Thank you so much. We'll be beginning with our next session at 5 o'clock. Change the how we see ourselves, who we are. Our next author, Renee Watson, #1 New York Times best-selling author of books for young readers, is here to share with us some interesting insights on what parents and educators can do to foster a love for poetry. Renee Watson's books have sold over 1 million copies. Her young adult novel, Piercing Me Together, has received a Coretta Scott King Award and a Newbery Honor. Her children's picture books and novels for teens have received several awards and recognition, and international recognition, and many of her books are inspired by experiences growing up in the Pacific Northwest. Her poetry and fiction center around the experience of black girls and invite themes of home, identity, body image, and the intersections of race, class, and gender. I invite Renee Watson to the stage. Enjoy the show.
Good afternoon. It is so good to be here. I want to say to this young poet, thank you so much for the poem and the interaction, the call and response. I loved that. I really appreciate you. And it's just good to see so many young people involved in this festival. So I just want to say how amazing it is to see young people excited about literature and parents bringing their children out on the weekend to celebrate books. It's good to be with you all. I am going to not just talk about poetry, but read some poetry to you, because I feel like you have to hear poems in order to really get into the spirit of poetry. So I will read a little bit, talk a little bit, read some more, and then we will have time to be in conversation with each other if any of you have questions. So I was born in Paterson, New Jersey, on the east coast of the United States, and I grew up in Portland, Oregon, which is in the Pacific Northwest, and I am of Jamaican descent. So this poem that I'm going to share, and if any of you were in my session earlier today or yesterday, you've heard this, is a poem about where I'm from, and it celebrates all of those places, Portland, Oregon, the East Coast, and Jamaica. And it also critiques home. A lot of my writing both celebrates and critiques home. So we are talking about things we love and also the things we want to change about home. And this is a poem that does that. This is where I'm from. I'm made up of East Coast hip-hop and island tradition. I'm from Baptist hymns and secular jigs, tambourine playing, late night staying at the church house or my friend's house or their friend's house on the weekends. Where I'm from, there are corduroy hand-me-downs and family keepsakes. Family pictures on the wall, open Bible on the coffee table. I'm from that side of town, where the media only comes for blood shed, blood wasted, never for blood restored, celebrated, or regenerated. I'm from hopscotch and double dutch, from hide and go seek and Pac-Man. I'm from curry goat, rice and peas, and beef patties. From turquoise blue water, white sand, and dreadlocks. Reggae is in my blood. Grew up in the Pacific Northwest, a place where rain falls more than sun shines. I'm from Douglas firs and pine trees, where we walk under waterfalls, drive up windy roads, and escape to the beaches on the Oregon coast. Where I'm from, music takes away the blues. I'm from Bob Marley, Mahalia Jackson, Aretha Franklin, James Brown. I'm from Jackson 5 Records and New Edition tapes. Where I'm from, we rewind tapes over and over and over again so you can write down the lyrics and memorize them. Where I'm from, the whole neighborhood is your family. Ladies sit on their porches looking out for you, shooing away boys like flies, calling your mama to tell her what you did before you can get home and lie about it. Where I'm from, people ask my friend, "Is that your hair?" And she says, "Yeah, it's mine. I bought it." I'm from divorce being passed down to children like a family heirloom. From single mamas pushing strollers, praying that their babies don't have the same struggles as them. I'm from a little goes a long way. From sun's gonna shine after the rain. I'm from persevering souls and hardworking hands, from a people destined to make it to their promised land. I'm from been there, done that, can and will do it again. Now you, tell me, where you from? Thank you. So the thing about poetry for me, especially when I was a young person, was the power to put in my own words my story. I grew up in a neighborhood that had a lot of love and a lot of beauty and was misunderstood because there was also poverty and there was also violence. And so sometimes we were only narrowed down to those things, and people couldn't see that there was talent and love and grace and fun and resilience and brilliance. And so in my poems, I want to celebrate the ordinary and also push back against the stereotypes and the judgments that people had about my neighborhood. And when I'm teaching in the classroom, I am trying to get young people to think about who are the everyday people in your life that you want to celebrate and honor. I mentioned my neighbors, the ladies on the porch. Sometimes we think that we have to write the big thing, right? But the big thing is your life. It's the ordinary, it's the everyday that becomes the big thing. So that poem uses the 5 senses to describe where you're from. You can, if you're an educator, ask young people just to brainstorm, thinking about all the places they call home, all the people who love them, all the people they love, and just brainstorm. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you taste? And you get to celebrate your food, the music you listen to, and then write a celebratory poem to honor places that sometimes are misunderstood or overlooked. So that is an activity I do often in the classroom. I never ask my students to do something that I won't do. So if I'm asking them to be brave and share their stories, I do it first. I take the first artistic risk. And so I share my poem, we talk about it, we get to know each other, and then they write their own Where I'm From poems. This poem that I'm going to read is about my name. So I am the youngest of 5 children. I have one brother, he's the oldest, so he thinks he's our dad, and then the rest are girls. And my oldest sister is here with me, Cheryl is here. I'm so grateful for her for coming all this way to be with me. And this poem celebrates Cheryl, my other sisters, Roy, my mom, and talks about owning your name. So I don't know if it's because I'm the youngest and there were 5 children and they just ran out of middle names or what, but I have the most generic name, right? It's Renee, no middle name, Watson. And all of my siblings had these beautiful stories about how they were named or who they were named after, what inspired the naming. And mine was like, oh, we just decided to name you Renee. There was no story. So I grew up feeling very like plain and not special, that my name didn't have a story. But then I learned the meaning of my name. And Renee means to bring new life, to resurrect, to raise from the dead. And I was like, oh, I have a powerful name. Every time you say my name, you're speaking new life into the room. So this is a poem about owning your name and all the things that we hold when we come into a space. I can look out at all of you and get a sense of your style and a little bit of your personality maybe. But I don't know what memories you hold. I don't know what you're bringing into the space, family recipes, memories, who loves you, who you love back, what you're afraid of. So this poem says, yes, you know my name, but this is who I really am underneath the name Renee. Resurrection. She named me Renee. Renee, the name that means rebirth, to bring new life. Maybe she named me this because I came last, the 5th child born just before the death of her marriage. Maybe I was prophecy that she'd live again without him. Of all the hand-me-downs bestowed on me, my name is not one of them. Roy has my father's name, and Cheryl was named by my grandmother. Teresa shares her middle name, Elizabeth, with our mom, and Diane was named after Diane Cannon because our father liked the spelling, D-Y-A-N. But there is no family history, no special tale tied to my name. It is all mine, an abracadabra name, Renee, the name of new beginnings, the name for demolishing and building back up. My name is the R&B slow jam about the love who left and came back, is the Sunday morning hallelujah, is the protest chant, is the second line. My name carries the strength of Grandma Roberta, who died before I got to say goodbye, before I understood that grandmothers, like flowers, always die too soon. To write my name is to spell the sorrows of my ancestors, how they were sold and traded, hung and drowned, how their tears and sweats and blood seeded a generation. To say my name is to pronounce resilience, is to have a bounce back accent on the tip of your tongue. To say my name is to hold a prayer, a second chance, is to count me out, watch me rise. So I thought I would share a little bit from my book, Maya Song, which is a picture book about the poet Maya Angelou, who is internationally known and so beloved in the United States. Her story, a lot of times, we don't tell children her story because her childhood was very dark and a lot of abuse happened to her. So we often skip past all of that and just present her as this prolific poet who wrote poems, plays, and autobiography, also was an actress, also was a dancer, was a scholar, spoke over 13 languages, right? We talk about her in this space as if she arrived that way. But when she was a child, she moved around a lot between family members, and she was abused. And when that abuse happened, she stopped speaking. For 5 years, she did not utter a word. And instead, she listened. She was very afraid of the power of her voice because when she told about the abuse, that person passed away. And she thought that maybe me telling what happened is the reason why he died. So she refused to speak for 5 years. And this section of the book talks about what happened during those 5 years when she found poetry. And we'll kind of land here for a little bit so that we can talk about what words do, how we can encourage our young people to read and to write and to tell their stories, and how sometimes reading is the introduction to wanting to then tell your own story. Once you learn about someone else's story, I think it encourages you to tell your own. So again, this is about Maya Angelou, and it's her childhood, and we're picking up in the middle of the picture book after she has stopped speaking, and her family is really trying to get her to talk. When letters come together. Mama had a friend who borrowed books from the white school. Most things were better at that school. The books were new and no pages were missing. Mama used the books to teach Maya how to read. Maya practiced putting letters together, making sounds and words that painted pictures in her mind, taking her to far away places. Maya buried the words of great poets and writers deep inside. Word seeds from Shakespeare and Paul Laurence Dunbar, word seeds from Langston Hughes and James Weldon Johnson, a whole garden of words growing inside. What words do. Sometimes words get stuck in the throat. Sometimes words itch the tongue, beg to come out, rise but then get swallowed by fear, by shame. Sometimes words nest in the mind, swirl round and round, tangle themselves with emotions, with memories. Sometimes words beat fast in the heart, putter, putter, tap, tap, knock, they beg to be spoken, to be heard. Sometimes words are patient, like tiny seeds. They wait underneath soil. They are in no hurry, no rush. When it is time, they will bloom. So I want to pause here and talk about giving young people the space to create and the patience to let them think. Especially, I want to speak to the educators in the room. When I was teaching, a class is only so many minutes and you have your lesson plan and there's a goal. They need to finish this assignment. And that is not always conducive to creativity. And so I never sit down and say, I'm going to write a novel today and then start writing it. I never sit down and say, I'm going to write a poem and finish that whole poem in one sitting. And yet we sometimes ask our young people to do that very thing, write this assignment, make the art, do the thing right now. And so I want to think about how do we ask young people to brainstorm, to listen to the world, to just play with language, to make lists before they begin to actually create. How do you take in all the words before you say anything? And so I appreciate the person who's helping Maya in this moment, just giving her book after book. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to write anything. Just take in someone else's story. Just take in the world. And there will come a time, because those word seeds are being planted, right? We talked a little bit about that yesterday on a panel, that you plant things, and sometimes you see the harvest and sometimes you don't. But I believe that if I give you a book and you read it and you pass that book on to someone else, all those word seeds are doing something out into the world. And that is what's happening to Maya when she's 8, 9, 10 years old. And then she becomes one of the most prolific writers that we have in the United States. So in this moment, her neighbor is challenging her now, right? There's that phase where, okay, I'm going to let you just read or think. You don't have to say a lot. I'm going to ask you how your day was. You're going to say fine, and I'm not going to push you to say more. But then comes the time to push them to actually speak and talk out loud. Poetry is meant to be spoken. Miss Flowers, a family friend, had Maya over for tea, cookies, and lemonade. You going to talk to me today? She asked. Maya didn't say a word. Well, if you won't talk, let's see what the poets have to say. Miss Flowers read poetry out loud to Maya. Every time they read poetry together, Miss Flowers noticed Maya's smile, the light in her eyes. Maya, sweetheart, you seem to really love poetry, but you know, you can't really love poetry unless you say it out loud. Miss Flowers told Maya, you can't really love poetry till you speak it, till you let the words in you out. Rebirth. Maya took a poetry book and ran under the house where the chickens rested. She sat on top of the soft dirt, opened the book, opened her mouth, and words came out. First in a whisper, then in a shout, they leaped and danced and bloomed out of her, saying, listen, listen, we have something to tell you. How to build a world. Words poured out of Maya, and she felt revived. A whole world of words had been growing inside. She believed people became what they said, so she chose her words carefully, planted powerful affirmations in her world. Words like forgive, like kind. Words like brave, like powerful, like phenomenal. Words like faith, like dream, like hope, like free. So, like I said, Maya becomes the poet. She was the first woman and the first black person to give our inaugural poem for President Bill Clinton, which was such a big deal. And so all of our young people know her poems, recite her poems. I grew up reading her poetry and reading about her life. I think sometimes the most encouraging thing is not her work. Her body of work is amazing, but it's who she is and who she was and what she went through that then allowed her to create the work that she gave to the world, knowing that she had endured so much. And so when I'm writing and talking and teaching young people, I am asking them to not be afraid to go to the hard stuff. Young people do not have a lot of power, right? And so they're not making decisions. There's rules at school. There's rules at home. But on the page, they get to create and break the rules, right? Poetry is all about messing with language, playing around, letting your imagination grow and be big on the page. And so I'm always encouraging young people, if you have something to say, you can say it in a poem. You can say it in art making. And I think that that is a way to heal and to find comfort and strength. Life can be messy and shattered, and sometimes this world can feel like it's breaking you into pieces. And I think art can piece you back together and make you whole. So when I'm thinking of having young people write poetry, it is a way to share where they're from, but it's also a way to get them to heal and to look out at the world and say, this is who I am, these are my dreams, this is who I want to be, and I get to show off my skills of writing that maybe I can't do when I'm so formally having to write an essay. So I want you all to think about how do we ask young people to create beauty out of chaos and how that can be therapeutic. When a child feels like their sense of control is lost, a pandemic, death, loss, family crisis, and they have no control. How can art help them gain some stability and anchor them? So some ways that we can do that is by creating found poems, cutting up a newspaper or cutting up a magazine and just putting all these words out on the table and asking a young person to take words and then create. Right? So at this point, they don't even have to write anything of their own. They are creating something with someone else's words. The act of doing that, the act of taking chaos on a table and making something out of that is cathartic. It brings some kind of like, okay, there can be something beautiful that comes out of a messy situation. You can also do something like that with collage and art, like taking things, putting it together. It makes beautiful art, but what is happening spiritually and emotionally for a young person is that it's giving them, it's building the muscle of perseverance. It's building the muscle of, I might not have everything that I want right now, or things might look a mess, but there can be another way to look at this situation. So I'm always asking, as young people are creating and reading and taking in the world and responding to the world through their art, I'm asking them to think about who they are in this world and what lessons are they learning about life, not just about this is a metaphor and this is a definition and this is how you write a poem. That is important, right? We want to teach craft. I think when we think about a well-rounded student understands craft, but also is emotionally intelligent and can understand how to craft their life, how to put together the pieces of them that are broken, and how to communicate and talk and share. And so I think poetry is a way to do that. The stakes can get lower when it's someone else's words first that they're using, and then we push and ask them to make their own work. And usually for the young person who might feel anxious and the blank page scares them and they just don't know what to write, don't know what to say, I often have them work with poetry that is structured, like writing a haiku or an ode, a poem that has a formula already, that you only have to do this many syllables, this many lines. It just helps them like, okay, this is what I have to do. Students who maybe are too structured and too rigid and are so hard on themselves and they want to be perfect, they want to do it right. They're the student that's always asking, am I finished? Am I finished? Is this right? Will you read this? Is it? That student might need to do free verse poetry where there really are no rules and you can break them because you want to push them to maybe go easy on yourself and not put so much pressure on yourself to be perfect and follow all of the rules. So when I'm giving class assignments, I'm often thinking about what do my students need emotionally and how can my lesson plan help them on both levels. I'm teaching them how to write. I'm making sure I'm giving them strong literature, right? And I'm also thinking about what's happening in the world. And that is a lot to ask of educators, to juggle all of those things at once. But I think if we can always be thinking of what do they need academically, what do they need emotionally, socially, and how can I bridge all of that in one lesson, I think that they benefit from that, and so do I as the educator in the room. I am going to also talk a little bit about playfulness. I write serious books mostly, and every book has moments of joy and young people who just get to dance and laugh or race and play outside and all of that. But usually, I mean, they're serious topics that I'm covering. And I think that it's also important to let language just do what language does, which means it makes us laugh sometimes. It brings back good memories. And so sometimes I'm asking young people to just play with language, just see what happens. Rewrite this line several times and let's see what else it can say. How can you take a song lyric and then turn that into a poem? Mixing and matching scripture, songs, your words all together to create something. Experimenting, I think, is important in the classroom as well. We're talking about identities, and I also want to say that I think writing in general, and poetry especially, can help young people claim their identity or reclaim their identity. And in my book, Some Places More Than Others, Amara is discovering her past and where she comes from, and she's learning about all the things that she brings with her into a space Her teacher has assigned this assignment called the Suitcase Project. And he has asked the young people to go out and interview the elders in their life and to bring back artifacts that are important to them and to make a suitcase, a physical thing that represents the interviews that they did and photos, poems, lines of songs that are important to their family, recipes. So she's working on this project and she realizes, oh, it's not really about the physical suitcase, it's about the other suitcase, my heart. What does my heart carry and what do I bring into the space? So as I mentioned before, I can look out at you and I see us all here and I see what we've brought into the space physically, but I don't really know you until you start sharing your story, right? I don't know what you carry with you. So this poem is about a character named Amara who carries these things with her, and she, at the end of the book, shares this poem with her class. My suitcase carries Grandma's recipes, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Ginger for tea, brown sugar for oatmeal, a deep pot for stews and soups, an iron skillet for everything else. Instructions for stretching a little into a whole lot. Grandpa's southern drawl, his slow walk in brown fedora, a handful of caramel candies and always peppermint, coffee beans, and cocoa powder. Old records with jazz moans scratched in the vinyl. Mom's bundles of lavender for drawers and closets, coconut oil for hair, for skin. Candles to chase away darkness. How she makes beauty out of everything she touches. Her knowing even when no one has told her. Dad's verbs and nouns, his tapes and notebooks, a record of his soul. His voice always comforting me, telling me I am loved as is. Gray skies and Oregon rain, the beep, beep, beep of New York streets, rivers and roots, protests and prayers, all these things I bring with me. So I want to encourage young people to bring their full selves into the classroom or into the space that they're in when they're with me. When I was a child, sometimes a teacher they were frustrated, we were probably acting up, and they would say something like, leave your personal life at the door. This is math class, or this is science, or we're here to learn. And I would be so upset whenever they would say that, because how can I leave my life at the door and come in and learn? What does that even mean? What are you asking me to do? I am a whole person, and I want to be seen holistically. And I didn't know how to articulate that as a young person. But the older I get and the more that I work with young people, I'm constantly thinking of ways to ask them to bring yourself into this space. I want to know what you're afraid of. I want to know your dreams. I want to know what happened today at school. I want you to talk to me. And if you can't talk to me, then let's write about it. Let's just read a book together and talk about these characters. All of that helps to build relationship and a trust with a young person when you're wanting to connect with them. And I think the more we ask, the more they're willing to share if we're consistent in the asking. I also think that poetry can and should reclaim, like we were saying, identity and put on record who you are and what you're proud of about yourself. So there are things that we kind of commonly can say, I'm proud of that. As a culture, we're proud of this. And then there are some things that maybe are not so special. There are the things that sometimes you feel, maybe I wish I could change this about my hair. I wish I could change this about the way that I talk, or the way my body is shaped. And so I ask young people, what are some things that you maybe have been teased for, or you're embarrassed about, or you're not proud of? And let's also write about those things too. And how can we find a way to celebrate all of who we are, all the parts of us, and honor those things that people sometimes disregard and are not grateful for. So this is a poem about the body and owning my body. And in this particular poem, the character's body, this is a poem from Watch Us Rise, a young adult novel that talks about this girl. Her name is Jasmine, and she's constantly having to say, please don't just judge me by the color of my skin, the texture of my hair, the size of my body. I am so much more than all of those things, and this is who I really am, and this is the body that I want to celebrate. This poem is called This Body. My body is perfect and imperfect and black and girl and big and thick hair and short legs and scraped knee and beating heart and hands that hold and voice that bellows and feet that dance and arms that embrace and my mama's eyes and my daddy's smile and my grandma's hope. And my body is masterpiece and my body is mine. So these are prompts. Oh, thank you. These are all prompts that we can all give our young people. If you're a teacher, a parent, write a poem about your body. Celebrate what people tease about you. They say your ears are big, write a poem about those big ears. They say you're too dark-skinned, write a poem celebrating your brownness, right? So you can take poetry and make it a way to protest, to speak against the thing that is speaking against you, and be in conversation with the world and speaking back to it and saying, no, no, no. I know that's your standard of beauty, but this is my standard of beauty. So I'm always trying to help young people look to song lyrics, look to other poems, to then be inspired to write their own and to think about what can I say that is the counter narrative to what is already being said about people like me and the beliefs that they may have. So that is one prompt, and I want to make sure you all got that. The prompt of my suitcase carries, and then you ask them, you know, all the things that their suitcase carries, all the things they love, the people they love, and what they bring with them when they walk into a space. I'm going to read one last thing before we open up for questions. And I'll share a little bit more of some ideas around how do we get young people to want to write, to want to read. We've talked a lot this weekend about being readers ourselves as the adult in the space, making sure we're modeling that. And one thing I appreciate about my mother was that when I was a child, I would often, at night, I would maybe get up to get a little drink of water, and I would see the light on in her room and hear this low voice. I would look, and she would be reading her Bible out loud. No one's in the room, but she's reading it out loud. And she would have a highlighter and a notebook beside her, and she was highlighting the scripture and writing down words that meant something to her, moments that were important to her. So she taught me how to read. And I don't mean she taught me how to sound out words and read, but she taught me that reading is an intimate thing, that I could read it out loud, that books didn't have to be so precious, that they couldn't be marked up, that I could actually engage with the text, take parts out, write them down, and then sometimes in her bedroom near her desk, she would have on little regular, nothing fancy index cards in her handwriting, scriptures, song lyrics, words from poems all around her space. So I grew up in a household where there were affirmations, words of encouragement, morals and values of how to live in this world that is complicated and hard, right? And so I was always having words around me. And I think that in part is why I became a writer and how I became to love words and language and learned how to use them. So I want you to all think about what is hanging in my home, or how do my young people interact with language besides just texting or writing sometimes, or reading a whole book? How can we take a little piece of something and make that the thing that we focus on? Quotes from poems. A friend of mine has a jar in her dining room that has quotes, scriptures, song lyrics, affirmations, and each day someone in the family picks one out, reads it out loud before everyone leaves the house, and they just kind of meditate on it for a little bit. And then that's it. They've engaged with some words as a family. And they're now going to hold each other accountable. Did that quote come up for you today? Did you need those words today? What does this mean to you? How are you living this out? Are you challenged by these words? And then conversation and growth can begin from there. So those are some ideas of how to get young people thinking about words, engaging with words, and writing their own, hopefully, one day. and not to become a writer, right? So there is the child that you already know, oh, this is a poet. This child loves to write, they love to read, they're probably going to be a teacher. We can kind of sometimes see the talents, the gifts that our young people are already showcasing, and that is great, and please do encourage them to pursue the arts. You can make a living as an artist. But also, I think that writing and poetry helps you be a deep thinker. It helps you become a critical thinker of your world, right? You're reading the world when you have to unpack what this metaphor means, when you have to look deeply at something, you get into the practice of not jumping to conclusions. Maybe there's more. If I read something and I have to reread it to get to the meaning, maybe when I meet you and maybe you rub me the wrong way, I don't give up on you right away. I reread you and I try to work on this relationship. Maybe when I feel like quitting because something is hard, I go back and think about all the times I had to revise something. And I learn like, oh, revision is the real work. The first draft is not really where it's at. It's the reworking and reworking. So I can rework on friendship. I can rework on love. I can forgive. I can come back. That's where you learn, right? How to be a citizen of the world. So we're teaching craft, but we're also teaching how to be, how to exist. And we're pushing our young people to be their best selves. I'm going to close with this last poem from Love is a Revolution. It's actually song lyrics that the character is listening to, who is thinking about, even if nobody loves me, I love myself. And that the true revolution might be self-love. Because there are so many reasons why the world tells you you are not worthy of love. So it's radical to say, just as I am enough. And even with my flaws, I am enough. And I have failed, but I am not a failure. And love is patient, and love is kind, and love is not just for me to give away. Keep some for myself. Not waiting on someone to want me, need me, no fairy tale dreams of what my life might be. I love me right now. Right now, I love me. Today, I am possible. And all that is coming is already mine. Today, I am my own revolution. Thank you so much. We're going to open it up for questions if you have any, and be in dialogue for a little bit.
Do you think poetry is in decline, or is it growing?
I think it's growing, and in the United States especially. More and more there are novels in verse, right? So there's whole novels where each chapter is a poem. So you could pull it out as a standalone poem, or within the novel it fits to tell a larger story. Spoken word poetry is a big thing where young people write the poem, which is the first brave thing, but then they get on stage and actually compete against other poets. It's become a sport where they are competing locally, then regionally, then nationally. So yes, I think, especially with everything that's happened in our world in recent years, poetry has become the thing that teachers are kind of turning to help young people make sense of it all. So I think it's on the rise, especially contemporary poetry.
And in the curriculum?
Yes, in the curriculum. I think it has a long way to go. It's right now kind of a special unit, but I wish that poetry was just in the everyday, right? So what would happen if a teacher just opened the class reading a poem? And we don't have to write a poem or talk about it deeply, but we're just going to open with poetry and then move on to the lesson. What if poetry was presented in a math class, not just an English or literature class, right? What if poems were on the walls in school? So I would like to see poetry just be a little more embedded in everything, not so much as a lesson to teach, but just as a way to encourage and speak to young people.
Renee, you spoke about working with young people and getting them to express themselves in poetry.
Mm-hmm.
My sense of poetry is that it's a little exposing. I feel, a little naked in the room. And when you're working with kids on this type of project, how do you manage that space because they are exposed to their peers from whom they feel also judged, and then it goes out. So just how do you?
Yes, that's a great question. So, like I mentioned, I take the first risk, right? I'm always trying to model what I want my students to do. So I read the poem first. If I'm assigning something, I try to do the assignment and think about, oh yeah, this part is going to be hard. So maybe this is not a day 3 assignment. Maybe I need to wait later in the school year before we've really built community to go to some of those tougher subjects. But the celebration poems and the poems about just honoring, those are a little safer to begin with. But even still, it's hard to go there and to ask them to read out loud. So what I say to my young people, my expectation is that you write and you share. That is what we do in this class. You get to choose what you share. So some students, they want to read their whole poem. They want to stand up and they go for it. And then other students are like, I will read one line and I'm going to read it very quietly and pass it to the next person. And that's okay, wherever they're at, but every voice needs to be heard. So sometimes challenging them in that way, they at least start to practice getting their words into the room. If I feel like my students can't even do that, if we sit in a circle and I know there will be some that just can't even do a line, I'll ask them to do a pair share first. I'll ask, okay, you don't have to share what you wrote, but can you tell us what you wrote about? Because I'm really not as interested as, it's not so much about them sharing the poem, it's about them engaging with the community. So as a teacher, I have to work on what is my actual goal for this lesson. They wrote the poem, we'll talk about that, they'll revise it. For participation's sake, I want them to feel a part of this community. I want them to practice what it is like to engage with each other. And so that goal overrides my desire to hear them say a stanza of poetry. And so as long as their voice is in the room, I'm okay with that.
Hi.
Hi.
So before I ask my question, I really just want to tell you how beautiful your poems are and how I could relate to the message you're trying to convey.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I am myself an avid reader. I've been reading since I was 4, and I'm pretty above average in, poetry and writing. But there are a lot of people like me who are not suitable to, go for a career in this sort of thing. But poetry is something that really is very important to me. And as you said, young people, because they're within the confines of school and home, there's not much place to break out of the rules. You're always in some sort of, confinement. So I find poetry as a means to break out of that and just feel independent and free. So as a student, how do you suggest to inculcate poetry in my daily life? I can't write every day, but how can you suggest I do that?
Yes, I love that question. I think it's a lot of things. I think you could read something every day, right? Poems can be compact, so you can actually read a whole poem and feel accomplished that you did that. So maybe starting your day off with a poem. I do write in my journal daily. Sometimes I set my timer for 2 minutes. Everybody has 2 minutes to give to something, right? So as busy as I am, as much as I travel, as much as I'm writing what's on deadline and under contract that I have to write, I try to make time to just write for me. This isn't to share. This isn't to show off any writing skills. It's just me and my journal and my thoughts. So I would challenge you to think about just writing daily, and it doesn't have to be like I'm going to sit down and write for a whole hour, because you're a student, you have homework, you have obligations, you might not be able to do that, but I think you have 2 minutes, and I promise you, and this is for everyone in the room, if you set your timer for 2 minutes and you start writing, when that timer goes off, you're going to be, oh man, and you're going to want to go some more, right? So I would challenge you to do that. And I want to encourage you to think about yourself as a writer right now. You might not be a published writer, but it sounds like you're writing. So if you, young people in the room, are you're writing, you're creating dances, you're writing songs, you're making art, you have a sketchbook and you're always doodling in that sketchbook, you are an artist. You are a writer. Yes, you might not have a book that's published. Yes, you might not have your art in a museum, but you can own that word. I am a writer. I am an artist. You might not do that for a career, and that's okay. But you can still be a creative person in your life. It doesn't have to be the thing you want to do forever, but it is the thing you're doing right now, so you can own that title.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hello, I'm over
I hear
here.
the voice.
Here I am, here I am.
Hi.
I honestly wish you had been my teacher. If you could time travel back, I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure I'd be so much smarter. So my question, I have two questions. The first is, when you're approaching poems, do you first read for feeling or meaning? And how do you find that impacts, how much people love poetry or, encouraging children to get into poetry? That's the first question.
Thank you for pausing and not giving. Hold on, I'm going to answer that.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so I think first I'm writing emotionally. I'm actually not really being a writer in my first drafts. I am just kind of getting out what's in me. And I'm just letting myself write. I have drafts of poems and novels where I'm writing, it's flowing, and then I'm stuck, and I'm like, something needs to happen here. And I will literally type that into the manuscript. Something needs to happen here, in parentheses. And then I just keep going, because I know that a first draft is messy, and it's all my emotions just out on the page, right? And then I put my writer hat on in the second draft, and I think about craft, and I think about meaning. And I think about, how can I say this better? This is a cliche. Everyone says it this way. What can I do that's a little, and I start crafting the poem after I kind of have the emotion or the theme out on the page. And so for me, I think I write from an emotional place first and not so much the meaning. And sometimes I don't even know what the meaning is until after I've actually worked on it. And then the meaning emerges. And I'm like, oh, this is what this is about, or this is what I've been grappling with. And sometimes it's speaking to me as I am crafting it, if that makes any sense. And part two. Yes.
No, that's really interesting. So my second question is just to say, as a writer, are there some recurring themes that keep coming back to you and revisiting you?
Yes, for sure. If you know my work at all, you know that family is important. Friendship is always a theme in my work, and especially friendship between women and girls. Mentorship, mothering comes up a lot. And then the race, the intersections of our lives, right? We can be siloed and only think of ourselves as this one identity. But I like to think about, well, what does it mean to be a woman in this world? What does it mean to be a black woman? What does it mean to be a black woman who is big? What does it mean to be a black woman who is big with natural hair? What does it mean? And I'm just going to keep thinking of all the identities and try to figure out what I want to say about that in a piece. So yes, those themes come up often because I have a lot of thoughts about them. So I'm writing about them in many books and in many poems. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, thank you. There's a hand back over there too for after this one.
So I just wanted to ask that, what is one topic that you find very meaningful to you that you really like to write about? And so there are a lot of topics that you write about, right? Mm-hmm. So which is one topic which you find really meaningful to you?
What is one topic that is really meaningful to me is my childhood. I write a lot about the neighborhood that I grew up in. That poem that I opened up with is a real place, and those are real people that I have very tender memories of. And though that poem is real, even in my fiction, those kind of personalities, those memories come up again. So you'll always have in my book a wise woman who is mothering somebody that's not even her child. You'll always have best friends they have each other's back, and they're always there for each other, even through the hard stuff. So relationships, all of that is in my work because my childhood was very dear and important to me, partly because it was so misunderstood. Where I grew up, people would often say, nothing good comes out of Northeast Portland. And they were talking about my home. They were saying that the kids who lived in that neighborhood were never going to be anything. So now, as a writer, I want to make sure that I am honoring the people who lived in that place of nothingness and saying, no, no, something was there. People were there, and we were loved, and we loved. There's someone over here? Yes.
Okay. What is livelihood without poetry?
Can you say it one more time?
What is livelihood without poetry?
What is livelihood without poetry? Well, in my life, I feel like my life would be boring without poetry. Poetry is where I get to play and have fun and be sassy and talk back and say things that I'm not bold enough to say person to person. I can put on something in my writing that maybe in an actual meeting or in an actual interaction with someone, I might be too shy to say. There's so many. Have you ever been in a situation where in the moment you have all these feelings and then you walk away and you're like, oh, I wish I would have said that. Oh man, I should have raised, Poetry and writing lets me say it. It lets me go back and do, you know what? This is how I feel about what just happened. And in the moment, I couldn't access my words or my true feelings. So without storytelling, without poetry, I think my life would be very dull. And I don't think I would be as brave and as bold as I actually am. I have grown into this boldness. It wasn't always a part of me. And that's because of poetry. I just want to, I know there's someone over here that has their hand up. I want to make sure we get them too. Okay.
Hi. So first of all, poetry that you read out, and I've read your poetry before as well, just incredible, engaging. And I feel like your poetry engages with vulnerability almost as if it's its own language. So I just wanted to ask you, you deal with a lot of challenging themes in your books as well. And how is the process of translating so much vulnerability to the language of young people for you?
I think I can write for and to young people because I am listening to all of you. I have young people in my life. So I'm not kind of coming to my writing as an adult with a lesson to teach you, or I want you to think like me. I want you to think. I want you to care. But you might differ from what I'm thinking about something, right? I just want you all to have conversations. So I feel like my job as a writer, especially a writer for young readers, is to listen to what you all are saying. So I have nieces, nephews, my students when I'm teaching, kind of collecting what you all are complaining about sometimes, what you're loving, what your questions are, and I want to be in conversation with you about that. So I think I can tap into that because I'm actually tapped into you as people, and I hope that I always have that relationship. I never want to write about a people who I don't care about and who I'm not connected to. So that question of can you write outside of your identity? I'm an adult and I write for children, so I'm not a child, but I'm writing in the voice of a child. And in the same way that we talk about can you write outside of your race or anything else, any other identity, I think yes, if you love the people you're writing about and you're actually in conversation with them. So as long as y'all keep talking to me, I'm going to keep talking to you through my books, for sure.
Hi, can I
Hi.
ask you the question?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a high school teacher, and as a part of the curriculum, I do teach poetry. So thank you for all the strategies that you shared with us today. My question is, I really struggle grading poetry. Yeah.
Yes.
So, there are those that you get which really scream soul and spirit, but they don't have too much artistry, and there are others which have pretty plebeian premises and ideas, but they're brilliantly crafted. So how do you go about grading poetry?
Yeah.
And the bigger question is, do you grade poetry at all? Because it's like a personal thing that you're sharing with the world.
I truly appreciate that question. I want to clarify. So my teaching has been as a teaching artist, which means I am a writer in residence that would go into the schools and partner with the classroom teachers. So thank God I did not have to do grading. I was the fun auntie that got to come in and do the activities with young people and didn't have to so much worry about grades. But I will say this, I did have a rubric, right? And I would let young people know these are the expectations of this poem. We've learned metaphor, personification, simile. I want to see that in your work. So we craft, check. I want to see vulnerability. Where are you taking risk? So whatever the thing I've been teaching, sensory detail, all of that, they can look at the rubric and say, oh, do I have the 5 senses somewhere in my poem? And if you don't, then you know you're not passing this assignment because you don't have the things that are on the checklist. And oftentimes, the class has made that rubric with me. So I say to them, what makes a strong poem? And they tell me, and as they're telling me, I'm writing it on the board. So as a class, we've agreed that a strong poem is that, this, and that. Okay, so when you write your final pieces, make sure your poem is a strong, so that they know we are going to assess these, right? And they have a guideline of how they're being assessed. I do think that is true. You can't grade a poem as far as like, is this student going to the depths of their soul and taking emotional risk, right? So that is not something I would be looking at as an educator. I'm not grading you on that. I am asking, did you finish it? Did you include the things that we've talked about? And maybe did you share it, if that is important to me for that unit. So that is how I would think about grading. And I would talk about that with my young people too and say, we're not going to have traditional grades for this assignment, but I am looking at, and then tell them the things that you're looking at. I hope that helps. I think maybe we have time for one more question, and if not, we will dismiss. All right, so I did this yesterday. Can I do this last little thing? It's a call and response. And now adults, the young people showed out yesterday, so y'all have to be louder than them, all right? So we talked a lot about the voice and writing and how we can change the world with our voices. I want you to repeat after me and think about changing the world in big and in small ways with your own voice. Not the big world, but your world. How can you bring change in your classroom, your community, your family? Repeat after me how I say it. I have a voice. My voice is powerful. My voice can change the world. I have a voice. My voice is powerful. My voice can change the world. I have a voice. My voice is powerful. My voice can change the world. All right, go change the world. Go change the world. Go change the world. Thank you for having me.
Before you leave me, dear Renee Watson, from the entire NLF team and audience, we extend our thanks for coming all the way and enlightening us on how poetry and books can influence young adults. The audience and I will take back a lot from this talk, and hopefully more people get into poetry. Lastly, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to Neev Literature Festival to discuss and inform people about poetry. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great day. And lastly, Miss Renee Watson has obliged to host a book signing from 6 to 6:15 at the book signing area. And do stay back for Kapil Pandey's closing performance at the Kahani Munch. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, that needs to stay there. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Today we're joined by Kapil Pandey, a multifaceted artist, a renowned children's writer, a poet, and a drama in education practitioner. His unique perspective is to shed light on these intricate notions. Through his words, we are bound to explore the profound impact of hero worship, transcending the boundaries through age and time. How does our veneration shape our moral compass? What responsibilities do our heroes bear, knowing they're revered? And how does this adoration influence the young, molding their aspirations and shaping their character? As we embark on this introspective journey, guided by Kapil Pandey's wisdom, we unravel the intricacies of heroism and the profound implications of our collective admiration. Please welcome Mr. Kapil Pandey.
Check, check, yes. Just give me 1 minute. थोड़ा सा मॉनिटर में थोड़ा सा ऊपर करिए. Okay, good evening, everybody. If the ones at the back, if you don't mind, आगे आ जाइए थोड़ा. Okay, so this is a folk story, and once again, for me, this story came from my nani again. So it comes from perhaps as a central UP Lucknow source. But then I also came across a very similar story in the collections of folk tales from Rajasthan by Vijayadan Detha. In the morning, I decided to perform one story from that collection. So this also happens to be a part of that. And of course, I have taken some liberties. But before we begin, let's sing a bit. How many of you were here during the lunch when we did the Pied Piper? Okay, some of you. So we'll sing the same song. Let's see whether you remember. And let's teach it to the newer audience here, newer guests here. Okay. Ditan, 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 dub, dub, durra. You just said, I have a voice. Did you not? Okay, let's try again. 1, 2, 3, go. Ditan, 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 dub, dub, durra. कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा Together. दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का तुर्रा दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा है कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा Good job. This is not working. तो पता नहीं इसे इत्तेफाक कहें which is coincidence या विधि का विधान which is fate कि जहां कहीं भी इंसानों का बसेरा होता है कुत्ते जरूर अपना डेरा बसा लेते हैं और जहां कहीं कुत्ते दिख जाएं वहां इंसान तो आपको डेफिनेटली मिलेंगे जाने कितने सैकड़ों हजारों साल पुराना है ये इंसानों और कुत्तों का रिश्ता। एक गांव की कहानी है ये। गांव में एक रईस अमीर सेठ ने 108 सुनहरी अशरफियों के बदले एक गांव के बंजारे से सिंध में जन्मा एक खौफनाक कुत्ता खरीद लिया, फ्यूरोशियस डॉग। कुत्ते का नाम था नाहर। यू नो व्हाट नाहर मीन्स? शेर। नाहर के मानी है शेर, और जैसा उसका नाम वैसी उसकी सूरत, वैसी ही सीरत। और ठीक शेर जैसी थी नाहर की कद काठी, लंबा चौड़ा तगड़ा। उसका भौंकना भी शेर की दहाड़ से कम नहीं था। बड़ी बड़ी आंखें, चुभीले दांत, बीर बहुटी की सी लाल जबान। सेठ जी बहुत खुश, ही वाज वेरी हैप्पी। और क्यों ना हो, उन्हें अब अपनी तमाम धन दौलत की रखवाली के लिए एक कुशल और बहादुर चौकीदार जो मिल गया था। ऐसा खौफनाक कुत्ता ही उन्हें चोर उचक्कों की परवाह किए बगैर चैन की नींद दिलवा सकता था। नाहर, और इनफैक्ट वो इतना खौफनाक था कि चोर उचक्के तो दूर, स्वयं लक्ष्मी जी भी उसके डर से हवेली के बाहर कदम न रखें। नाहर रात भर हवेली के बाहर कड़ा पहरा देता, और कोई भी चोर आसपास मंडराता तो लौट के अपने घर नहीं, यमलोक के द्वार खटखटा रहा होता। सेठ जी अपने पहरेदार कुत्ते पे जान छिड़कते थे, उसे अपने बेटे की तरह प्यार और दुलार करते थे। पर बेचारा नाहर क्या करे अगर सेठ जी का अपना खून, उनका अपना इकलौता बेटा उन्हीं के खिलाफ चोरों के साथ साठगांठ करके उनकी तमाम धन दौलत लूटने की योजना बना रहा हो। नाहर के लिए तो मालिक का बेटा भी मालिक के समान था। तो एक रात को नाहर को बहलाते फुसलाते हुए सेठ जी के बेटे ने अपने झोले से एक लोहे का तार निकाला और नाहर के मुंह के चारों ओर कस के बांध दिया। और इससे पहले नाहर को कुछ समझ आता, उसके चारों हाथ और पैर, चारों पैर भी एक मोटे से रस्से से बंधे हुए थे। नाहर अपने पैर और मुंह पे बंधा तार जमीन में घिसट घिसट के अपने आप को तोड़ने की बहुत कोशिश कर रहा था, ताकि वो किसी तरीके से सेठ जी तक अपनी आवाज पहुंचा सके। तार और रस्से तो नहीं टूटे, पर इसके चलते नाहर का पूरा शरीर बुरी तरह छिल गया। नाहर, इस बीच जो चोर थे उन्होंने अपना तिजोरी से हाथ साफ किया, और चोरों ने और बेटों ने एक दूसरे के साथ हिसाब किताब किया, और रातों रात गांव से दोनों फरार हो गए। सुबह जब सेठानी जागी तो उन्होंने नाहर को बंधा पाया। नाहर को बंधा देख सेठानी कांप उठी और तिजोरी वाले कमरे की तरफ दौड़ी। तिजोरी को खाली देख सेठानी हाथ अपनी छाती ठोक ठोक के रोने लगी, चिल्लाने लगी, चीखने लगी, और क्या कह सकती थी कि हाय हाय हम लुट गए और बर्बाद हो गए, या वेरी कॉमन लाइंस, और बस इतना ही। खैर चलिए, हाय हम लुट गए, बर्बाद हो गए, समथिंग। हे भगवान, ये क्या हो गया। सेठ जी के जागने का वक्त हुआ नहीं था अभी तक, लेकिन सेठानी की चीख पुकार सुन के वो भी दौड़े दौड़े तिजोरी वाले कमरे में चले आए। अब जो होना था वो तो हो चुका था, पर नाहर जिंदा था। पता नहीं किस जन्म का बदला लिया है इस कुत्ते ने हमसे। दिखा दी ना कुत्ते की औकात। जिस थाली का नमक खाया उसी में छेद कर दिया, जिस हाथ से खाना खाया उसी को काट लिया। अगर इसने अपना काम ठीक से किया होता तो चोर तो दूर, मौत भी उल्टे पांव लौट गई होती। कमबख्त ने नाहर के नाम पे हमेशा के लिए कलंक लगा दिया। सेठ जी ने हाथ से, पैर से, जूते से, चप्पल से नाहर को बुरी तरह पीटना शुरू कर दिया। नाहर के आंखों से आंसू बहे जा रहे थे। वो आस भरी आंखों से, निगाहों से अपने मालिक की तरफ देख रहा था। उसे सेठ जी से पिटने में बिल्कुल बुरा नहीं लग रहा था, क्योंकि वो जानता था कि सेठ जी को अभी पूरी कहानी का अंदाजा तक नहीं है। पर सेठ जी कम से कम उसके मुंह पे बंधा हुआ तार तो खोल देते, ताकि वो उन्हें पूरी कहानी बता पाता। खैर, सेठानी में थोड़ी सी समझ थी, उन्होंने नाहर के मुंह का तार और पैर के रस्से खोल दिए। सेठ जी को लेकिन अभी भी कोई परवाह नहीं थी। उन्होंने वो रस्सा उठा के बेदर्दी से नाहर को पीटना शुरू कर दिया, और तब तक पीटते रहे जब तक वो खुद थक नहीं गए। नमक हराम, तेरी वजह से मेरी सारी धन दौलत मुझसे छिन गई, दफा हो जाए यहां से। नाहर खून के आंसू रो रहा था, बोल पड़ा, मालिक, मुझे आपकी पीड़ा, आपका दर्द समझ आ रहा है, लेकिन आप ही बताइए मैं क्या करता। आपका इकलौता बेटा धोखेबाज निकलेगा, ये ना आप जानते थे ना मैं, तो उसके गुनाहों की सजा मुझे क्यों दे रहे हैं? तो सेठानी बोल पड़ी, इंसान तो वैसे ही पैसे के लिए एक दूसरे का गला काटने पे तुला है, तू क्यों भ्रष्ट हो गया? ऐसा कहने से पहले मुझे मार डालती तो बेहतर होता मालकिन। हम क्यों अपने हाथ खून से रंगे? अगर तुझमें जरा सी भी शर्म है तो जा किसी नदी या तालाब में जाके डूब मर। सेठ जी, मेरा यकीन करें मालिक, मैं बेकसूर हूं। मैं कैसे आपके अपने इकलौते बेटे की नियत पर सवाल उठा सकता था? कुत्ते दुनिया के सबसे नीच प्राणी हैं। नाहर बुरी तरह जख्मी था, लेकिन सेठ जी की मारपीट ने उसे इतनी चोट नहीं पहुंचाई थी जितने उनके चुभीले अल्फाजों ने, हर्टफुल वर्ड्स ने। नाहर ने लंबी सांस ली और बोला, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हम कुत्ते आपके वफादार बन के आपके साथ रहे, और हमें बदले में क्या मिला? आपके जूते, आपकी मार, आपकी गालियां। हमने हर तरीके का जुल्म सहा। इसके बावजूद कि मैं बेकसूर था, बेगुनाह था, आप लगातार अपने गालियों के बाण मुझ पे बरसाते रहे। पर आज मैं प्रण लेता हूं, जब तक जिंदा हूं किसी भी इंसान के घर कदम नहीं रखूंगा, और ऊपर वाले से दुआ करता हूं कि कोई और कुत्ता किसी भी इंसान का पालतू बन के ना घूमे। मेरा बचा हुआ जीवन अब हम कुत्तों के समुदाय यानी स्पीशीज के उत्थान यानी अपलिफ्टमेंट के लिए बीतने वाला है। तुम कुत्तों को एक दूसरे पे भौंकने, मारने, पीटने से फुर्सत मिले तब तो कोई उत्थान की सोचे तुम्हारी। बड़ा उत्थान करेंगे। नाहर दोनों की तरफ देख के मुस्कुराया और चल दिया। अगले 4-5 दिन तो नाहर के शरीर के जख्म भरने में ही लग गए, पर उसके बाद उसने काफी वक्त कुत्तों की परिस्थिति यानी सिचुएशन और दुर्दशा के बारे में सोच विचार करने में लगाया, और यह भी कि वो कैसे कुत्तों के समुदाय की, कुत्तों की परिस्थिति बदलने का काम कर सकता है। नाहर पहले से ही अपने समुदाय में, अपने कुत्तों के समुदाय में अपनी दिलेरी और अपनी बहादुरी के लिए मशहूर था, पर जब बाकी कुत्तों ने उसे सुना तो वो डर गए। उन्हें लगा नाहर तो पगला गया है, इंसानों से पंगा लेने चला है। इंसान हम कुत्तों के बगैर बड़े आराम से जी सकते हैं, पर हम कुत्ते इंसान के बगैर एक दिन भी नहीं टिक पाएंगे। अगर हमने नाहर की बातों पे गौर करना शुरू कर दिया तो कुत्तों के दिन के सर्वनाश के दिन दूर नहीं। नाहर ने एक कुत्तों की बस्ती की योजना रखी थी, सिर्फ कुत्तों की बस्ती। पर यह कुत्तों की बस्ती अपने आप को लकड़भग्गों, लकड़भग्गे, हाइनाज, अपने आप को लकड़भग्गों और जंगली जानवरों से कैसे बचाएगी? इंसानों के साथ कुत्ते सुरक्षित हैं, खुश हैं। रोटी, दलिया, दूध, दही, पका हुआ मांस, मिठाइयां, सब्जियां, क्या क्या खाने को मिलता है इंसानों के साथ। अपनी बस्ती में इन सब चीजों का बंदोबस्त कैसे हो पाएगा? हमारा ख्याल कौन रखेगा? कोई पागल ही होगा जो सिर्फ कुत्तों की बस्ती बनाना चाहेगा। पर नाहर जानता था कि शुरुआत कुछ ऐसे ही होगी। उसे पता था कि उसके बाकी दोस्त, उसके जो कुत्ते के समुदाय के दोस्त थे, उस पर हंसेंगे, उसका मजाक उड़ाएंगे, उसे पागल कहेंगे। और वो ये भी जानता था कि इंसानों के साथ रहते रहते कुत्तों की जो आदतें थी उन्हें बदलना अपने आप में एक भागीरथ प्रयास, एक हर्क्यूलियन टास्क था। पर जो लक्ष्य बाकी कुत्ते नहीं देख पा रहे थे, वो लक्ष्य, वो मंजिल नाहर को साफ साफ दिखाई दे रही थी। और वो मंजिल क्या थी? रिपीट आफ्टर मी। आजादी, आजादी, बोलो आजादी, सब इंसानों से, इस जुल्म और सितम से, वो प्यारी प्यारी, वो मीठी मीठी, सब इंसानों से, वी वॉन्ट फ्रीडम। नाहर अपनी बात एक एक करके हर कुत्ते के पास लेके गया। उसने अपनी योजना एक एक कुत्ते को 10-10 बार समझाई। और बहुत बाकी कुत्तों का जो सम्मान था, रिस्पेक्ट थी, वो बढ़ती चली गई। बनारस पहुंचते ही सारे कुत्ते अलग अलग घाटों में बढ़ गए। सबने गंगा का चौड़ा पाट 2 बार तैर के पार किया और नाहर के ऑर्डर्स मिलते ही सब तुरंत नदी से बाहर निकल आए और वापस अपने गांव नाहरगढ़ की तरफ चल दिए। लकड़ भग्गे तो क्या, इंसान भी नाहरगढ़ के कुत्तों के इस बल प्रदर्शन, शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ को देख के चुप्पी साधे हुए थे। इसीलिए नाहर ने जब अलग अलग गांव से 2-2 प्रतिनिधि यानी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स को मिलने के लिए बुलाया तो किसी ने भी मना करने की जरूरत नहीं कही, सब तुरंत चले आए। अलग अलग गांव से आए हुए 300 लोग नाहर के आगे हाथ जोड़े खड़े हुए थे। सेठ और सेठानी भी थे इस भीड़ में और छिपने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। नाहर की निगाह उन पे पड़ी और उसने उन्हें आगे बुलाया और कहा, आप दोनों सोच रहे होंगे कि मैंने आपको यहां आपसे बदला लेने के लिए बुलवाया है, पर ऐसा नहीं है। अरे मैं तो आपका ऋणी हूं, आई एम इंडेटेड टू यू। आप ना होते तो नाहरगढ़ कैसे बस पाता। पर मेरे पास चाय चर्चा का वक्त नहीं है, आई डोंट हैव टाइम फॉर स्मॉल टॉक। इतनी बड़ी बस्ती की देखभाल कोई मजाक नहीं है, इसलिए आप सबके सब कान खोल के सुन लीजिए। अब से नाहरगढ़ के कुत्तों की खाने पीने और सेहत की जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपकी होगी। आप लोग चंदा इकट्ठा कीजिए या अपनी तिजोरियों को थोड़ा हल्का कीजिए। आपने पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हम कुत्तों का जम के शोषण किया। यू oppressed us lot for the last several generations. Now it's time to pay back. हमें हर रोज बड़ी बड़ी थालियों में रोटी, दलिया, गुड़ और मांस मुहैया कराया जाए और बारी बारी अलग अलग गांव से 50 लोग यहां पे आए हमारी जरूरतों और देखभाल के लिए। और ध्यान रहे, हमारे बारे में गलत सोचने वाले को हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। नाहर अब अपने समुदाय में सिर्फ एक नेता ही नहीं, एक सम्राट, एक राजा बन चुका था। और राजा की आज्ञा का पालन ना करने वाले को सिर्फ एक ही सजा मिलती है, क्या? मौत। नाहर हर पूनम की रात, दिन फुल मून की रात को एक गैदरिंग करता, और उस गैदरिंग का जो नेतृत्व है नाहर खुद करता ऑफ कोर्स, और हर बार एक ही बात बोलता, साथियों मेरे रहते आपको कोई खतरा नहीं है, हां एक खतरा जरूर है, और वो है इंसान। इंसान पे अगर हमने भरोसा किया तो उसके जिम्मेदार हम खुद होंगे। हम जैसे जैसे सशक्त यानी एम्पावर्ड होते जा रहे हैं, इंसान अपने घरों में बैठ के हमारे खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रच रहा है। जो इंसान अपने दोस्तों, अपने परिजनों को बिना हिचक छल सकता है, वो हमें धोखा देने में तो एक बार भी नहीं सोचेगा। इसलिए इंसान को डरा के दबा के रखना बहुत जरूरी है साथियों। ये डर है जिसके कारण वो आज हमारा नौकर बना हुआ है, वरना वो कब का हमारा और हमारे नाहरगढ़ का सर्वनाश कर चुका होता। इसलिए ध्यान रहे, इंसान का साथ दिया यानी नाहरगढ़ के सर्वनाश का साथ दिया। नाहर के ये बोल सभी कुत्तों के दिलो दिमाग पे छप चुके थे। 1 लाख कुत्ते हो गए थे नाहरगढ़ में अब, और नाहर जानता था कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो खुद ही इतनी बड़ी आबादी, इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन की जिम्मेदारी का बोझ उठा सकता है। उसने ना तो केवल नाहरगढ़ की स्थापना करी थी, बल्कि एक ऐसी प्रजाति, एक ऐसी स्पीशीज जो कि एक दूसरे पे भौंकने, मारने, पीटने के लिए फेमस हैं, उन्हें यूनिटी, एकता का पाठ सिखाया था। ऐसा काम तो सिर्फ ऐसा कोई कर सकता है जिसमें स्वयं ईश्वर बसते हो। शायद यही बात थी, नाहर में ईश्वर का वास था। King of the land, a mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. King of the land, a mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. This was for you, by the way. याद हो गया आपको? नहीं, आप बस सुनने में मशगूल थे। एक बार कोशिश करें। King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is. Yeah, let's try. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero. Oh, he's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. He's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. He's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. He's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, we love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong. Our King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. In this love, he drew the line, it's now like a father, and he's always right and never wrong. A king of the land, a mighty king, our hero, our protector. And it's because of him that we all are fine. God, our Nahar is truly divine. नाहर को भी अब ये लगने लगा था कि ये सृष्टि, ये संसार उसी के इशारों पे चलते हैं। वो रोज सुबह सूर्योदय से पहले जाग जाता और अपने मन में कहता कि अब सूर्योदय का वक्त हो गया है। वो कहता और जाहिर है सूर्यदेव प्रकट हो जाते। उसे लगने लगा था कि प्रकृति की हर रचना, हवाओं का बहना, बादलों का घेराना, बिजली का कड़कना, बैंगलोर में ट्रैफिक जैम का होना, पानी का बरसना, नदियों का बहना, ये सब की सब उसी की आज्ञा का पालन कर रहे हैं। नाहरगढ़ के कुत्ते अपने नेता, अपने सम्राट, अपने राजा पे बहुत गर्व करते थे। पर अगले साल तक नाहरगढ़ की जनसंख्या 5 गुना बढ़ गई थी, अप 5 टाइम्स। जो खाना आता था वो कम पड़ने लगा था। जो 50 लोग आते थे ख्याल रखने के लिए, वो कम पड़ने लगे थे। एक असंतुष्टि, डिससैटिस्फैक्शन की लहर बहने लगी थी नाहरगढ़। तो नाहर ने घोषणा करवा दी पूरे नाहरगढ़ में कि अब से एक कुत्ते की जोड़ी का एक से ज्यादा बच्चा नहीं हो सकता, नॉट मोर देन 1 चाइल्ड पर कपल। और किसी ने भी अगर उसकी आज्ञा का पालन नहीं किया तो उसे मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाएगा। और ताकि नाहरगढ़ की जनता विद्रोह ना कर बैठे, रिबेलियन ना कर बैठे, नाहर ने हर आए दिन यह घोषणा करनी शुरू करवा दी कि उनका सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन इंसान है। खबरदार, होशियार, इंसान कभी भी हमला कर सकता है। यह सुन के नाहरगढ़ के कुत्ते डरे हुए थे, पर इस बात से संतुष्ट थे कि नाहर उनकी रक्षा करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेगा। पर इस रोज की घोषणाओं, अनाउंसमेंट्स को सुन के हेलिया नामक एक कुत्ते को शक होने लगा और उसने अपने दोस्तों, रिश्तेदारों से इस बारे में बात करनी शुरू कर दी। और बहुत धीमे धीमे एक ऐसा गुट तैयार हो गया, एक ऐसा ग्रुप तैयार हो गया जो कि नाहर की हर योजना, हर आदेश पे को शक की निगाह से देखने लगा। नाहर को जब ये बात पता चली तो उसके दिल को बहुत ठेस पहुंची। उसे लगा कि जिस प्राणी में स्वयं ईश्वर का वास हो, उस पर कोई कैसे शक कर सकता है। नाहर ने तय किया कि इन देशद्रोहियों का खात्मा नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए बेहद जरूरी है। वो मौके की तलाश में था कि एक सुबह उसे पता चला कि नाहरगढ़ के नजदीक से एक बैलगाड़ी गुजरने वाली है। ये सुन के उसने एक जोर की दहाड़ लगाई, जिससे कि पूरा नाहरगढ़ इकट्ठा हो गया। साथियों, जिस खतरे की मैं आप सबसे इतने दिनों से बात करता आ रहा हूं, उस खतरे के सामना करने का वक्त आ गया है। हमारी एकता की परीक्षा का वक्त आ गया है। आप सब में जितना भी जोर है, जितनी शक्ति है, उसे आजमाने का वक्त आ गया है। नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए आप सब एक बार पूरा जोर लगा के भौंकिए। नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए आप सब एक बार पूरा जोर लगा के भौंकिए। And you had a voice. इंसान हमारी एकता, हमारी प्रगति, हमारी शक्ति से जलने लगा है साथियों, और उसने ये बैलगाड़ी में हमारी मौत का सामान भेजा है। पर हमें धीरज से काम लेना होगा। इंसान हम पे पहले हमला करने का आरोप लगाना चाहता है, लेकिन हम अपना आपा नहीं खोएंगे। इतनी देर में बैलगाड़ी काफी नजदीक आ चुकी थी और हेलिया ने थोड़ा आगे बढ़ के देखा और चिल्लाया, आई थिंक देयर इज सम मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग, हमको कोई गलतफहमी हुई है। इस बैलगाड़ी में हमारी मौत का सामान नहीं, बस कुछ बांस की लकड़ियां यानी बैम्बू स्टिक्स हैं, जिन्हें इंसान अपने गार्डन्स के चारों ओर सजाने के लिए लगाते हैं। इससे हमें कोई खतरा नहीं है। नाहर ने सुन के फिर से एक दहाड़ लगाई। तुम्हें क्या लगता है मैं बेवकूफ हूं? मुझे खतरा पहचानने की समझ नहीं है? मैं नाहरगढ़ का संस्थापक हूं कि तुम? मैं हम सबके लिए इंसानों से लड़ा था कि तुम? मुझ पे शक करना यानी नाहरगढ़ पे शक करना है। मेरी आज्ञा का पालन ना करना, मेरे आदेशों पे सवाल उठाना हमारी मौत को दावत देना है। साथियों, एक बार फिर से नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए आप लोग पूरा जोर लगा के भौंकिए। भौं भौं। Yeah, that was the best. That was the best. Thank you so much for that. जो इतने में जो बैलगाड़ी थी वो नाहरगढ़ को पार करके निकल गई। और हेलिया, इज माई टाइम अप? व्हाट वाज दैट? ये इन्हीं लोगों की वजह से हो रहा है सब। I'll take 5 more minutes, I think. Okay, it'll end in 5. Sorry about this. I'm like here. इतनी देर में जो बैलगाड़ी थी वो नाहरगढ़ को पार करके निकल गई और हेलिया ने उस तरफ इशारा किया और फिर से चिल्लाया, देखा मैं कह रहा था इससे हमें कोई खतरा नहीं है। बेवकूफ, खतरा हटा नहीं है, बस कुछ देर के लिए टल गया है। अगर इंसान ने हम पे रात को हमला कर दिया तो हम कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। साथियों, मैं इस बैलगाड़ी के पीछे जाके देखता हूं और समझने की कोशिश करता हूं कि इंसान क्या षड्यंत्र रच रहा है हमारे खिलाफ। यह कहते ही नाहर उस बैलगाड़ी के पीछे दौड़ पड़ा और बैलगाड़ी के पास पहुंचते पहुंचते ही दौड़ते दौड़ते वो अंदर रखी बांस की लकड़ियों का मुआयना करने लगा। अब नाहर और बैलगाड़ी दोनों एक ही सुर, एक ही लय, एक ही ताल में दौड़ रहे थे। कुछ देर बाद वो बैलगाड़ी रुकी तो नाहर के पैर भी रुक गए। नाहर को लगा कि बैलगाड़ी उसी की वजह से रुकी है। बैलगाड़ी चली तो नाहर भी चल पड़ा। इस पूरे सफर में बैलगाड़ी ठीक उसी जगह पर रुक रही थी जहां नाहर रुक रहा था और उसी जगह पर चल रही थी जहां नाहर चल रहा था। नाहर को अपनी दैविक शक्ति पर अब कोई संदेह नहीं रह गया था। वो मुस्कुराया और नाहरगढ़ की तरफ वापस चल दिया। हेलिया और उसकी टोली को छोड़ के सारे कुत्ते अपने नेता, अपने राजा, अपने सम्राट का बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे और नाहर को आता देख सब खुशी से भौंक उठे। साथियों, जब तक आपका यह नाहर जिंदा है तब तक आपको चिंता करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। आपकी आशीर्वाद की बदौलत ऐसा कुछ नहीं है जो कि आपका यह नाहर करने में सक्षम नहीं है। मैंने उस बैलगाड़ी को बहुत बारीकी से देखा और मुझे कहना होगा कि उस बैलगाड़ी और मेरी कोई बराबरी नहीं है। वो बैलगाड़ी मेरे ही इशारों पर चलती है और मेरे ही इशारों पर रुकती भी है। पूरा नाहरगढ़ मंत्रमुग्ध था। पूरे नाहरगढ़ को विश्वास हो चुका था कि नाहर में जरूर किसी ईश्वर का वास है। सभी नाहरगढ़ वासियों ने हाथ जोड़े और सर झुकाने लगे कि हेलिया चिल्लाया, पर जब आप यहां थे तब कैसे बिना आपके इशारे के वो बैलगाड़ी नाहरगढ़ की तरफ चली आ रही थी? और जब आप वापस आ गए तब कैसे उस बैलगाड़ी के पहिए दूसरी दिशा में चलते चले गए? तुम्हारे ये बेवकूफी के सवालों का मुझ पे कोई असर होने वाला नहीं है। हां, लेकिन इस खतरे की घड़ी में अपने साथियों को गुमराह करना और उन्हें उकसाना देशद्रोह से कम नहीं है। ऐसे पापियों का, ऐसे देशद्रोहियों का हमें बिल्कुल साथ नहीं देना चाहिए। साथियों, मुझे पूरे नाहरगढ़ के कुत्तों की चिंता है, सबकी जान की परवाह है, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा चिंता मुझे नाहरगढ़ की एकता और अखंडता की है। उखाड़ फेंकी ऐसे पापियों, ऐसे देशद्रोहियों को। नाहर का इतना कहना था कि नाहरगढ़ की पूरी जनता गुर्राई, हेलिया और उसकी टोली पे झपटी और थोड़ी देर में उनके चिथड़े चिथड़े कर दिए। नाहरगढ़ आज भी फल फूल रहा है। नाहरगढ़ आज भी फल फूल रहे हैं। Thank you. Repeat after me. राजा बोला रात है, तो रानी बोली रात है, तो मंत्री बोला रात है, तो संतरी बोला रात है, तो तुम भी बोले रात है, तो हम भी बोले रात है। ये सुबह सुबह की बात है, ये सुबह सुबह की बात है। सेवा का वादा करके वो तो मेवा खा गया, मेवा खा गया रे वो तो मेवा खा गया। राजा वो खुद बना मुझे प्यादा बना गया, प्यादा बना गया मुझे प्यादा बना गया। हो मत फड़क मेरे दिल यूं खुद पे ना गुर्रा, तू ही था ना समझ उसे जो दे दिया तुर्रा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन जमूरा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा, और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का तुर्रा। दितन दितन डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। हे कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा, हे कौन है मदारी यहाँ, हे कौन जमूरा। Thank you for being such a wonderful, interactive, appreciative audience. आप जैसी ऑडियंस नहीं मिलती आपको हम बताएं, इस देश में तो नहीं है। तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Been wonderful last year. Thank you so much, Neev, Kavita, everybody for having me over. It's truly amazing to come here and tell you stories and share and participate in stories with you. Have a good night. Enjoy your Sunday night and Shab Khair. See you. Bye. Thank you.
That was a fabulous performance. And our heartfelt gratitude for joining us today and igniting our minds with stories of heroism and heroes. Your presence was undoubtedly enriching and interactive, and our understanding of heroes is much more significant in life now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we draw the curtains on this year's Neev Literature Festival, I'd like to thank the writers and speakers who have spent their time with us and expressed the power of literature to inspire, inform, and unite us all.
We'd like to extend our appreciation to the talented authors, librarians, poets, and artists who have generously shared their insights and creativity with us. NLF came to life with the lively chatter of the authors and librarians and poets, and the wonderful interactive performances by the several artists like Goshta Rang and Kapil Pandey.
In closing, I look forward to next year's festival where we may all meet again. Thank you all for spending your weekend here with us and being a part of this wonderful journey. So for the last time tonight, please repeat with us the Kahani Manch chant. Bachpan ki kahani badi hai suhani. Bachpan ki kahani badi hai suhani. Bachpan ki kahani badi hai suhani. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everybody.